Eleanor's POV. The first thing life taught me was that people could disappear and leave you behind to survive the wreckage. I was 7 when a police officer came to our front door. I remember the uniform first, then his face. Tight mouth. Tired eyes. The kind of expression adults wore when they knew they were about to break a child and wanted to get it over with. My parents had gone out together that night. They never came home. No one could explain what had happened to them. At least, no one explained it to me. For a little while, people searched. They whispered in corners, brought food, patted my head, said things that were meant to comfort me and did not. Then, strangely fast, everyone stopped looking. I never understood that part. My parents had been loved. I was sure of it. Our house had always been full of people, neighbors and friends and pack members who seemed glad to be there. My father had been the sort of man who made a room warmer just by walking into it. I remembered his laugh more than his voice, and the way his smile could soften even the hardest face. My mother was light in human form. Kind, restless, generous with everyone. She could make time for any soul who needed her, no matter how busy she was. What I remembered most were her eyes. Bright blue. Almost unreal. When I was small, I used to think they held some wonderful secret she would tell me when I was older. I used to wonder if I would grow up to be like her. I did not get the chance to find out. After they vanished, I was taken from our home and placed with the Hargroves on the other side of town. Not long after that, the house I had lived in with my parents was torn down. Gone. Just like them. No nursery corner. No kitchen table. No garden where my mother once held me for photographs. Nothing left for me to return to. I cried for hours when I heard. Martin Hargrove fixed that. He taught me quickly that grief was an inconvenience. His favorite lesson was simple: there was no time to mourn when work needed doing. I learned pain in all its forms. Bruises. Hunger. Fear. Silence. The ache of missing people whose faces grew harder to remember with every passing year. I had just finished scrubbing the downstairs floors when Martin's voice tore through the house. Where the hell are my work clothes? I froze in the hallway. His footsteps came hard and fast, and then he was there, crowding into my space before I could answer. His face was already red with anger. They should have been washed, ironed, and hanging in my wardrobe by now. You know that. They are, I started to say. Sir, I put them on the other side of the wardrobe because yesterday you told me to reorganize. His hand cracked across my face before I finished. The blow knocked me down. For a second, the world tilted. I pressed my hand to my left cheek, feeling the heat already spreading beneath my skin. A bruise would come. It always did. I did it, sir, I whispered, trying to keep my voice steady. You asked me to move things yesterday. So it would be easier for you in the mornings. I remembered that conversation too well. He had nearly broken my arm because a folded shirt had not been where he wanted it. Martin bent over me. Coffee soured his breath. Are you calling me a liar? I looked up at him from the floor. His arms were folded across his chest, one eyebrow raised, as though the insult was not that he had hit me, but that I had dared to speak. My stomach dropped. I knew better. The Hargroves did not like questions. They did not like explanations either, unless those explanations were apologies. It did not matter whether I was right. Right and wrong were not real things in this house. There was only what they wanted, and what happened to me if I failed to guess it in time. And no, sir, I said quickly. I am sorry, sir. I will find it now. I pushed myself up. He kicked my legs out from under me. Because one hand was still against my throbbing cheek, I could not catch myself. My forehead hit the wall hard enough to make my vision burst white. Pain split across my skull, sharp and sickening. At least it was the other side of my face, I thought dimly. Never question me again, you little rat, Martin said. Next time, a slap will be the least of what you get. Then he walked away toward the stairs, already done with me. Most likely he was going to watch a game and wait for me to fix the problem he had created. I stayed still until I could breathe without feeling like I might throw up. The Hargrove house was beautiful, if you looked only at the house and not at the people inside it. Glass covered nearly half the walls, letting sunlight flood every room. Cream and beige softened the furniture, the rugs, the curtains. It had the kind of open, polished look that made guests compliment Rebecca's taste. Guests never saw me polishing those windows until my arms shook. They never watched me vacuum the carpets over and over until no mark remained. They never saw Cole smear greasy hands across the glass or spill coffee on the rugs on purpose, laughing while I cleaned it. If the house was not perfect, the Hargroves blamed me. Sometimes that meant no dinner. Sometimes it meant bruises. Often, it meant both. I made my way to the master bedroom, moving carefully because my head pulsed with each step. Before going in, I knocked. No answer. Relief loosened something in my chest. Rebecca was not there. She was probably out with her friends, getting ready for whatever grand event she and Martin were attending that night. A gala, I thought. Something expensive. Something full of people who would smile at them and never imagine what kind of house they returned to afterward. Good. Rebecca's temper could match Martin's without trying. I slipped into the walk-in wardrobe and found his suit exactly where I had left it. On the other side. Clean, pressed, hanging properly. For one reckless second, I rolled my eyes. Then I grabbed it and hurried downstairs. The longer I took, the worse things became. Cole caught me on the staircase. He shoved me into the banister as he passed, hard enough that the wood dug into my side. "Move, bitch," he said, laughing down at me. "Or I will move you." He was one step below me and still taller. Martin and Rebecca's son had inherited his father's size and his mother's cruelty. Maybe both had taught him how to use them. People in this house almost never called me Eleanor. Half the time, I forgot I had a name at all. Cole caught my chin in his hand and squeezed until my jaw ached. "Come on, idiot. Make me a sandwich before I tell Dad you said no." We both remember what happened last time. I nodded as much as his grip allowed. A few weeks earlier, I had made Cole's food wrong. He told his parents I had refused to feed him at all. By morning, half my face was swollen and several ribs felt cracked. It was not the worst beating they had given me, but I had no desire to repeat it. He released me with a shove. I kept moving. Martin was in the open-plan living room when I reached him. I held the suit out with my head lowered, shoulders rounded, making myself as small and obedient as possible. He snatched it from my hands. "Do not let it happen again." "Yes, sir." He went upstairs, leaving me standing there with a pounding head and a face hot enough to make my eyes water. I wanted to sit down. I wanted to press something cold to my forehead. I wanted, for once, to be allowed to hurt without being punished for it. Instead, I took a slow breath and went to make Cole's sandwich. Later that night, after Martin and Rebecca left for their gala, the house fell into a quiet that never felt safe. I lay on my bed with the old photograph held carefully between my fingers. It was the only picture of my parents I had managed to keep. In it, we were in the garden of our old house. I was in my mother's arms, chubby-faced and laughing, while my father held both of us. They looked young and happy. So happy it hurt to see. I did not think much time had passed between that photo and the night they disappeared. A loose floorboard beneath my bed had saved it. That was where I kept the photograph, along with a few other tiny things the Hargroves did not know about. Without that hiding place, they would have taken this too. Broken it. Burned it. Thrown it away because anything that mattered to me was something they could use. I traced my mother's face with my thumb. My memories of them were thin now, worn down by years and fear, but looking at the photograph helped. It reminded me that I had once belonged somewhere. I had once been loved by people who smiled when they held me. A tear slipped down my cheek. I wiped it away quickly, though no one was there to see. Then my bedroom door creaked. I went still. The room had no window, no moonlight, no soft wash of silver to help me see. Only darkness, thick and close around my bed. "Hello?" I whispered. I did not want an answer. "Be quiet, freak." Cole's voice came from the dark. My heart slammed hard against my ribs. I pushed myself up on my elbows, every nerve in my body suddenly awake. The Hargroves almost never came into my room. Rebecca said ugly things should stay hidden until called for. When I was younger and asked why, she told me they were doing the world a favor by keeping my face behind a closed door. Cole moved closer. I said quiet. His shape appeared beside the bed, leaning over me. I could not see much, but I could see enough. The sneer. The unsteady sway. The intent in his posture. He was not there because he wanted food. The smell of alcohol reached me, sharp and heavy. Fear crawled up my throat. I tried to sit all the way up, hoping to slide away from him, but he slapped me across the face and grabbed both my wrists. Pain exploded over skin that was already tender from Martin's hand. I cried out before I could stop myself. Cole laughed. "Stay still," he said, forcing me back against the mattress. "Or I will really give you something to cry about." His weight came down over me. My stomach turned. "I have waited for this," he whispered, lowering his face toward my neck. "No," I choked out. I kicked hard, trying to throw him off, but the movement twisted my arm beneath his grip. Something popped in my elbow. Pain shot through me so fast and bright that I screamed. Cole drove his elbow into my stomach. All the air left my body at once. I curled inward as much as I could, gasping, but he held me pinned. Panic clawed at me. I could not breathe. I could not think beyond the desperate need to pull air back into my lungs. "There," he said, sounding pleased with himself. "Be good, and I will not have to tell my father you disobeyed me." I hated him. I hated the dark room. I hated the house. I hated my own fear and the way my body hurt too badly to move the way I needed it to. "Do what I say," he murmured near my ear, "and I will not hurt you more." I did not answer fast enough. He struck my ribs again. Pain tore through the places that had barely healed from last time. I sobbed, unable to stop it. He kept repeating himself, demanding an answer as if I owed him one. I nodded because I wanted the pain to stop. "Good girl," he sneered. He shifted both my wrists into one of his hands. My injured elbow screamed as he moved it, but I bit down on the sound. His free hand went to the hem of my shirt. Cold dread cleared my head. No. Not this. Not him. Not in this house. I gathered every bit of strength left in me and jerked upward. My forehead smashed into his nose. There was a crunch. Cole shouted and let go of my wrists, both hands flying to his face. "You freak," he screamed. "You broke my nose." Blood ran between his fingers. He rocked where he sat, drunk enough that pain and surprise slowed him. I did not wait. I shoved myself out from under him and kicked him in the back as hard as I could. His face hit the mattress, smearing blood across the old fabric. Then I ran. Out of the room. Down the stairs, taking them two at a time, nearly falling twice because my elbow hung wrong and my ribs burned with every breath. The front door came into view. "Please be unlocked." It opened. Cold night air hit my face as I stumbled outside. Behind me, Cole crashed through the house, swearing. "Get back here, you bitch." I ran faster. My bare feet slapped the pavement. My lungs hurt. My head throbbed. Tears blurred the streetlights, but I did not stop. "I am going to get you." Cole shouted behind me, his voice carrying down the street. "And when I do, you are going to be sorry." I already was sorry. Sorry I had ever been brought to the Hargroves. Sorry I had waited this long to run. But I was not going back. Eleanor SPOV. Tears streamed down my face as I sprinted as fast as I could down the street and into the surrounding woodland, my bare feet quickly getting bloody and cut up from the gravel and twigs that bit into my skin. I ignored the pain and forced myself to push on, cradling my injured elbow and my right hand close to my body. My labored breathing caused my ribs to burn and make it difficult for me to suck in air, but I pushed past the pain. There was no way that I could be caught, not after what I had just done. "You can't run from me, little girl," he screamed after me, gaining on me with every stride. My eyes looked around frantically, taking everything in around me and looking for a solution. I knew I couldn't outrun him, especially in the physical state that I was in. The tears continued to stream down my cheeks, and just when I was about to give up hope I spotted something. I almost cried in relief as I spotted a small opening in the trunk of a nearby tree. I just had to hide out in there for a while until he gave up looking for me, and then I could get away from him. I made a dash for the tree inside in relief as I scurried into the opening, barely fitting into the small gap, and held my breath to stop him hearing my labored breathing. My heart felt like it was going to jump out of my chest, and when I saw his feet run straight past my hiding place I clapped my hand over my mouth, in fear that a whimper would escape and give my hiding space away. I could hear him stumbling around for a bit, the alcohol obviously still affecting his balance, and sighed when I heard his footsteps grow quieter and quieter. I always loved playing hide and seek when I was younger. It used to be my go-to game whenever I played with the other kids that would come to my house when their parents came and visited mine. Little did I know that a few years down the line I would be playing the deadliest game of my life. One little noise and I was done. I sat in the roots of the tree for a few minutes as I felt the insects crawl over my feet, sitting silently and straining my ears for any sort of noise that was out of the ordinary. When I came up empty, only hearing the sound of the wind in the trees and the animals scurrying around my feet, I cautiously crawled out of the hole. My head turning in all directions with my wild eyes peeled open, looking for any sign that Cole was nearby. I sighed in relief as I came up empty and quickly started running in the opposite direction to where I saw him stumble, hoping to put as much distance between me and him as I could. I don't know how long I had been walking for, but it must have been quite a while. The adrenaline had now completely worn off and my injuries that were before slightly numbed were now in the forefront on my mind as I pushed my aching legs to keep going. Where I was going I don't know, I just knew I had to get as far away from that place as I possibly could. Away from that house and away from those people. I was stupid to think that I could have lasted another 2 years there. One day I had done something that made Martin particularly angry. It was probably something meaningless like not hoovering the correct lines into the carpet or something like that. I had overheard him mumble something to Rebecca about how he couldn't wait until I turned 21 so that he could be rid of me. I don't know if he meant for me to hear him, but that little bit of information was the one thing that had gotten me through some pretty horrific times there. It meant that my suffering there would one day end. As I walked, my brain wandered along with it, taking me back to that place and back to all the times that they had punished me for something. To all the times that I was starved of talking out of turn, for all the times I was hit because I had missed a non-existent speck of dust on the carpet. I had thought about escaping so many times, even attempting it once or twice, but I was always caught. And even if I had succeeded, where would I go? I knew no one and nobody knew about me. I had never even been out of my hometown before. I sniffed as a lone tear fell from my eyes, but I quickly brushed it away and cleared my throat. I'm so much better off not being there. I'd prefer to die right here right now than go back. As I carried on walking, I slowly started to feel the air shift around me and I frowned at the feeling. I had never felt this feeling before. It was kind of like the air around me was charged in some way, like there was an electrical charge in the very air that I breathed. I frowned. I must be going slightly delusional from all my injuries and the pain I was in. I sighed and pushed on, hoping that I would eventually find a road, but as I walked further and further into the forest I was getting more and more lightheaded. What the hell was going on with me? I stumbled as my vision suddenly went foggy and no matter how much I blinked it just wouldn't clear. Just when I was about to sit down to put my head between my knees, hoping it would help clear my dizzy spell, I felt my spine start to twist in unnatural directions and I screamed in pain. What the hell is happening to me? I fell to the floor as the pain intensified, the pain from my elbow completely overshadowed by the pain that seemed to radiate from inside of me. As time went on, the pain spread, going all the way to the tips of my fingers and to the soles of my feet. I don't know how long the pain went on for, it felt like hours, but just when I thought I possibly couldn't take any more, the pain had suddenly stopped and I lay on the floor panting. I lay there for a few minutes, just trying to get over the white-hot pain I had just gone through. It was like someone had poured boiling hot lava throughout my veins and broke every bone in my body simultaneously. I had gone through pain in my life, suffering through more breaks and beating that I cared to remember, but nothing compared to that. Just as I was about to stand up, I suddenly heard a low growl coming from my left in the shadows and I spun around in fright, turning to where the noise came from. What was that? I then heard another growl coming from behind me and my heart rate immediately spiked as I saw 3 huge wolves came into view. Well, you did say you'd prefer to die right here right now than go back, didn't you? I rolled my eyes at the sarcastic voice in my head. Now was not the time. I stared at the 3 wolves for a few seconds, taking in the snarl on their muzzle and the way their bodies were coiled up and ready to pounce at any second. I froze in panic, not knowing what to do, but just when I was about to turn and run I saw a man emerge from the shadows of the tree line. He stood in front of me and started to make his way over, making slow deliberate steps forward until he stopped just a foot or 2 in front of me. We stared at each other in silence as I took in his domineering appearance. The guy must have been huge because even at my 5 feet height I was still craning my neck up to see his face. Who are you? He suddenly demanded in the silence, folding his arms over his bare chest as he stared down at me, hate clear in his eyes. All I could do was whimper in response as I took a step back with my head held low. wanting to get away from these creatures. As I took a step back, the wolf behind me growled, reminding me that I was completely surrounded, making escape impossible. "Who are you and what are you doing on our territory?" The man growled again as he took another step towards me, shortening the distance between us. I had no idea what this man and his wolves wanted from me, but I could do nothing but remain silent. Rebecca had always told me that I should not even be seen, let alone heard. "You are trespassing on our pack's territory, which every wolf knows is punishable by death," he stated before taking another step towards me, putting me within reaching distance of him. If he wanted to, he could reach out and strike me at any moment with nowhere for me to go. I tried to stutter out that I didn't mean to cross into his land, that all of this was just one big misunderstanding, but all I was doing was making weird yipping noises that I had never made before. "Why the hell can I not speak?" "Shift," he suddenly demanded of me as he stared me down. You could feel the power coming off of him in waves, and I curled in on myself slightly at the sight of him. Martin always looked like that right before he was going to hit me. I didn't understand what this man wanted me to do. "Shift out of your wolf or we will have no choice but to attack," he yelled. "This is your last warning." "My what?" I looked down, confused as to what he was talking about, but when I didn't see my feet, I panicked. My feet were gone, but what was in their place was a pair of sandy blonde-colored paws all cut up and bloody, just like my feet were. I looked around with wide panicked eyes, not knowing what to do. This was a dream, this had to be a dream. "Someone help me please." My heart was going a mile a minute as I started to panic. My breath was becoming short and fast, feeling like no matter how much I breathed in I still wasn't getting enough oxygen into my lungs. My vision started to go spotty, and the last thing I remember was a ferocious growl off in the distance before I lost consciousness and blacked out. Logan's POV. I had been feeling agitated all day, both at myself and at the people around me. I had been yelling at my pack members all day for no apparent reason. Either someone was working too hard and were going to hurt themselves, or they were being lazy and weren't working hard enough. They were interrupting me too much, they weren't keeping me enough informed. It was safe to say the whole pack had been on edge today because of the mood I had been in. I sighed in frustration as I tried to focus on the paperwork in front of me. I had locked myself into my home office all day until the early hours of the morning, not wanting to snap at another person for fear my anger would get out of control. I had never been like this before, this angry and out of control. I had always taken pride in being a fairly level-headed alpha, but today something just seemed off and I couldn't figure out what it was. I took a sip of my black coffee as I ran my other hand through my hair, refusing to give in to the exhaustion that was trying to take over me, no matter how much caffeine I pumped into my system. I had been putting off doing paperwork for weeks now, and it was about time I actually sat down and got some of it done, it being the perfect excuse for me locking myself away. I had gotten about halfway through the pile of papers that needed my signature and approval when I suddenly felt someone trying to push into my head and try to get my attention. I growled slightly at the irritation, hoping to ignore whoever wanted me, but when whoever it was didn't give up, I released my walls and growled at them, letting my frustration be known. "This better be good." "I'm sorry to bother you, Alpha." Owen, one of my warriors who was on patrol tonight, apologized, having felt the irritation coming off me in waves even through our pack's mind link. "We have a lone trespasser on the south side of our border," he explained. I growled in frustration. "Then deal with it, you have your training, use it." Was he seriously interrupting me for a problem as simple as a single rogue trespassing on our territory? Surely something as simple as that could easily be handled without me? "Of course, Alpha, the only reason I thought it was best you knew about her is because she seems rather frightened and hurt. It also appears to be the first time she has shifted and doesn't really know what is going on or what to do. Then it is talking to her now, but with his history with rogues and his temperament, I thought it would maybe be best if you came out here yourself and assess the situation." I frowned in confusion. How could you not know what the shift meant when we've been told all our lives that on our 16th birthday our wolf will appear? This girl that Owen was referring to intrigued me, and for some reason I found myself walking out of my office and into the night air. I kept telling myself it was because she was a rogue and I just wanted an excuse to get away from my pile of paperwork, but I knew it was because it was something else. 16 seemed way too young for someone to become a rogue, and being out there on your own at this time of night was just plain dangerous. "I'm on my way, Owen, please keep watch until I get there," I informed him as I made my way over to the south side of our border. "Yes, Alpha," he replied before shutting the mind link off. Why did I feel so drawn into this situation? I mean, it wasn't like this is the first time we have had a rogue trespass on our land before. Why is it all of a sudden my pack, and me in particular, are drawn into helping this girl. As I got into the tree line that lined the outskirts of our small town, I stopped as an amazing scent hit me and I stopped dead in my tracks. Smelling this scent felt like I had been struggling for breath all my life and I had just had my first taste of proper air, like I could finally breathe after being submerged underwater all my life. I broke out into a full sprint as I immediately recognized what this meant. Mate. I felt like I couldn't get there quick enough, couldn't get her in my arm fast enough. I had been waiting for my mate for years and the day had finally come when I got to hold her close to me and call her mine. I was finally in hearing range of her and I could hear her whimpering quietly as she was surrounded by some of my warriors and my beta, Bennett. Don't worry baby, no one is going to hurt you here, I thought, but as I heard Bennett demand her to shift, I let out an almighty howl in anger. If she shifted and if what Owen had told me earlier was true, she would be shifting into her human form with nothing to change into. She would be naked for 4 males to see, and my wolf went crazy at the thought, not liking the idea of her being so vulnerable in front of so many people. Before I even had a say in it or a chance to think about my options, my beast was unleashed and I heard my clothes rip and tear as my black wolf materialized and sprinted towards the scene. The firstborn in the Alpha S bloodline was always a black wolf. Apparently it was a symbol from our moon goddess, to help solidify our role as future leader of the pack. It also had a hunting advantage to it. It was easier for me to blend it into the dark woods, making it easy for me to hide and attack. When I finally got to the clearing, what I saw had anger pumping through my veins, mixing with the adrenaline that was already there. My mate was surrounded by 3 on my warriors in wolf form, one of them being Owen, and Bennett in his human form, whilst she stood in the center of the circle shaking with fear and cuts all over her body. She looked so fragile and lost in that moment. I just wanted to wrap her in my arms and promise her that everything was going to be okay now that we were together. Shift. Bennett demanded, and I let out a ferocious growl at how he was treating his future Luna. No one spoke to my mate like that, not even my beta. Bennett turned to me in shock, not believing that I was defending a rogue, but I wasn't paying him any attention. All my focus was on my mate as I watched her eyes roll into the back of her head as she passed out. I growled and started stalking towards Bennett, determined to teach him a lesson in how he should treat his Luna, but as I took a step towards Bennett's direction, I saw from the corner of my eye my mate's body start to twitch and contort into odd angles, and I know instantly that she was shifting back into her human form. Bennett was quickly forgotten about as I made my way over to her, making it just in time to lay my whole body over hers and hide her nakedness from the other male's prying eyes. She was so tiny I could easily hide her slender form with just half of my wolf body. What had happened to my poor mate to make her this thin? Look away, I growled at the 4 of them through the mind link. No one was to even look in her direction when she was in this state. But Logan, she is a rogue, Bennett stated, bewildered at my odd behavior. Why the hell are you protecting her? Bennett demanded, confused by my actions, but I couldn't respond. The only thing that was repeatedly going through my head was the word mate. Must protect mate. I felt a presence in front of me and I growled in warning, not wanting anyone near my injured mate, but when I realized it was Owen I quietened down. He had one of my t-shirts and a pair of jean shorts secured in his mouth that I had hidden around the territory. I nodded at him in thanks before growling at the surrounding people to turn around, making sure none of them could see my mate. Thank goodness he had given me some of my own clothes to put on her. I don't think myself or my wolf could deal with having another man's scent on her. Once I was sure no one was looking, I got up off my mate and shifted, quickly putting my t-shirt on her before pulling the ripped jean shorts on myself. I tried not to look at her as I carefully pulled the t-shirt over her body, but I couldn't help it when my eyes caught the amount of cuts and bruises that scattered across her body. I growled again in rage as I quickly pulled the fabric back down and over her legs, trying to cover as much of her skin as I possibly could. Whoever did this to my mate was going to pay, greatly. I carefully turned around with her bridal style in my arms, and rounded on Bennett again, who had turned around at my growls. What the hell happened to her? I demanded. If he had harmed her in any way, he was going to wish he was never even born, best friend or not. He shrugged with a bewildered look on his face, obviously recognizing the look of pure anger on mine. I don't know, man. We were all patrolling when suddenly we heard a girl screaming on our borderline. We came over to see what the situation was, fearing that maybe it was one of our pack members in trouble, but instead find her panting on the floor all cut up and bloody, he explained as he gestured to my mate's sleeping form in my arms. Did you see who did this to her? I growled, some of the anger leaving me when I realized my pack was not to blame. He shook his head. No, sorry, there was no other scent around either. My guess is that she is just a rogue that got into a bit of trouble and this is where her body finally gave up, he shrugged. I growled again before looking down at the sleeping angel in my arms, who could hurt such a perfect and innocent person. Why do you care anyway, man? Bennett asked, confused and not understanding why I was so protective of the strange girl in my arms. Because his mate Owen piped up from beside me and I looked over to see he had already shifted and had already put on his own pair of shorts. I looked back at Bennett and ignored his shocked expression as I turned and ran back to my house. Call the pack doctor and tell her to meet us there, I yelled as I felt everyone run in formation behind me. I don't think I was in any state to mind link someone right now. Thankfully I didn't live too far away from where we had found her, but all I could chant in my head was for my mate to be okay, for my mate who I had been waiting years for, to survive. When my house came into view and I saw our pack doctor's car parked in my drive, I sighed in relief. Thank God she got here quick. It did pay to be the alpha sometimes. I ran through the front door after Bennett, who had managed to open the door for me, being careful not to jar the sleeping angel in my arms, and went straight for my room. I laid her as gently as I could under the covers of my bed, not caring that the sheets would probably be stained with mud and blood because of it. I can always buy new ones if I couldn't get the stains out. What seems to be the issue, Alpha? The doctor asked as she walked into the room after me, carrying her medical bag in her hand and a pair of latex gloves in the other, ready to snap them on. My mate is hurt. I'm not sure what's wrong with her, but we found her like this on the edge of the territory. Please help her, I explained, gesturing to her sleeping form. If the doctor was at all surprised that I had found my mate, she didn't show it as she quickly walked over to her sleeping form and got to work. I sat quietly in the corner of my room on the sofa, not wanting to invade my mate's privacy as the doctor pulled the sheets down and started to lift the shirt up so she could get a better look at her. I don't think my mate would be too impressed with me knowing I had watched her whilst the doctor was doing her exam. It took everything in me to go other there and hold her in my arms. It was practically in a wolf's DNA to want to constantly be physically attached to their mates, especially after first finding them. If the mate was injured in any way, the desire was much stronger, the wolf needing to be with their mate to help soothe their pain. After 5 minutes of the doctor observing and tending to her wounds, she gently pulled the covers back over her and walked over to me. My arms were shaking with the effort to not move, and when the doctor turned to face me I released a sigh of relief. I could finally go to her. While she has quite the list of injuries, the doctor stated not all of them I can treat with the basic kit that I have brought with me. She did have a dislocated elbow through, recently. It was put back into place when she shifted, but as it appears to be one of her first shifts, the body didn't quite know where to put it. I would recommend bringing her in as soon as you possibly can so that I can scan it and make sure it is where it's supposed to be. That way it won't cause her any further issues, the doctor explained. I growled after hearing about her dislocation and held my head in my hands, feeling completely useless and out of control. What else, doc? I whispered, not really wanting the answer but needing to know as much as I can so that I could help her. Well, from what I can tell, she has a few fractured ribs, a concussion, and a lot of cuts and bruises, both new and old. She also seems to have a twisted ankle, so if it is okay with you, when she wakes up I would like to get her to the pack hospital just to make sure there aren't any other injuries I've missed. If I can get her through at least an X-ray machine, then we would know exactly what we are dealing with regarding the extent of her injuries. I nodded in a daze, not knowing how to react to the knowledge that my mate had come from such a broken home. Sure doc, no worries, I'll come over as soon as she is awake, I muttered. Alpha, if I may. Dr. Caldwell started to speak but stopped, probably not wanting to go a step too far after the mood I had been in all day. Yes, doctor? She needed to speak freely with me. The more information I knew about her, the better I would be able to help her. Your mate has obviously gone through something very traumatic, and I can't begin to understand what it is that she has gone through, the doctor began to explain as she looked back at my sleeping angel. I think that it is important that you understand that she may not be completely open with you straight away. Yes, you are her mate, but you have to take into consideration the state that she is currently in. Someone has purposefully done this to her, repeatedly, if the scars are anything to go by. I just want you to be aware that she will probably have some trust issues to begin with. Just please don't take it to heart, she explained as she shifted from one foot to the other. I thought about what she said and I couldn't help but grow both sad and angry at her words. If what the doctor is saying is true, then my mate may be more damaged than what I could physically see. I nodded as I watched the doctor leave, not bothering to see her out as I went straight for my mate, hoping my presence will calm her in some way. Who could do this to such a sweet-looking angel? I brushed her matted dirty blonde hair out of her eyes and tucked it behind her ear, hoping the action wouldn't stir her awake in any way. She was so beautiful I couldn't hold myself back from touching her. Even the smallest actions like brushing her hair back helped calm me and my wolf. Her face was swollen, one side looking raw and painful as I took in the multiple hand-print-shaped bruises that littered her skin. My hand shook at the effort I was putting into not shifting. I couldn't lose control now, not when my mate needed me as much as she did. I reached out and stroked her less injured cheek, the action causing the telling signs of our mate bond strengthening as my fingers tingled with her warmth. My wolf and I calmed down at the action, loving the feeling of fire that was licking at our fingertips. We had waited so long to find her. At 21 I was beginning to lose hope that my mate was even alive. Most alphas found their mate young, not long after we first shifted at the age of 16. It was believed that the moon goddess, our creator and the one in charge of carefully selecting each and every mated pair, did this to help strengthen the pack and give hope and reassurance to the pack's people. That when the new alpha took over, he would already have his Luna by his side. The alpha's mate was usually in a neighboring pack, making it easier to find each other, but when I had shifted and traveled each of the packs within a day's run from me and couldn't find her I got confused. Had the moon goddess not selected a mate for me yet, or had my destined mate died in some horrible accident, resulting in me being forever mateless? When I hit 20 and my father handed the pack down to me, it was a bittersweet moment. On the one hand, I was overjoyed at the fact that my father thought I was capable of running the pack for him, meaning he could retire, but on the other hand I was heartbroken. Heartbroken because the space on my left-hand side, the space that was usually occupied by my mate during the coronation ceremony, was empty. "Where have you been hiding all these years?" I whispered into the dark room as I continued to stroke her cheek with my fingertips. I sighed before looking up at my ceiling, praying to the moon goddess to give me strength so that I could find the monsters that did this to my mate and give them the punishment they deserved. I looked back down at her sleeping form again, intent on looking at her beautiful face all night, but when I looked back at her the smile slipped from my face as I stared into a pair of bright blue eyes, filled with fear. I looked back down at her sleeping form again, intent on looking at her beautiful face all night, but when I looked back at her the smile slipped from my face as I stared into a pair of bright blue eyes, filled with fear. Logan's POV. "Little mate, you're awake," I stuttered, not really knowing what else to say to her as I took in her fearful expression as she lay still next to me. "Are you thirsty?" I suddenly asked as I remembered the pint glass of water I had on my bedside table. "Here, I got you a glass of water in case you were." Why was I all of a sudden nervous as I handed the glass of water over to her? I expected her to take it from my outstretched hand straight away, needing the glass of water to quench her dry throat, but she just shrunk away from me as I held the glass out further for her. I frowned as I took in her fearful reaction. Why would she shy away from her mate? Mates are something we're told about and look forward to finding our whole lives, someone who completes us, someone who understands us, and we them completely. I held the glass out further to her, hoping she would understand that I wouldn't hurt her and that she didn't need to fear me. "Please, little mate, you need to drink to help keep your strength up. You have quite a lot of injuries on you and I'm sure you're thirsty after what you have gone through." Ever so slowly, like she expected me to pull the glass away from her at the last second, she reached her arm out to take the glass, her eyes cautiously staring just below mine the whole time. I just gave her a nod of encouragement and a small smile in hopes that it would ease her nerves a little bit. She was shaking slightly from fright and it killed me to see her like this, but I stayed as still as possible, making sure not to startle her. As she took the glass from my hand, our fingers brushed together ever so slightly, causing the magical sparks to erupt again throughout my hand. At the shock of the physical contact, she yanked her hand away, spilling the water all over both herself and the bed she was lying in. I heard her heart rate suddenly skyrocket and I looked into her eyes to see them on high alert, wide with fear at the realization of what she had just done. My mate whimpered slightly as she started to anxiously clean up the mess, using her own t-shirt to try and absorb some of the water that had been absorbed by the sheets and mattress. Hey, it's okay, little mate, it was an accident," I soothed, trying to calm her heart rate down before she had a panic attack. "The sheets needed to be changed and cleaned anyway, so don't worry about it," I said in the most calming tone of voice I could muster, remembering everything the doctor had told me before she left. My mate froze in her frantic actions of mopping up the water and looked at me through her lashes with her head down, showing the typical submissive pose everyone showed to their alpha. Usually it pleased me when people looked at me like this, it shows me that they respect me and trusted me to look after them, but that look on her just felt wrong. She was my mate, my equal and the only person in the world I would hate to feel like they had to submit to me. I reached my hand out and tilted her chin up so she was looking at me, trying desperately to ignore the slight flinch she had when she saw my hand coming towards her. "No, little mate, when you look at me I want to see those pretty blue eyes of yours, please don't shy away from me." I smiled at her, hoping they were the right words to say, but when she didn't react to them I frowned slightly. She was still sitting in front of me in that submissive pose of hers, and even with my hand holding her head up her eyes were still cast down, making it difficult for me to gauge her reaction. "Would you like a shower before we go to the hospital?" I asked as I released her, accepting that I wasn't going to be getting much out of her. At my words she frowned slightly before looking down at her appearance, apparently just realizing that she was covered in blood and mud and with twigs accessorizing her hair. She looked back up at me again, still never quite reaching my eyes, but when I just carried on staring at her expectantly she gave in with a slight nod. I smiled, happy that I had finally gotten a reaction out of her that wasn't a flinch. "Come on then, let us get you in the bath, shall we? I'm not sure if you can stand properly in a shower at the moment with those cut-up feet and twisted ankle," I explained as I pointed at the many cuts and grazes that littered the soles of her feet. I reached out towards her, intending to pick her up and help her into the bathroom, but as I got closer towards her she froze up and closed her eyes tight, as if she was expecting a blow. My heart broke at her reaction and I retracted my hands slightly as I held them up for her to see, hoping to show her that I meant her no harm. "It's okay, Angel, I'm not going to hurt you, I promise, I was just going to help you get to the bathroom." "I could never hurt you, my sweet little mate," I muttered, hoping to soothe her a little. She was obviously terrified and the last thing I wanted to do was to cause her more discomfort by scaring her further. She stared at me apprehensively for a few seconds, deliberating how much truth there was in my words, but when she nodded her head ever so slightly I smiled, whether it was an understanding or permission though I don't know. She was still obviously terrified and she could barely stay still due to her shaking, but at least she trusted me enough to touch her. I slowly inched forward, not wanting to startle her in any way as I made every move I made slow and deliberate. When I reached her I tucked her recently dislocated elbow into her side, making sure it was out of the way, before slowly taking her weight into my arms as I carried her bridal style to the bathroom. She flinched slightly as she felt me take her weight into my arms, but I ignored her as I was too focused on her weight, or more accurately, lack of. I could feel every bone in her body, as if the sharp edges were going to pierce out of her skin if I pressed on them with too much force. I breathed in her scent as I held her close to me in my arms, as if I could protect her from even the air around her. This girl was precious and I was going to make sure I did everything in my power to stop bad things from ever happening to her again. I walked into my ensuite bathroom and quickly sat her down on the vanity counter by the sink. I could tell she was uncomfortable with me touching her and I didn't want to push my luck by touching her more than was necessary. I turned around to fill up the bath with some nice warm water and as the tub was filling I turned around to face her. There were so many questions running through my mind at the moment, but I didn't know where to begin. What was her name? What pack was she from, if she even was from a pack? How did she end up on the border of my territory and who the hell hurt her so bad? These and many other questions kept rolling around in my head as I looked into her baby blue eyes, eyes that looked like they had seen way more pain than they deserved. She suddenly started to fidget uncomfortably, playing with the hem of her wet and dirty t-shirt as she looked at the ground, and suddenly, I realized that I had been staring at her quite intensely without realizing, too lost in my own mind. That was just the effect that she had on me, she was too hypnotizing for her own good. "My name is Logan, by the way," I said as I introduced myself to the angel that was currently sitting on my bathroom counter. "What is your name, little mate?" I asked, needing to know her name. I bet it was beautiful, a beautiful name for a beautiful girl. I looked at her expectantly, but all I got was silence from her as she continued to stare at the tiled floor beneath my feet. "Please, little mate, I need to know your name," I pleaded. I had never pleaded a day in my life, an alpha never needed to plea, but today I seemed to be finding myself doing a lot of it. She frowned for a second as a lone tear ran down her cheek as she shook her head slightly, not wanting to share with me the little bit of information that I had asked from her. I growled in frustration as I turned away from her, not wanting her to see the angry gold swirl in my eyes as my wolf came through. Why would she not tell me her name? I was her mate, for crying out loud, surely I deserved to at least know her name. I suddenly heard a whimper from behind me and I quickly turned around to find my mate silently crying with her arms covering her face. It was as if she was protecting herself from something, as if she was protecting herself from me. She must come from a bad place if she associated raised voices with pain. I quickly walked over to where she sat and knelt in front of her, hoping that if I stayed low I wouldn't startle her any more than I already had. No, I'm sorry, little mate, please don't cry. I can't stand to see you cry, I whispered as quiet as I could, as if my voice alone would scare her. I slowly reached out and took her hand in mine, loving how the sparks were still there between us. Sparks were a good sign, it meant I hadn't scared her so much that she had rejected me and the mate bond. I'm so sorry I upset you, my little mate, I want to know your name so bad, and not knowing it is killing me and my wolf, I muttered as I held her hand in mine. She looked at me in confusion before scrunching her nose up slightly and looked off into the distance, as if she was concentrating on something. I wonder what was going through that pretty little head of hers? She was gone for a few seconds, but when she came back she looked like she had made her mind up about something, because just when I was about to ask her if she was okay she opened her mouth and I heard the most beautiful voice I could have ever imagined. Eleanor, she stuttered, as if she wasn't used to talking. Eleanor, I breathed as my face produced a smile so big it probably looked like it was splitting my face. I was right, a beautiful name for a beautiful girl. She slight blush appeared on her pale skin before she looked down and slightly to the right of me, trying to hide her reaction, but I gently took her chin in my hand as delicately as I could and turned her face so I could look at her. I could look at her face all day. Eleanor's POV. There was something about this Logan guy that made me feel funny. I contemplated as I lay in the bath that he had run for me to get myself all cleaned up. He was treating me nicer than I had been treated in such a long time, and I didn't even know the guy. Mate. The voice in my head whispered again and I sighed. I had no idea what that meant, but I knew I was going crazy if I was starting to hear voices. Not surprising really when I haven't had anyone to talk to in such long time. I need an imaginary friend to stay sane. Even someone like me needed some company every now and again, and if a voice in my head was all I conjure up then that was fine with me. I sighed again as I laid back in the nice warm water, leaving my feet hanging out the edge of the tub so that the cuts didn't sting too much from the soap. I had already emptied and refilled the tub once so that the water wasn't so filthy. I hadn't realized how dirty I had gotten until I saw clumps of mud swimming around me. I understood why Rebecca would always spend so long in the bath. They were just so relaxing, to be surrounded by nice warm water. I wasn't allowed hot water in the Hargrove house. It was too expensive to heat up, and apparently, I wasn't worth the money. I was only ever allowed a 10-minute cold shower once a day, and they said that was only for their benefit so that they didn't have to smell me. As I sank further into the water, I started to drift off to sleep, feeling relaxed by the calmness that surrounded me. I hadn't been this relaxed and I couldn't remember how long. I was just about to drift off to sleep when I heard a soft knocking noise come from the bathroom door that made my heart speed up for a split second, reminding me where I was. Sorry to bother you, my little mate, but we really should be getting off to the hospital soon. The doctor wanted to make sure she hadn't missed anything when she came to look you over earlier. She also wanted to make sure your elbow was reset correctly after you shifted, and that can only be checked with an X-ray, Logan murmured, his voice muffled due to the door that was between us. I nodded, even though I knew he couldn't see me, before slowly making my way out of the bath and over to the corner of the room where the towels were. I went to grab one of the huge, warm, fluffy white towel to wrap around me that had been resting on the towel warmer and sighed at the comforting feeling of warmth and softness. I was living the life of luxury. I slowly hobbled towards the bathroom door, limping as I put slight pressure on my many open cuts and a twisted ankle. I rested my hand on the doorknob for balance, proud of myself for making it this far, before I opened it and took in the bedroom to pinpoint where Logan was. He was sitting on the sofa on the left-hand side of his room, and when he heard me coming he looked up from his phone with a huge grin on his face. He held out a pair of his tracksuit bottoms and another one of his t-shirt to me, but I frowned at him in confusion, not quite understanding what he meant. I still wasn't completely comfortable using my voice around him, and so I just stared at him with a confused look on my face, hoping he would understand my confusion. I learned my lesson pretty quickly not to speak unless spoken to at the Hargroves, and even then it didn't guarantee that my voice wouldn't anger them. These are for you, he explained as he continued to hold them out to me. I'm sorry, but they are the smallest things that I have in my wardrobe at the moment. I will have someone run out first thing in the morning so that you can have something to wear tomorrow that will actually fit you, he explained, holding out the clothes for me. I inched forward as I made my way towards him, scared it was some form of trick, but when he didn't snatch the clothes away from me I took them from his outstretched hand with a grateful smile and turned around to get changed. I'm just going to go and stand outside for a second, he muttered, rubbing the back of his neck with one of his hands. Why did he look so nervous all of a sudden? He didn't seem like the type of person who would be nervous around people. I nodded my head in understanding, waiting for him to leave the room so that I could change. Once he had left, I quickly dropped the towel to the floor and put on the bottoms and shirt that he had left me, silently laughing at how big they fell on me. The t-shirt he gave me was more like a dress on my small frame, and I had to roll the trouser legs up a fair few times before my feet could finally peek through the bottom, giving me the ability to walk without the fear of constantly tripping up. Once I was fully clothed, I took a seat on the unmade bed as I waited for Logan to come back from wherever he had disappeared to. As I sat, my eyes started to wander around the room as I took everything in. The room had a very masculine feel to it, with black and beige being the main color scheme that ran throughout the entire room. The king-sized bed dominated the room as it sat on the far wall opposite the door to the bathroom. It was flanked by 2 solid wood bedside tables, both with matching golden lamps on them, and an alarm clock rested on one with bright red backlighting, telling me the time. My eyes shifted to the black leather sofa that Logan had previously been sitting on, and then further along to the left where I saw an old-looking fireplace. It didn't look like it was in use and hadn't been used for many years. It looked more like a decorative piece than a practical addition to the room as I continued to observe it. Before I knew it, I was on my feet again and hobbling over to the fireplace where, on the mantelpiece, there were dozens of pictures all in different sizes, framing faces of happy smiling people. There was one photo in particular that drew my eye. It was one of Logan with 2 other people, a boy and a girl, laughing with each other as they had their arms wrapped around each other in a field somewhere. The photo radiated happiness, and I felt a pang of jealousy for never having that feeling in my life, one that I could really remember anyway. I'm sure when my parents were alive we did stuff like this all the time, but I was too young to really remember much about them. A lone tear slipped down my cheek at the realization that I had left my one and only photo of them back in my old room in the Hargrove house. I would never see their faces again, not if I couldn't get that picture back anyway. "Are you okay, little mate?" I silently screamed, not realizing that Logan had come back into the room and dropped the photo frame due to shock. I watched in horror as it slowly tumbled towards the floor and broke into several pieces, the glass shattering all over the fireplace hearth and the soft carpet beneath our feet. I stared at the mess in horror, not believing that I had done something so careless and stupid, before my brain kicked into gear and I started to panic. Getting hit by any of the Hargrove family hurt, but Logan was bigger and most definitely stronger than all of them, and I dreaded to think about what kind of damage he could do if he got angry. I gasped again at the realization that I was just standing there, staring open-mouthed at the mess I had made, instead of doing my job and cleaning it up. I must clean it up, the quicker the better, to avoid more punishment than I would already get for breaking something. I immediately got on my hands and knees, not caring about the fact that the glass was slightly cutting into the skin on the heel of my hands and my knees. The only thing going through my mind right now was that I must clean this mess up and quick, before things got 10 times worse for me. I hadn't noticed that Logan had also dropped to his knees in front of me until after he had taken my shaking hands gently in his, effectively stopping me from completing my task. I froze as I stared at my tiny hands and his much larger ones, frowning at the slight calming effect his touch had on me. I had never been comfortable with people touching me, especially since moving in with the Hargroves, so why all of a sudden was I okay with his touch? It was like my body was trying to tell me something, but for the life of I just couldn't figure it out. "It's okay, Eleanor," he calmly said to me, his voice soft like silk. "It's only a picture frame." He smiled reassuringly at me, but I just stared back at him with wide eyes, not knowing how to react in a situation like this. He sighed before standing up slowly with my hand still gently cradled in his. I stood up with him, cringing at the weight I unintentionally put on my injured ankle, before limping back over to the bed. I could tell that Logan wanted to carry me, that me walking and cringing at the pain it caused me made him uncomfortable, but I'm glad he didn't. I never had any independence at my old house, so I was going to hold on to whatever control I did have for dear life. "You don't have to be scared of me, Eleanor," Logan whispered as he kept a hold of my hands in his, gently stroking the top of my left hand with the pad of his thumb. "I will never, ever hurt you, and I promise to you right now that I will spend the rest of my life making sure that you are never to be hurt by anyone else ever again," he stated with conviction. I stared at him in shock, not really knowing how to respond to such a statement. My heart was going a mile a minute, but this time I didn't think it was in fear like it usually was. A blush was slowly creeping its was up my neck and onto my cheeks as Logan continued to stare at me with such faith I couldn't help but believe him. I think I believed him when he said he would never hurt me, but why? Why did I believe the words of a stranger when I had no reason to? "Mate." The voice came again and I sighed in frustration. "Not now, imaginary voice I have now," is really not the time, I muttered back with a mental eye roll. Thankfully, I didn't hear anything back and sighed in relief. Are you ready to go to the hospital? Logan asked as he brushed a strand of still slightly damp hair that had been hanging in front of my face and tucked it behind my ear. I shrugged before nodding my head, as ready as I'll ever be. I went to stand, but as I cringed again at the pain the still fresh cuts brought me, Logan sighed before turning to me. Can I please pick you up, my little mate? It is killing me watching you put yourself through this pain when there is something I can do to stop it, he begged as he looked pleadingly into my eyes. I thought back to all the times that he had already touched me, to all the times that he has already picked me up and gently held me. None of them had been in a threatening or malicious manner, and every time he touched me he always made sure that I was aware of it and to be as gentle as he possibly could. His touch calmed me, and as much as it confused me, it had to count for something. Could I do it though? Could I let this strange man, whom I just met not hours ago, pick me up and take away the little bit of control that I had left in my life? I frowned at the thought before taking a tentative step towards the door, but cringed in pain again as my ankle gave way. Thankfully, Logan was there to catch me before I fell to the floor, which, knowing me, probably would have resulted in more injuries, and promptly settled me back on my feet. I sighed as I realized I'd have to let him carry me if we wanted to get to the hospital anytime soon. It would be stupid of me to decline his offer of help when I was obviously in desperate need of it. I nodded my head slightly, giving him permission to carry me to wherever the hospital was. I heard Logan sigh in relief before he slowly bent down and picked me up bridal style, probably not wanting to scare me with any sudden movements. I clenched my fists into the fabric of his top, but otherwise didn't make any noise as Logan silently exited the bedroom and walked down the stairs. I didn't get a chance to see much of the downstairs part of his house, but what I did see made my eyes widen in shock. His house was huge. How did one person live in a house this big? I mean, presuming he did live alone, that is. It was extremely elegant looking, and I shuddered at the thought of having to polish the glass that covered one of the walls in the living room, giving the room a gorgeous view of the forest. At my shudder, Logan slightly tightened his hold on me, probably thinking that I was chilly seeing as it was dark out and I was only wearing a pair of joggers and a t-shirt. I should be gotten you one of my jumpers as well, he whispered near my ear as he slowed down to a stop outside the opened front door. Would you like me to get one for you? He asked as he looked down at me. I shook my head, but otherwise didn't say anything. I wasn't even that cold, if I was being completely honest. Logan was like a space heater, and with him next to me I was more than warm enough. After staring at me for a second, probably making sure that I was telling him the truth, he nodded his head as he continued to make his way over to what I'm presuming was his car. The door was unlocked and Logan shifted me easily into just one arm, freeing up his other to open the passenger door and place me into the front seat. Eleanor, can I just know one more thing about you? Logan muttered as he started to do up seatbelt for me. I could tell by his tone that he didn't expect me to say yes, and the fact that he looked so sad about it nearly broke my heart. I took a breath of courage before nodding my head slowly. A grin spread across his face as he took in my small nod, but after that we remained quiet. I didn't really know what to say, and it wasn't like he had asked me anything specific. The sound of an owl in the distance broke the silence between us, and Logan sighed as he ran his hand over his face before looking back up at me. He was still crouching in front of me as I sat in the front seat of his car, and I couldn't help but stare at him expectantly as he looked back at me. Please, Eleanor, anything at all. He smiled up reassuringly at me, but I just remained silent as I stared at him, unable to think of a single interesting thing to tell him. After all, I'm just me. Apart from being able to cook and clean, there was literally nothing else that I could do. I stuttered as I tried to come up with something, but still no sound came out. Thankfully, Logan relented and smiled reassuringly at me before starting to stand back up. Even though I could tell that he wasn't angry at me for not saying anything, I still felt an unwelcome feeling bubble in my chest. It was a feeling I hadn't felt in such a long time that it almost shocked me that I could even feel something other than sadness and pain. I felt upset that I had let him down. I went to grab his hand as he started to close the passenger door and froze as I felt his skin connect with mine. There it was again, that overwhelming feeling of calm as I looked at my hand in his. We both stood there for a second, marveling at the feeling of our hand in the other's, a connection that for once I had initiated. I took a calming breath before looking up at Logan's awestruck eyes, still staring at our joined hands. I could do this. After everything he had done for me, the least I could do was give him a little information about me. 19, I whispered, flinching slightly as I watched Logan's eyes snap back to mine. I'm 19, I repeated, making sure that he understood what I was telling him. It was silent for a moment, the only noise coming from the owl as it continued to hoot in the distance. It wasn't a long thought before Logan released a smile so bright I was afraid it would crack his face. He looked like a kid at Christmas from one of those adverts on the television. "Thank you, my angel," he smiled before leaning down to place a small kiss on my forehead. It was probably the most innocent thing in the world, but as his lips connected with my skin a little shiver ran down my spine and I blushed a deep red. What was going on with me? I looked up through my lashes to see that Logan had frozen as he stared down at me with a fearful expression. I'm guessing he was fearful of my reaction, that he was worried that he had gone a step too far and I was now going to have another panic attack. I waited for the panic within me to bubble to the surface, but when I felt nothing but a slow warmth blossom throughout my chest, I blushed. I had no idea what these new feels meant. All I knew was that Logan had made physical contact with me without my knowledge or permission, and I hadn't panicked. I looked in my lap as I fiddled with my clothing, suddenly finding the fabric of the shirt I was wearing very interesting. Did he know what was going on with me? Everything was so new to me right now. I was having a hard time figuring out what I was supposed to be feeling. I risked one sneaky look up at Logan and froze again as I came face to face with his grin that was plastered back on his face. He knew, and he wasn't telling me. I frowned as I felt Logan slowly get up and make his way around the front of the car and towards the driver's side, still not uttering a single word. He silently put the key in the ignition, starting up the engine with a purr and proceeded to back up out of his driveway. There was a soft hum of music that played through the speakers, but it was too quiet to hear. I had never heard anything like it. It was soft and strong all at the same time, and I found myself placing my hand on the speaker by my feet as I felt the vibrations tickle my fingertips. "You like classical music?" he asked, not taking his eyes off the dark road that stretched before us. We were weaving our way through the trees on a country road as the leaves fell around us. The branches acted like a tunnel that blanketed us from the moon, and the leaves falling like snow as they drifted silently around us. It was very rare for me to experience something as simple as being in a car, and even then I was never allowed in the front seat, always the back and hidden away from everyone else. Like I was a dirty secret that they refused to air. I remained silent as I closed my eyes and just immersed myself in the music that had now turned into a soft melody, almost matching the hum of the engine perfectly as they continued their musical duo. I smiled as Logan turned the volume up slightly so that I was able to hear the notes. It was almost magical. We said nothing else as we continued our short 5-minute drive, and it wasn't long before we made our way to a clearing with a lone building standing proud in the middle of it. Eleanor's POV. I was surprised when we pulled up to the building that was supposedly the local hospital. I had only ever seen a hospital on the television, when Rebecca would watch her soap dramas, but I thought that the shows were based on a little bit of the truth. The building in front of me looked nothing like the tall skyscrapers that I had seen on the telly. This building just looked like any other building in the area. The only thing that distinguished this building as the hospital was the sign that was illuminated at the top of the door stating that it was Crescent Moon Hospital. What a weird name for a hospital. "Are you ready to go, my little angel?" Logan asked as he held the car door open for me, his arms outstretched and ready to carry me into the waiting room. I nodded my head, indicating that I was ready, and let out a little squeal as he lifted me into the air before settling me into his arms bridal style. He smiled down at my reaction before heading over to the entrance of the hospital, the warmth from his chest keeping the chill from the outside wind at bay. "Now the doctor may have to ask you some questions which you will have to answer with your voice," he explained as he continued the walk from the car to the front entrance. "Just be as honest as you can and she will get the examination over and done with as quick as possible, okay?" I looked up him, as I felt the worry and anxiety of having to meet new people resurface. My panic was probably clear as day on my face, but as I looked up and saw Logan's encouraging expression, I suppressed the panic as much as I could before slowly nodding my head. If I wanted to get better, then this was the only way to do it. The sooner I get in there and get this over with, the sooner I could leave. Logan smiled down at me in encouragement as he nodded his head, making sure he didn't jostle me too much as he went to open the main door. When he walked through the open door, the first thing I noticed was the smell of cleaning products and antiseptic that was so strong it almost burned my nose. I sneezed from the intensity of it and rubbed my nose. God, how was Logan dealing with such a strong smell? "Don't worry, you'll get used to it," he muttered, as if he could read my thoughts, and I smiled shyly up at him. As I looked around and took in my surroundings, I started to notice that more and more people, both workers and patients, were starting to stare at us. If I was being honest, I was surprised that this many people were up and about at this hour. It was way into the early hours of the morning, more towards dawn than dusk, yet there were at least 15 to 20 people here mulling about the place. They're staring, I whispered up to Logan as I shrunk further into his chest, needing the security of his arms to battle my usual fear and paranoia that always arose when people paid attention to me. He grinned down at me and brought me closer to his chest, probably hearing the erratic pounding of my heartbeat as it tried to jump out of my rib cage. The sound of your voice is like music to my ears, he muttered as he kissed the top of my head, his action causing a slight blush to creep along my cheeks just like earlier. Logan chuckled, but otherwise didn't he comment on my reaction as we continued through the reception area and into a long corridor. They're probably just staring because they're not used to seeing me with anyone like this, he explained as he gestured to me, or more likely, the situation we were currently in. I stared at him in confusion, not understanding what he was talking about. Seeing him like what? Was he not usually the kind of person to take someone in and help them in their time of need? I found that highly doubtful, but didn't he comment on it. Logan had a kind and gentle aura about him that I just couldn't explain. It was the main reason why I trusted him so much. He made me feel calm and safe. It was the first time in such a long time that someone made me feel like that. He must be seen my slight confusion because he sighed and sat down in one of the waiting room seats with me in his lap. I hadn't even noticed that we had exited the corridor and entered another spacious room. This one was smaller than the reception area but kept in with the same theme that ran throughout the building. Lino flooring, bright orange plastic chairs, calming blue wall and the same nearly unbearable smell of antiseptic. Most people in my pack don't usually see me this devoted to a particular person, he tried to explain, but if anything, it just made me more confused than I already was. He sighed and ran his hand through his hair. I haven't told people yet that you're my mate. I wanted you to be more healed before you officially met any of the pack members, as it can be a bit overwhelming. People are curious as to why I'm being so protective of you, that's all, he shrugged. I frowned, still not understanding what the heck he was on about. What does he mean when he says words like pack and mate? I thought when he called me little mate it was just some weird kind of nickname he had given me, like how I've heard Martin call his friends mates when they came round for their monthly poker game. I shuddered at the memory of the last poker game he had held just over 2 weeks ago. Let's just say that Martin's friends liked to torment me just as much as the Hargroves did. Eleanor? We're ready for you. I looked up to see where the voice had come from and saw a lady on the other side of the small waiting room as she poked her head out from behind a reception desk. I nodded slightly at her, thankful that she had distracted me enough from my thought trail, but then froze when I thought about what she had said. How did she know my name? I had only told Logan that piece of information and I had been with him the whole time since then. He hadn't told anyone. Unless she knew of me through the Hargroves and worked for them? Oh God, what if she tells them that I'm here and they come and get me? I can't go back to that place again, not now that I know what it's like to have escaped and not constantly live in fear. My heart rate suddenly hit the roof, perspiration covered my skin as I broke out in a cold sweat. Hey little mate, it's okay, I'm not going to let anyone hurt you. Not a single person in this building would dare do anything to harm you, he stated as he held my cheek in one of his hands. He had shifted and was now crouched down in front of me. When did he even move? Do you trust me? He whispered, his face close enough to mine that I can feel his breath ever so slightly fan against my cheeks. His touch calmed me slightly, but I didn't allow myself to relax just yet. Did I trust him? That was the big question I kept asking myself. Did I trust him? Do I trust this stranger whom I've never met before to not lay a hand on me, not only that but to protect me from people who do want to? I looked into Logan's eyes, his soft chocolate brown eyes, and I knew my answer straight away. Yes. I don't know why I trust him not to hurt me, but I did. I took a deep breath and offered him a small smile before ever so slightly nodding my head, letting him know that I was okay and that I did, in fact, trust him. My heart started to slow down as I took in a deep, calming breath. I was positive that I had not seen that woman behind the desk before, meaning that she couldn't have worked for the Hargroves. Logan must be told her my name when I wasn't paying attention, I rationalized as I let my fear slip away from me. I trusted him. Logan let out a breath I hadn't noticed he was holding and gave me a smile which formed a cute dimple to appear on one of his cheeks. My heart stuttered a bit at the sight and I suddenly became very warm. When did it get so hot in here? Come on, Angel, the doctor is waiting for us, Logan stated as he stood up with me safely tucked back into his arms. I snuggled into his hold, loving the warmth that came from him. He was just so comfortable, like a heated blanket that cocooned me in safety. I was so distracted by the feel of Logan's arms around me that I hadn't even noticed that we were already in some form of office. It was a simple room, with a desk and 2 chairs in one corner, a bed pushed up to the other side of the room and a filling cabinet by the now closed door. An indoor fern tree sat by the open window, making the place feel a little more relaxed, but I just couldn't help but tense as my eyes landed on a woman in her mid-50s standing in the middle of the room with her hands clasped behind her back. "Eleanor, I'm Dr. Caldwell, it's lovely to meet you." Although she appeared nice when she held her hand out, presumably for me to shake, I shrunk back into Logan's arms slightly and just stared at her. "Eleanor, doesn't he speak much?" Logan filled in for her, thankfully saved me from any more awkwardness, and I looked up at him to see his eyes slightly unfocused and looking straight ahead at something. I frowned and looked over at the doctor to notice that she had the same far-off look in her eyes, before they both snapped back to reality and went to sit in their respective chairs around the doctor's desk. I frowned but otherwise didn't comment on the weird actions of the two, best to never ask questions. "Now Eleanor, I gave you a once-over when Logan took you back to his house, but I just wanting to do a more thorough examination of you once you'd woken up, that way you could answer some questions for me. Would that be okay?" she asked as she placed her clasped hands in front of her on the desk. She had a kind smile on her face the whole time she was speaking, making me feel slightly more relaxed, but when she asked me if I was okay with her doing more tests on me, I looked at her in confusion. No one had ever asked me if I was okay with someone doing something to me before, they had just kind of done it, without concern for me and my opinion. What would happen if I said no? Would she perform those tests on me anyway, even when I didn't agree to them? That sounds like something the Hargroves, or more specifically Rebecca, would do. She would always do things like that. She'd ask to cut my hair and then after I'd tell her I liked it this length and to leave it as it is, she'd get a pair of scissors and just start hacking away at it. She usually left me with some weird lopsided pixie cut which I'd have to leave to grow out a bit before I could even it up. I looked up at Logan for help on how I should answer her question. When he noticed my unease, he smiled a small reassuring smile down at me as he nodded his head in encouragement. I turned back to the doctor and copied his actions, trusting in him that he would keep me safe. "Perfect," Dr. Caldwell stated with a smile as she stood up and walked over to the bed on the other side of the room. "Alpha, if you could just place her down here, then I'll begin with her physical examination." It was a long process, and if I was being honest, I zoned out for most of it. After Logan had placed me on the examination bed, the doctor had asked him to leave the room so that she could begin with her tests. He didn't look pleased with her request and made it clear to both myself and the doctor that he would be right outside the door if either one of us needed him. If I was being completely honest, I wasn't particularly a fan of the arrangement either, but between Logan's reassurance that he would be right out the door and his obvious trust in the doctor, I calmed down enough to get through the examination. Eleanor's POV. "So how did it go?" Logan asked once Dr. Caldwell had completed all the tests she had wanted to do. I was currently sitting on his lap in the waiting room we were sitting in earlier, before we met the doctor. I shrugged my shoulders and nodded my head, not really knowing how to answer him. Dr. Caldwell had been very thorough with her tests. I had gone through x-rays scanning my whole body, physical examinations testing joints and reaction times, questionnaires to determine my mental state, and even an MRI. These guys spared no expense. He sighed and nodded his head, satisfied with my answer. As we made our way back into the doctor's office, I weirdly became nervous. This woman probably knew more about me than I did, and the feeling was slightly unsettling and nerve-wracking. What if she had found something that meant that I was broken in some way, broken beyond repair? Would Logan toss me aside, thinking that he would be better off without a burden like me dragging him down all the time? So Eleanor, I've correlated everything together from today's tests and they've all come back looking good. There's nothing, a bit of rest and plenty of food and liquid 1T fix, the doctor stated, and Logan let out a sigh of relief I hadn't realized he had been holding. Was he relieved that I wasn't injured in any way, or just that he wouldn't be lumped with a mess like me to look after? I just nodded my head and leant back into Logan, relieved she wouldn't be doing any more tests on me. Even if Logan did feel burdened by me slightly, I was going to enjoy every second I had with him until he kicked me out. I had never felt safer than I had with him. "You're quite malnourished," the doctor continued, "so I'm putting you on a special controlled diet so that you can put some much-needed weight back on," she explained as she wrote something down on her computer. "I'd also like to see you next Friday for a catch-up and to see how you're getting on, alright? I've emailed the information regarding her diet over to you, Alpha, and I suggest you stick to it as best you can. Even though you aren't severely emaciated, Eleanor, we still need to be careful when reintroducing certain foods. I would suggest soups and liquid foods until you feel well enough to stomach something more solid." If you vomit at all or you struggle in any other way, please do give me a ring, alright? I nodded in understanding as I looked up at Logan. Would he allow me to go on such a specific diet? Back at that place I wasn't allowed to eat any food that wasn't leftovers. Sometimes they would purposely stuff themselves with the food I had put on the table for them just so I wouldn't have anything to eat. They would tell me I was only allowed to eat when I had deserved it. I would sometimes sneak food as and when I could, but the fear of being caught always stopped me from taking anything too big. When I was still quite young and hadn't been at the Hargroves for long, I was so hungry I had decided to cook off a few extra sausages along with the ones I had been cooking for their dinner so that I had something to eat. Later that evening Martin found out what I had done, and after making me throw up everything I had eaten, including the scraps they had given me after they had finished eating, they didn't allow me to eat anything for 2 days. By the time evening rolled around on the second day of my forced starvation, I was so weak and hungry I could barely see straight. The family had laughed at my clumsiness as my vision blurred from lack of energy. That night they thankfully allowed me to eat some of their leftover food, but not before chewing it up and spitting it back out on their plates. That was Rebecca's idea, and she laughed as she watched me eat it all, too hungry to care about where it had been or what they had done to it. It was safe to say I never tried anything like that again. I learned quickly that you never take anything that they would notice would be gone. They had counted the sausages, and that was how they knew I had eaten some, so after that I only took spoonfuls of mashed potatoes or a few chunks of cut carrots here and there. Nothing that could be counted or otherwise missed. I continued to stare up at the beautiful stranger that had rescued me from the woods. Could I really trust him enough to look after me? No one had looked after me since I was 7 years old. I know I said that I trusted him, and I did, but I had been wrong before. I had trusted the police officer who had come to my front door to put me into a good home after my parents had disappeared. That didn't happen. I had trusted the Hargroves to look after me after I had found myself alone at such a young age. That also didn't happen. Could I really trust myself to know how to trust? You okay, little mate? Logan asked, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear and out of my eyes. It was now completely dry and falling in soft waves framing my face. It hadn't been cut in a while, falling just past my shoulders, and I had never been more thankful for that than I was right now. I smiled up at him slightly and nodded my head, deciding to try and trust him until he did something that said otherwise. There was something about him that just made me calmer, more relaxed, and I couldn't for the life of me figure out why. Thank you very much, doctor. We will see you in a week, Logan replied and started to stand with me still in his arms, but the doctor quickly stood with us and stared at Logan as if she was trying to tell him something. I looked up at Logan to see a slight frown on his face. What the hell was going on with these two? They stood there in silence for a few minutes, just staring at each other without actually looking. It was as if they had both slipped into a daydream at the exact same moment. As quickly as they had zoned out though they had returned, acting as if nothing had even happened. Before you go, Eleanor, I have written you a prescription for a variety of vitamin tablets. Alpha, could you please make sure she takes them once a day? She asked, handing him a small piece of paper. Why did these people keep calling him Alpha? His name was Logan, wasn't it? Unless it was some weird nickname that I didn't know about. Of course, Dr. Logan replied before taking the piece of paper from her outstretched hand and walking out the room with a final nod from him and a small wave from me. Right, let us go home and get you some lunch then, shall we? Logan asked as we made our way through the hospital and to the car park. I stayed silent, not really knowing how to respond to someone who was offering me food. What do you fancy? He asked as he buckled me up and started to drive back to his house. The doctor suggested only liquid food, so how about I heat you up some chicken soup? I'm pretty sure I have some in my fridge from the other day. I stayed quiet. Last time I had asked for food I couldn't walk for a week. It was ingrained into me at such a young age that food was a luxury that I wasn't permitted to have, and no matter how amazing Logan was or how many times he stated he wasn't going to hurt me, I wasn't going to just break out of that thought process overnight. I suddenly felt the car jerk to a stop and I instantly started to panic. What had I done wrong? I had followed every rule I had been told: stay quiet, head down, and don't interact with anybody I wasn't permitted to. My heart rate picked up again and I frantically looked around for an exit. Needed to get out of the car as I felt the walls closing in on me. I tried the passenger door, but it had the child lock on and the other door was blocked by Logan. There was no sunroof to climb through, and without breaking a window to get out I was pretty much trapped here. Hey, calm down, little mate. Please, you're going to start having a panic attack in a minute if you don't slow your breathing down, Logan muttered, but his words fell on deaf ears. I just stared at him wide-eyed, not knowing what to do or how to even slow my breathing down. I had told myself that I was going to trust him, but I don't think my body and mind have the same ideas. I just can't help but flinch and panic every time something looks even remotely threatening. To me, any sudden move was an act of aggression, and for him to pull his car over so suddenly made my mind conjure up memory after memory of one of the Hargroves hitting me, attacking me. "I made a promise to you, Eleanor," Logan muttered as he leant over the console slightly, "and I will reiterate that same promise to you now. There is no way in the goddess's name that I could ever hurt you. I could never hurt my little mate, not after waiting so long to find you." He was looking deep into my eyes, and I found myself getting lost in his chocolate-colored irises, which every now and again seemed to swirl with flecks of gold in them. He hesitantly reached his hand out to me, as if helping prepare and warn me that he was going to touch me, and gently rested it on my face, cupping my cheek in the palm of his hand. His touch was gentle, and warmth radiated over my entire body at the contact. Before I know it, I was ever so slightly leaning into his touch with a small smile on my face, my breathing having now gone completely back to normal. It was like he knew exactly what to do to calm me down. I smiled at him and nodded my head slightly, telling him that I was okay. He smiled a breathtaking smile back at me but kept his hand on my cheek, seemingly not being about to break contact with my skin. "Please, Angel, what would you like to eat?" What would I like to eat? I thought about it for a second, never having to think about what I actually fancied before. The more I thought about it, the more my head swirled with possibilities, but I still couldn't seem to pinpoint something that I actually wanted to eat. I was restricted due to the doctor's diet plan, so after giving up on thinking about what I fancied eating, I just shrugged and looked ahead slightly at the road before looking back at Logan. "Soup's good," I nodded as I smiled slightly at him, trying to reassure him that that's what I wanted and wasn't saying it just because he offered it. If possible, his smile grew even wider and his cute dimple appeared, making him 10 times cuter, and caused the slight frown that was ever present in his eyebrows to disappear. He nodded and ran his thumb along my cheekbone. "Do you know what type of soup you'd like? My kitchen is completely stocked up, so choose whatever you'd like and I'm sure I could try and make it for you." The chicken sounds good?" I said, sounding more like a question than a statement though. "Just chicken? Are you sure?" I just looked at him confused. Did I want anything else? He must have seen the slight confusion on my face as he brushed my cheek with his thumb again before letting go and starting the car up. "I'll just reheat the chicken soup then, shall I?" he asked as he pulled back out onto the road. I smiled and nodded, thankful that I wouldn't have to think and make any more decision. The drive went by rather quickly, and before long we were back at his place. I smiled slightly as he came around the car to pick me up and carry me into the house. I was going to miss this when I finally get a pair of shoes. We made our way into the kitchen and I was instantly in awe at the appliances he had. Back at the Hargrove place they had a nice kitchen, but I was always forced to do all the cooking and cleaning, so I never enjoyed it. Here on the other hand, I can imagine myself spending so much time in here, because it would be my choice and no one else's. "Do you like it?" Logan asked with a smile, obviously seeing my expression. I blushed slightly at being caught and nodded. He laughed at my slight blush. "Well, you have unlimited access to it. I hardly ever use it anyway, so whenever you feel like cooking something you just go for it." I smiled happily up at him and nodded again with a lot more enthusiasm. He laughed again at my reaction and placed me down on one of the countertops before going about making me some food. It was weird, back at the old place I always felt bad about eating, even when Martin had given me permission to, but here I feel no guilt at all. We sat in silence whilst he worked, and once he was done he placed the biggest bowl of steaming hot soup I had ever seen in front of me. Did he expect me to eat it or swim in it? He laughed at my expression and leant beside me on the counter. "You don't have to eat it all if you don't want to. I just wanted to make sure you were full, that's all." I nodded my head and hesitantly picked up the spoon that lay idle next to the bowl. After the first sip of the warm liquid I groaned in pleasure as the flavors exploded on my tongue. The food tasted so damn good and I couldn't help myself as I slurped down scoop after scoop, savoring the taste and the warm feeling as it settled into my stomach. "Eleanor, can I ask you something please?" Logan asked, sounding slightly apprehensive about something. I nodded my head, my attention only half on him as the other half was still solely focused on the bowl of deliciously goodness that was in front of me. "When was the first time you shifted into your wolf?" I stopped eating as my full spoon hung in the air and looked at him confused. What did he mean, my wolf? He must be seen my expression because he sighed and ran his hand down his face. "Eleanor, you do know what we are, don't you?" he asked, sounding desperate as he looked into my eyes. I just continued to give him a confused stare before shrugging, not really understanding what he meant by the question. People? I guessed. He looked at me in shock but otherwise remained silent. Had I answered wrong or something? Eleanor, how old are you again? He continued with his questions as I placed the spoon back in the bowl, unsure where the conversation was going but sure that it was something important. I looked at him confused but answered his questions anyway. 19? I don't know why I said it as a question. I knew my age, but the way Logan was acting made me question everything I knew about myself. For a second a flash of anger washed over his face before it settled into pure hatred. I'm going to kill them, I'm going to murder them with my own bare hands, he growled as he pushed off from the counter and started pacing in front of me. I'm going to rip their pack to pieces and feed them to dogs. I shrunk back in fear as I could literally feel the waves of anger rolling off him. Every time Martin had gotten this mad, he had always sought me out to take it out on me. Apparently, according to him, it was always more satisfying to hit something that would bruise than something that would bruise him, like a brick wall. I couldn't control the whimper that escaped my lips, and as the noise made its way to Logan he froze in both his ranting and pacing. At first I panicked, thinking that I had angered him further by making a noise, but when he made his way over, ignoring the fact that the closer he got the more I shrunk away, he quickly wrapped me up into his arms and hugged me close to him. Acting as if his arms alone was enough to protect me from something. I am so sorry this has happened to you, Angel, Logan mumbled into my hair as he continued to hold on tight to me. I wouldn't wish what they have done to you on my worst enemy, he muttered, cradling my head close to his chest so that I could feel his slightly erratic heartbeat. What was he talking about? I didn't know how to respond. I mean, how could I when I had no idea what he was even talking about? I know you don't know what I'm referring to, but I promise you we will get everything cleared up. For now though, I think we need to have a chat about something you should have known about a long time ago, he muttered as he took my hand in his and kissed it before picking me up and taking me into the living room, leaving my half-eaten bowl of soup on the kitchen counter. Logan POV. It took everything in me to leave Eleanor with Dr. Caldwell as I went to sit in the waiting room. After seeing her worried face when she realized I was getting up and leaving without her, my instincts started screaming at me to stay with her at all costs. I knew I couldn't though. She needed privacy if she was going to answer the questions honestly, and the last thing she needed was me breathing down her neck and growling at every bit of information she revealed that I didn't like. I'll be waiting right outside, I reassured her as I kissed her forehead and went to sit in one of the uncomfortable orange chairs in the waiting room. Did I seriously authorize these chairs? I'll have to look into getting some comfier ones for my pack once I have a spare 5 minutes. Bennett has been looking after the pack since I first found Eleanor last night, not wanting to leave her for a second. She was so skittish at the moment I didn't want to leave her with anyone else, just in case she got scared of her new surroundings and makes a run for it. I didn't know what she had been through to make her so on edge, but I can imagine I will not like the answer once she finally trusts me enough to tell me. I clenched my fists in anger at the mere thought of someone hurting my mate, hurting what's mine, and I had to take deep cleansing breaths before my wolf's anger took over and I destroyed this whole room. Alpha, we are finished. Dr. Caldwell linked me after a few hours of me sitting here, and I sighed in relief at the thought of having her in my arms again. She was like a calming balm to me and my wolf, and I can't imagine my life without her, even though I've only known her for a total of 13 hours. I walked into the office and found Eleanor sitting in a chair in front of Dr. Caldwell's desk. I saw her physically relax as soon as her eyes locked onto mine, and I smiled at the thought that she couldn't seem to spend that long away from me, just like I couldn't spend time away from her. Alpha, I would like a moment to configure all of my data, so if you wouldn't mind taking Eleanor outside for a few minutes, I would really appreciate it, the doctor said as she looked up from her laptop screen. I nodded my head in understanding and took Eleanor into my arms, glad I finally had her back with me, and made my way back towards those uncomfortable plastic chairs. So how did it go? I asked, wanting to find out if the doctor had made her uncomfortable in any way, but she just shrugged and nodded her head, as if that answered all my questions. I sighed and nodded. I hoped she would trust me enough to talk to me soon. Her voice was like music to my ears, and I could hear her talk all day. We sat there in silence for a short while, both just enjoying each other's company, as we waited to be called back into the doctor's office. Even though neither of us spoke, it wasn't an awkward kind of silence, it was more like we were just enjoying each other's company. Eleanor, the doctor is ready for you now, the receptionist informed us after a while as she peeked her head over her desk. I heard her heart flutter ever so slightly when our eyes locked, but she quickly cast them down as she realized I was looking at her. I rolled my eyes and stood up, making my way back into the doctor's office. So Eleanor, I've correlated everything together from today's tests and they've all come back looking good. I sighed in relief at that, happy that my mate wasn't severely affected physically by what had happened to her. There's nothing a bit of rest and plenty of food and liquid one tea fix, she continued. You're quite malnourished, so I'm putting you on a special controlled diet so that you can put some much needed weight back on. I nodded at the thought of my Eleanor putting some more weight on. She was so tiny I could lift her with one arm. I'd also like to see you next week for a catch-up and to see how you're getting on, alright? I've emailed the information regarding your diet over to you, Alpha, and I suggest you stick to it as best you can. Even though you aren't severely emaciated, Eleanor, we still need to be careful when reintroducing certain foods. I would suggest soups and liquid foods until you feel well enough to stomach something more solid. If you vomit at all or you struggle in any other way, please do give me a ring, alright? I nodded my understanding to the doctor but frowned when I saw Eleanor looking up at me with a slight frown set between her eyebrows and a silent question in her eyes. Did wherever she came from withhold food from her? I mean, it would explain why she was so underweight, but the thought made me tense slightly. I held back a growl at the thought and looked back into her beautiful blue eyes, instantly calming me. You okay, little mate? I asked when I realized she was still staring at me, as I tucked a strand of her golden locks behind her ear. She smiled up at me and she suddenly looked like the weight had been lifted off her shoulders. I wonder what she was thinking about right now. I can't wait to mark her so that I would no longer have to guess what she is feeling. Mates can block thoughts from each other but not emotions. I smiled down at her before I realized where we were and shocked myself out of my trance. Thank you very much, doctor. We will see you in a week, I said as I started to stand, but Dr. Caldwell mind-linked me before I could take a step out the door. Alpha, I don't think the Luna has any idea about our kind. I asked her multiple questions that most wolves would know the answer to, like mind-linking, but she stated that it didn't exist. I frowned at her statement that is impossible. When I found her she was in her wolf form and she is over 16, how could she not know? It's possible that she is blanked that shift out from her memory due to the sheer amount of trauma she has recently gone through. You need to find out whether she has ever shifted before yesterday. There is only one way someone doesn't shift on their 16th birthday, I stated, suddenly worried. The doctor looked at me with slight sympathy in her eyes. I know, I just pray to the goddess that it's not what I think it is. Me too, I replied. She has a lot of injuries, Alpha, the doctor continued, to a few new ones, a few a week or two old, and a lot of bones that have fracture lines on them where they've been broken in the past. Wherever she came from, Alpha, it wasn't a good place. My wolf growled at the thought of anyone harming Eleanor and the doctor lowered her head in submission instinctively. I believe it would be helpful for you and I to have a chat alone together. Eleanor has obviously gone through something that some of us couldn't even dream about, and I feel like it would help to prepare you for what you can expect from looking after her, the doctor continued, and I nodded slightly at her in understanding. Thank you, doctor, I said before looking down at a confused-looking Eleanor. I hadn't realized how long we had been standing there in silence for, but just when I was about to come up with something to say to help ease the awkwardness, Dr. Caldwell saved me with handing me a prescription stating Eleanor had to take it once a day. I quickly nodded and thanked her, and before long we were back in the car. What do you fancy for lunch? I asked as I buckled her in before sorting myself out and starting the car. I listed off a few things I knew I had in the fridge, but when she didn't automatically respond I got frustrated. Why wasn't she answering me? I pulled the car onto the side of the road, but instantly regretted it as I heard her heart rate drastically increase. I looked over to see Eleanor trying to open the passenger door, tugging at the door handle several times. When she realized it was locked, she started looking round with wild eyes, as if she was looking for an escape route. She looked like a scared deer caught in a set of headlights. I immediately felt like crap for making her feel trapped and quickly tried to calm her down as best I could. Hey, calm down, little mate, please, you're going to start having a panic attack in a minute if you don't slow your breathing down. I spoke as softly as I could, but it doesn't seem to be working as she just stared at me wide-eyed, looking through me rather than at me. I made a promise to you, Eleanor, I stated as I changed strategy, and I will reiterate that same promise to you now. There is no way in the goddess's name that I could ever hurt you. I could never hurt my little mate, not after waiting so long to find you, I said, hopefully in a soothing voice, as I hesitantly reached my hand out to cup her cheek. I breathed a sigh of relief as I heard her breathing and heart rate slow down, and a small smile graced her beautiful lips. At least I can help my mate this way, I thought as I smiled down at her, happy that she had calmed down and wasn't going to hurt herself. She nodded slightly against my palm, telling me that she was alright now, but I couldn't bring myself to let go of her yet. I told myself it was to help her stay calm, but really it was for purely selfish reasons. Please, Angel, I pleaded, hoping this time she would answer me and not have another panic attack. What would you like to eat? She contemplated for a second before slowly whispering that she wanted the chicken soup that I had mentioned earlier. Whether it was because I had offered it or because she actually wanted it, I didn't mind. As long as she was eating, I was happy. Once we made our way back into my house, I went straight for the kitchen and went to place her on the counter. As I looked down at her, I smiled at her expression. She was gazing around my kitchen in awe, and I had to wonder whether she enjoyed cooking. I hoped she did, because whilst I can cook something edible, I did lack in the creativity and patience side to produce anything of note. After a long day of work, either doing paperwork or training, I would usually just come home and either reheat something my mom had dropped off for me, or I would just make something simple like mac and cheese. Do you like it? I asked, and I got an immediate blush as her response, which I laughed at. Well, you have unlimited access to it. I hardly use it anyway, so whenever you feel like cooking something, you just go for it. It was like I had just offered her the world with the way she smiled back up at me, and my heart couldn't help but stutter slightly at her beauty. She was the most beautiful girl I had ever seen, and I was so lucky that she was my mate. I silently went about making her food, but I wasn't really paying attention to what I was doing. I was more focused on what Dr. Caldwell had told me earlier on in her office. What if she didn't know about our kind? How was I going to explain to her what we were, what she is to me, without scaring her off? Could she really handle being Luna of a pack when she didn't even know what a Luna was? My wolf growled at me at the thought, and I quickly agreed to push it from my mind. The moon goddess had paired us together for a reason. She believed that Eleanor would make an amazing Luna. The least I could do was trust her and go with my gut. I handed the steaming bowl of soup over to her and laughed as I watched her eyes grow wide in shock at the sheer quantity that I had made for her. After quickly explaining to her that she didn't have to eat it all, I watched her devour half of it, barely stopping for a breath. As I watched her eat, my brain whirred with questions, and it wasn't long before one came tumbling out. Eleanor, can I ask you something? Eleanor SPOV. Logan took me into his living room, and I couldn't help but stare in awe at this room as well. Was his whole house this amazing? There was a very soft color scheme that seemed to run throughout this room, with creams and light browns covering everything, from the floors and walls to the soft furnishings. He had 3 huge sofas, each with a warm fluffy brown blanket that was neatly folded across the backs of the sofas. They sat in a U shape, all facing towards a huge TV that hung on the opposite wall, with shelves framing the television, filled with more photos as they littered the surfaces. On one side of the room, on the left-hand side, the whole wall was made of glass, allowing you to look out onto the forest that surrounded the modest back garden. On the opposite wall, on my right, a stone fireplace stood with 2 dark wooden bookshelves that were built into the walls, covered in books. The fire was on and gently flickering away, giving the whole place a warm and inviting atmosphere. I could definitely picture myself having a relaxing nap here. I snuggled into the fluffy cushions as Logan gently placed me into the corner of one of the massive sofas as he went to sit in front of me on the coffee table. He sat with his elbows resting on his knees and his head in his hands, slightly tugging on his hair, looking more anxious than I had ever seen him. I frowned at his actions, but otherwise didn't say anything. I didn't even know whether this was normal behavior for him or not, seeing as I hadn't known him for very long. I hesitated in reaching my hand out to him, wondering how he would react if I disturbed him from his thoughts. The words he told me in the car, about him never hurting me, rang in my ears, and I shook the slight fear away and reached over to take one of his hands out from his hair and into mine. I jumped slightly when his eyes snapped up to mine and quickly went to retract my hand from his, but as I started to, he turned his hand around and interlocked his fingers with mine, effectively trapping my hand in his. I blushed as he brought my hand up to his lips and blushed further when I heard him sniff my wrist before placing a kiss where his nose once was. Well, that was normal. I frowned as I continued to look him over. He had always been so calm and confident before, but right now he looked so lost. I just wanted to take him in my arms and comfort him. I had never had a feeling like that before, but for some reason, looking at him, the thought of comforting him didn't scare me in the slightest. I looked at him in confusion as he stared at me. What was going through that head of his to make him look so stressed and frustrated? Are you okay? I whispered, wanting to know what was wrong with him so I could help in some way. Oh, my beautiful little mate, Logan muttered, still not taking his eyes off of mine. I don't even know where to begin, he sighed. The beginning? I offered with a shrug. It still felt weird, openly speaking to someone without being punished for it afterwards, but I was slowly getting used to it. The best way to get through a fear is to face it head-on, right? Logan chuckled, but it lacked any humor. If only it were that easy, he sighed. I just shrugged my shoulders again and leaned back into the cushions. It seemed like this was going to be a long conversation, whatever it was about, so I may as well get comfy. He stayed silent for a while, and just as I was about to start drifting off to sleep, exhaustion creeping in on me, Logan started to speak. "Are you religious, Eleanor?" He suddenly asked out of the blue, startling me awake. I frowned at him before shrugging. I had never really thought about it before, if I was being completely honest. He sighed before running his hands through his hair. Was that the wrong answer? "Do you know of the goddess Selene, the moon goddess?" he asked, obviously trying a different approach, but frowned again when I shook my head. "Well, she is the daughter of the Titans, Hyperion and Thea, both Greek gods and goddess. Selene controls the lunar cycles, as she oversaw the driving of the moon across the sky every night. One day, as the stories say, she got bored of always being out at night when everyone else was asleep, and so the other gods gave her permission to create a creature of her own, a creature that she could look after so she wouldn't be as lonely." I nodded my head, not understanding why he was telling me this story but interested in it nonetheless. After thinking long and hard about what type of creature she wanted to create, she finally decided on merging two existing creatures together, the human and the wolf. Her thought process was that it would cause the line between light and darkness to blur, as the wolf often hunted at night, and so would cause other animals to become nocturnal, which in turn would give her more beings to look after and give her existence purpose. She chose to blend the wolf and the human together in the hopes that she could create the strongest species on the planet, the mind and cunningness of a human with the strength, agility and loyalty of a wolf. She had created the first werewolf. He looked at me expectantly, as if that piece of information would mean something to me, but when I just nodded my head for him to continue, he sighed with a nod before carrying on with his story. "Werewolves live in packs, with one alpha male and one alpha female to lead, guide and protect their fellow pack members. But the creatures weren't doing so well. They started to turn aggressive towards each other, and Selene's parents threatened to destroy her creation if she could not get them under control, so she decided to give them all a mate. A soulmate. This soulmate would be the perfect match for the other, two halves of a whole, and it gave the werewolves something to fight for. On a person's 16th birthday, they would shift for the first time into their wolf form, and they would be paired with someone by the moon goddess herself, someone who can calm their wolf down and give them a purpose in life." Logan stopped for a breath, and I frowned at him confused. "Why are you telling me this story?" I asked, desperately trying to understand him but failing in understanding the relevance of this story. "Well, Logan stuttered as he ran his hand through his hair. "The thing is, well, the story is true," he explained, looking up at me expectantly. I looked at him before laughing silently. Is he really telling me that he thinks werewolves are real? "I promise you that this story is true," Eleanor, Logan stated, and as I looked into his eyes, and I could tell that he genuinely believed that this story was real. He was being deadly serious. "How?" I questioned, curious about what proof he had. "That's the thing," he muttered. "I have to show you, but I'm worried that if I do you're going to get scared and run." I smiled at how caring he was being. I had only known him for just under a day, but I already felt so close to him. It was a weird feeling, trusting someone. I couldn't remember the last time I had properly felt safe somewhere, but, being here, I felt like I could be happy. I sighed as I suddenly realized that Logan probably won't want me around for much longer. He'd figure out that I was just a burden to him and eventually kick me out, and I'd be on my own again. Sooner rather than later, now that he knew I had no serious injuries. The voice in my head whimpered at my trail of thought, and I shook my head to hopefully get rid of the image of him kicking me out of his house. My heart couldn't live with that kind of rejection. "Show me," I whispered, and started to get up even with my aches and pains, but Logan quickly ushered me to sit back down. "You don't need to move, I promise, just stay right there and I'll show you. Just please promise me you won't run away when you see, okay?" He pleaded, and I couldn't help but stare at him and nod my understanding. Why was he so worried about showing me something? Without another word, Logan pushed up off his knees so he was standing and went around the table so that he was in the large open area in front of the TV. "Promise?" He asked me one more time, and once I nodded my head, confirming I wouldn't run from him, he started to take off his shirt. I blushed as his abs and chest were slowly revealed to me, and the voice in my head made some weird noise, as if it was purring with happiness. I looked down to quickly gather myself, but when I looked back up at him, I couldn't help but blush and swiftly look back down at his sock-covered feet. He was starting to undo his belt and jeans. My body started to panic as I thought of all the reasons why he was taking his belt off, but quickly calmed myself down as I reminded myself who was in front of me. This was Logan, and he would never harm me. I had to chant that mantra in my head over and over again to stop the flood of memories that always seemed to fill my brain when I thought back to that place, and more specifically what they usually used a belt for. I brought my gaze back up again when I noticed Logan had stopped moving, and I found him staring at me intently with just a pair of tight-fitted black boxers on. I blushed again and looked back down. I had never seen so much of one person before. "I'm sorry if I'm making you uncomfortable, little mate, but just look at me for a second and I can explain everything," he said, and as I looked at him, I suddenly noticed that his whole body had started to shake. "What the?" "Just keep looking," Logan pleaded, but it came out more like a snarl with a weird lisp, and that S when I realized that his teeth had grown slightly and his jaw looked a little disfigured. I couldn't really tell you what happened next as I stared at Logan's body change from a man into something else, but when he was finished, Logan was gone, and in his place stood a ginormous black wolf with golden eyes shining back at me. I stared at the creature in shock, not really knowing how to react to the fact that my savior had just turned into a wolf, but as I opened my mouth to ask a question, an ear-splitting scream came out instead. Suddenly my head felt like it was going to explode, like something was desperately banging on the inside of my skull trying to get out. I clutched the sides of my head in pain and put my head between my knees. What was happening to me? I felt hands suddenly touching my back, but if anything it made the pain worse, and I screamed again as the hands took me into their arms and ran me somewhere, but I was in too much pain to see where. The last thing I remembered was being laid down on something comfy before blackness overtook me. Logan POV. As I placed Eleanor down in the middle of my bed, I stared at her with worry. I knew that watching me shift would have been a shock for her, but I wasn't aware that I was actually going to be causing her physical pain. There was very little known about this form of alpha control, where a young wolf is forced not to shift at such a young age they forget that they even can. It is a silent rule set amongst us alphas and the elder council purely because of the problems it can cause a person and their wolf later in life. I walked back downstairs, deciding to leave her to rest, and walked into the living room where I spotted my discarded clothes that I had haphazardly scattered around the room. Seeing them there brought back the memory of Eleanor's face as it scrunched up in pain as she clutched her head. I sighed, upset with myself that I was the one that caused her that pain, before I started picking up the articles of clothing and pulling them back on. I was just putting on my last sock when I heard the doorbell ring. I must have been so deep in thought I hadn't heard them walk up the driveway. I opened the door and smiled slightly in relief as I spotted Dr. Caldwell standing on my porch with a small leather medical bag in hand. This woman was a godsend. "Hi, Dr. Caldwell, please come in," I muttered as I stepped out of the way so that she could enter my small hallway before walking into the living room. "So where is she?" "You sounded pretty worried when you linked me earlier," she stated in a very matter-of-fact tone of voice. She was straight down to business, and for that I couldn't be more grateful. "She's upstairs in my room," I informed her as I pointed in the general direction of the stairs, not that she needed it seeing as she'd been here before. She nodded as she shifted her bag from her left to her right hand. "If it's alright with you, I'd like to check the Luna alone? I don't want your presence to stir her or her buried wolf again, just in case it causes another episode," she quickly explained once she saw me shift uncomfortably at the idea of leaving my mate alone. I sighed before nodding my head. I may not like the idea of leaving her, but I could understand why it was essential. "Of course, please do head up. I will be waiting here when you're done," I informed her as I watched her form disappear through the living room door and up the stair. I heard her footsteps as they wandered into my room, and I kept a close ear on the two upstairs, just in case any of them needed me for anything. I sighed again as I made my way over to the small bar I kept in the corner of the living room and helped myself to a large glass of whiskey. Tonight had been a difficult night, and it showed no signs of getting easier anytime soon. I hadn't slept in nearly 2 days, and it was now starting to show. After a while I heard light footsteps make their way back down the stairs and back into the living room. I quickly downed the rest of the amber liquid that had gone semi-warm as it rested in the palm of my hand, before getting up and helping myself to another. "I have a feeling I'm going to need it." "Physically she's fine," the doctor explained as she came and stood in front of me as I nursed my second glass of whiskey. "It's more her mental state that I have concerns with," she continued as she gestured to the sofa opposite me. "May I sit?" I nodded but otherwise didn't say anything as I watched her take a seat on the edge of my sofa, right where Eleanor had been sitting not too long ago. "As I was saying in the hospital, I feel like we should have a conversation about Eleanor's past and how it would have affected her," she explained. Her physical injuries and the fact that she was malnourished will eventually fix itself over time. Her bruises and cuts will heal up and she will slowly gain the weight back on that she desperately needs to with a proper diet plan. Her mental health through is a completely different issue. She paused as she looked over at me to make sure that I was paying attention to her. Her mental health is tricky, especially after what she had gone through over the years that she was with that family. She wasn't very giving with information when I asked her questions, which indicated to me that she has a lot of trust issues that need to be worked on and looked at. You're also going to have to be very patient with her with regards to some of her characteristics and the way she handles certain issues, she continued to explain. What do you mean by her characteristics? I asked. I'm her mate, hers and my personalities should match up perfectly seeing as the moon goddess paired us together, I explained with a frown. She nodded as she took in my words. Yes, that is true, but a lot of her personality would have been altered, maybe permanently, because of what she has gone through. The list of symptoms for long-term abuse is extremely varied and we can't always speculate how her experiences would have affected her, but be prepared for her to feel tired quite a lot. She may also suffer from anxiety in unfamiliar situations or around new people, making her regress back to how she would have reacted to a certain action or emotion back in that house. Low self-esteem or even depression can be quite common as well. She had probably been told most of her life that she was worthless, and it's very common for people, especially children, to believe others' opinions very quickly. My head spun as the doctor continued to list more symptoms that I should be on the lookout for. My poor Eleanor had been through something so horrible and so traumatic it may have affected her for the rest of her life. Should I continue, Alpha, or would you like to have a short break? She asked me in a soft voice, obviously very aware of the turmoil that was currently running through my head. No, please go on. I need to be prepared for everything that's thrown at me, I muttered as I took another sip of whiskey, feeling the burn as it slid down my throat. Very well, she may also suffer a tremendous amount of guilt for things that may not even be her fault. Having things blamed on her all her life would make her believe that everything that goes wrong was always her fault. This could lead to over-apologizing or becoming a social recluse. It is important to remind her that whatever she is feeling guilty over wasn't her fault and to bring her out of the house every once in a while, without being overly pushy of course. She had been kept in that house, basically under lock and key, for 12 years so she may forget that she is allowed free reign of the area and to come and go as she pleases. This also brings me to another key point that I wanted to talk to you about, she says as she folds her hands in her lap. I believe Eleanor's experiences may have caused her to suffer from something called child regression, basically meaning she has the mind of a child. Being only 7 years old when she was placed into this family means she would have had very little to no social stimulation throughout her years as a child and early adult. She will be extremely naive to certain situations and will not fully understand the full repercussions of certain acts, she explained. I quickly held my hand up, the one that wasn't holding my now empty glass. Doctor, if you're trying to tell me that I shouldn't expect a physical relationship from her anytime soon, then there really is no need. I am fully aware that she is in no state to even be thinking about something as serious about marking or completing the Luna ceremony. I wanted to get annoyed at the doctor for even suggesting that I would force or rush anything like that with my little mate, but on the other hand I knew I couldn't be. Not only was she just doing her job and informing me on what I should be expecting, she was also protecting her Luna from suffering any more than she already had. I apologize, Alpha, she nodded as she looked down at the floor slightly, showing me that she genuinely was sincere. There's no need to apologize, I smiled slightly back at her. I understand that you just want to protect her. Besides, the more I know about the possible problems I will be facing with her, the more prepared I will be in dealing with them, I explained. As much as I hated hearing all the possible side effects my mate may suffer within the near future, it was important for me that I knew what I was doing wasn't going to affect her in a negative way. Please carry on, I said as I gestured to her that she had the floor. Very well, she nodded. I also wanted to talk to you about her speech. She is extremely reluctant to talk to or about anything that is new or unfamiliar to her. It is important that you don't push her to talk when she is feeling vulnerable. Forcing her to do something she doesn't want to or isn't ready to do could actually be counterproductive to our end goal. She has had little to no control over her life, so if you force anything upon her it could cause her to believe that she was back in that place and revert back to how she reacted before she escaped. I nodded as I took in the last of the information the doctor had to offer. It was invaluable and I found myself trying to absorb it all like a sponge, afraid that I was going to forget some of it and do something that will cause her more pain than she was already in. I thought about everything that the doctor had told me, about how she may not understand certain social situations or being in a certain type of environment could cause her to have an anxiety attack. My beautiful little mate really had been in the wars, and I was going to do everything in my power to make her comfortable and better again. All I wanted to do was hold my Eleanor in my arms, feel her warmth against my skin so that I knew she was alive. I glanced upstairs, as if I could see her through the floorboards of the ceiling. Dr. Caldwell must have caught on to how I was feeling because she offered me a small smile before suggesting we continue on our conversation a little closer to Eleanor. This woman really was irreplaceable. Eleanor's POV. What the hell happened? Was my first thought when I came to after passing out. Why had I passed out again? I frowned and squinted my eyes as a dull headache started to form behind my eyebrows. I looked to my right, hoping to find out what time it was, but when my eyes caught the sight of the closed curtains I realized that it was no longer light out. A bedside lamp had been left on beside me, but that was all that lit the room as I looked around for any information that would explain what happened to me. I panicked for a second, not knowing where I was, but as I started to take in more of my surroundings, I started to recognize the room as Logan's. Had something happened to him earlier? I had the weirdest feeling that something had happened with him last night. I frowned again and rubbed my forehead as the concentration was causing my headache throb uncomfortably. I went to get up and try to find Logan, but when I heard muffled voices from behind the door I froze. Who was that? But why would her wolf do that to her? I recognized that as Logan's voice, but why was he yelling? And who was he yelling at? I don't know, Alpha. My guess is that seeing you in your other form triggered her wolf somehow. I will have to do some research on this type of alpha control, but my guess is that because she left the pack's territory the command is somehow having less effect on her. Adding to that, seeing you in your wolf form for the first time, her wolf must be been trying to escape and shift, but the human side of her is still subconsciously following the command. Well, how the hell do we break the command? Logan growled, the sound feeling like it could shake the walls around me. He was so angry, just like Martin or Rebecca when they didn't get their way. I whimpered slightly as memories started to flood back into my brain. Memories of them yelling at me for there being no beer in the house, for not organizing the jewelry box the way it should. I whimpered again as I held my head in my hands, praying for the flashbacks to stop. All of a sudden it became very quiet outside the bedroom door, as if they could hear the internal turmoil I was currently suffering through. Thank you, doctor, you are dismissed, Logan suddenly said, in a slightly calmer voice than before. Alpha was all she replied with before I heard her footsteps retreat back down the stairs and out the front door. The next thing I knew, the bedroom door was slowly being pushed open as Logan poked his head through. I smiled for a second, trying to show him that I was okay, but when I made contact with those big brown eyes of his, everything came back to me. The story he had told me about the moon goddess, him standing by the TV as he started taking his clothes off, and finally, him shifting into a giant black wolf. I whimpered again as the memory consumed my brain, making me watch him shift over and over again like a rerun. I froze in my whimpering as I watched the shimmering gold of his wolf slightly swirl into his eyes, mixing with his normal chocolate brown color. I hadn't realized I had moved up the bed and away from him until I saw the hurt and sadness flash through his eyes. I felt bad for making him feel like that, but at the same time I couldn't help it. He quickly brushed his feelings aside though, and in a blink of an eye he was back to the happy and caring Logan I had grown accustomed to. Even when he was hurt he was trying to make me feel more at ease. It's okay, Eleanor, Logan muttered as he took a step towards me with his arms raised, as if he was approaching a wild animal. I smiled slightly at the irony of the situation we were in. If anyone was the wild animal around here, it was him. Do you remember what I told you in the car earlier, Eleanor? He asked as he took another step towards me, and my heart stuttering as he got closer, my irrational fear starting to get the better of me again. I nodded slightly, indicating that I remembered exactly what he had told me. In fact, it was the only thing that had kept me from running for the hills in the first place. My response brought a slight smile to Logan's lips as he relaxed his shoulders ever so slightly, looking almost relieved that I remembered. Can you tell me what I told you? He pressed. You hurt me, I stuttered. My heart desperately wanting to believe him, but my brain still needed convincing. His smile widened even further as he crouched down by the side of the bed. I hadn't even realized he'd gotten this close to me until he was sitting almost eye level with me. That's right, Eleanor, I could never hurt you. I could never hurt the one person who makes my life worth living, he stated. I blushed at his comment and looked down, not knowing how to take it. When you've been told most of your life that you were worthless, and you'd never amount to anything in life, it's hard to accept compliments. The worst part through was that I actually believed them, those hateful comments that the Hargroves would spew at me when they felt like putting me down. I mean, I obviously had to have done something horrible in the past to be treated in such a way, so maybe I did deserve everything the Hargroves had done to me. I suddenly felt the bed dip slightly and looked up to see Logan sitting at the foot of the bed, close enough to touch me if he reached out, but not close enough for there to be accidental touching. "Do you also remember what happened earlier?" he asked, obviously wary about approaching the subject again after seeing my initial reaction. I nodded before looking down at my fingers. "I remember everything," I whispered. "So you remember about the story I told you, about the moon goddess and mates and werewolves?" he stuttered. I nodded my head slowly, relieved that my headache was slowly starting to fade. Do you remember anything else, Eleanor? Anything about me?" he questioned, hesitation clear in his voice. I nodded again but still remained silent, unable to say the words out loud, that he had changed into a wolf before my very eyes. Instead I decided to go in a different direction. "Why did my head hurt?" I whispered, not sure about whether I actually wanted to know the answer but knowing that I needed to. Logan sighed and ran his hand through his hair. "Well, the doctor and I have a theory about that actually. Come downstairs with me and I will make you some hot chocolate whilst we talk. How does that sound?" I smiled at the mention of hot chocolate and vigorously nodded my head in agreement, making Logan laugh at my ecstatic expression. "So you like hot chocolate then?" he said with a nod, as if he was storing the information away somewhere special in his brain. I just shrugged and held my hands out, ready for him to pick me up and walk me into the kitchen. I could definitely walk by now. All the cuts and scrapes had healed over enough so that it didn't cause me too much pain to put weight on them. I just didn't want to waste a chance of getting close to him. He smiled a toothy grin at me when he realized what I was wanting and quickly came to pick me up in his arms, eager to have me close to him again. "I'm so glad you aren't scared of me, little mate. I don't know what I would be done if you were," he muttered, and I swear I heard him ever so slightly sniff my hair. As he sat me down on the kitchen counter, just like earlier, we fell into a comfortable silence as Logan started to get the ingredients together ready for a hot chocolate. "Do you like cinnamon in it or not?" he asked. I shrugged my shoulders, not really knowing how I liked it. He frowned. "You have had hot chocolate before, right?" I shook my head before shrugging again. The Hargroves always said I was never worthy of something as nice as chocolate. They always loved getting me to make it though, another form of torture and making me inferior to them, no doubt. Logan mumbled something under his breath before turning around to get together the cream and marshmallows. "Well, you're in for a treat then, because my hot chocolates are the best of the best," he declared as he started to heat milk in a saucepan over the hobs. "My secret is plenty of sugar and chocolate Smarties on top," Logan whispered, as if he was telling me some big secret. I giggled at him and nodded in understanding before pretending to lock my lips with my thumb and finger, as if I was telling him his secret was safe with me. Logan laughed back with his eyes shining before turning back to the mixture that he proceeded to pour into 2 mugs once he had deemed it hot enough. One for me and one for him. Once he'd done that, he plopped in some mini marshmallows, squirted loads of cream on top, and then finished it off with chocolate shavings, Smarties, chocolate sauce, and more mini marshmallows with a cinnamon stick coming out of it. It was like a sugar overload. "Voila, my masterpiece," he said in a weird Italian accent which I couldn't help but giggle slightly at. I clapped at his creation before wrapping my arms around his neck as he carried me into the living room, settling me back down into my seat on the sofa. When he came back with our drinks, we both got comfortable on the sofa next to each other and I took my first sip. Safe to say it was probably the most incredible thing I had ever tried. "Do you like it?" Logan asked as he saw my eyes light up at the taste. I smiled and nodded my head enthusiastically before taking another sip. "Well, don't tell Dr. Caldwell I gave you that, all right? Hot chocolate is definitely not on the list of things you should be having yet," he laughed. I nodded again but otherwise ignored him as I took another sip of the sugary drink. I couldn't even remember the last time I had something that was this good. Everything was blended so perfectly together I couldn't help but moan slightly at the taste. "Eleanor, could I ask you something?" Logan asked, suddenly looking slightly nervous. I nodded my head, not really listening to him as most of my focus was on the hot cup of deliciousness currently clutched in between my palms. "Okay, I don't really know how to go about this, so here goes. Have you met your wolf yet?" I froze as I was about to take another sip. My what?" I stuttered, unsure if I had heard him right. "Your wolf," he repeated, staring at me expectantly. What? Was he serious? Did he actually think I had some wolf stashed somewhere or something? Your wolf Eleanor, up here, he said and pointed to his temple. He had a wolf in his brain? I mean, I guess that could make sense seeing as he is a werewolf and all, but why did he think I had one? I wasn't a werewolf. I just stared at him in confusion and he sighed. Was that the wrong answer to his weird question? Eleanor, do you remember the story I told you, about how the moon goddess would gift a werewolf with a mate, to help calm their wolf side? I nodded. Of course I remembered. How could I forget Logan turning into a huge black wolf before my very eyes in the middle of the living room? Well, to help keep her species alive, the moon goddess decided that werewolves could only have mates who were also werewolves. Do you get where I'm going with this? He asked, obviously struggling with his words a little. I so desperately wanted to nod and say that I did understand, but if I was being honest, I didn't have a clue what he was talking about. I shook my head and he sighed, running his hands through his hair. Okay, let us try this a different way, he muttered more to himself than to me. What is it that I call you? What? What do I call you, Eleanor? What do I call you when I don't use your name? I thought for a second before responding in a whisper, your little mate. He smiled. Exactly, you're my little mate Eleanor, my mate. He was looking at me expectantly, but all I could do was stare at him in shock. I was his mate. No, that's not right, I stuttered. You said that the moon goddess doesn't pair up a werewolf with a human. You just said that, right now, I stuttered. He shook his head and leaned towards me so that we were nearly touching. She doesn't was all he replied with. I frowned, but that doesn't make sense, that would mean that I can. I didn't know how to finish that sentence. Was he being serious? Did he really believe that I was a werewolf like him? I looked into his eyes, and saw nothing but trust and determination in them, nothing to hint that he was lying. I stared at him in shock and all of a sudden I couldn't breathe properly, like I couldn't get enough oxygen into my lungs. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest and my hands started to uncontrollably shake. This can't be happening, this can't be real, I muttered to myself over and over. I could hear my blood rushing through my ears and my stomach was filled with so many butterflies I felt like I was going to be sick. Logan was quick to take the hot chocolate out of my hands before it spilled and placed it on the coffee table in front of us, taking my shaking hands in one of his as he placed his other hand on my cheek. Deep breaths for me, little mate, it will soon fade, he reassured me in a calm voice. The sound of his soothing voice plus the warmth he was generating through his hands into mine helped calm my nerves, and before long my breathing had gone back to normal and the butterflies had disappeared. Better? He asked and I nodded my head as I looked up into his chocolate eyes. How? My voice wavered as I tried to formulate a sentence. Logan sighed as he got comfortable on the sofa, pulling me into his arms so that my head was resting on his chest. I could hear the steady beat of his heart, causing me to breathe easy. It was as if my heart was matching his beat for beat, they were so in sync. The doctor and I have a theory about the how. We didn't want it to be true, but it's beginning to look more and more likely. It's one of the worst things an alpha could do to someone in their pack, he sighed. I gazed up at him expectantly, but he was just staring into space with his eyes glazed over. An alpha has complete control over his pack, he said, obviously deciding the best way to describe what is going on with me was through another story type thing. He decides what happens and what doesn't happen with everything involving his pack or territory. One of the traits an alpha has is the ability to bend will. For example, if a pack member is being disrespectful to the alpha, then that alpha can bend the pack member's will to submit to him. It's one of the reasons alphas are so powerful, he explained. There are certain unspoken rules regarding this ability to bend will, for example forcing someone to do something they don't want to do, making them commit a crime. He pauses for a moment, as if he was gathering his thoughts, and I quickly squeezed his hand reassuringly, urging him to continue. He smiled down at me before taking a breath and ran his hand through his hair. One of the worst things an alpha could do is force someone not to shift. Placing that command on someone who has already turned 16 and had already shifted is bad enough, but at least they have already shifted and so have their wolf with them. Placing the command on someone who hasn't yet shifted though is seen as one of the worst things an alpha could possibly do to person. It stops their wolf even coming to the surface, and so that person can never shift, never meet their wolf. It's like ripping a part of someone away from them. What's worse is that because that person hasn't met their wolf is not there to help recognize their mate. Without a person's wolf they will never know who their mate is. I looked up at him again to see him staring down at me in sadness. Eleanor, we believe that's what has happened to you. Your alpha must be placed the command on you at a very young age if you don't remember it. I frowned and looked at my hands as I picked at my nails. Could he be right? Could I really have a wolf trapped in my head somewhere, unable to get out because of some command put on me as a young child? How can you be so sure I'm your mate if you can't feel my wolf? I asked, not knowing if I wanted the answer or not. He kissed the top of my head and my stomach did a little flip. I can feel her, Eleanor. She is hidden away, but she is there, tucked away in a corner of your brain. All you need to do is let her out, he said with a soft smile before burying his nose in my hair. Even if I couldn't feel her, I'd still know you were mine. Your scent alone would draw me to you, the smell of strawberries and vanilla. It's so intoxicating I could breathe it in all day, and if I could bottle it up I would. I blushed at what he was saying. Did I really smell of strawberries and vanilla? How would someone even smell like that? And even without your smell I'd know you were mine, just from a simple brush of my hand on yours. The electricity between our fingertips would light my wolf on fire and instantly let me know that you were mine, just as much as I am yours. He slowly started to trail his fingers up my arm and I frowned at the lack of this electricity he was talking about, only feeling the smallest amounts of tingles. He smiled at me sadly as I looked up at him in confusion. It's because you haven't met your wolf yet. Once you do you'll feel the exact same thing I'm feeling right now, he muttered with gold slightly swirling in his eyes, showing me his wolf was coming through. When? I asked, desperate to meet her so that I could experience these amazing things that Logan was talking about. He just shrugged at me. That's completely up to you and how much you want to meet her. You are no longer under your alpha's control since you ran away and left his territory, and so it's all up to you as to when you shift. You're an alpha, can't you just command me to shift? I asked. He smiled before shaking his head. Unfortunately I can't. It would probably do more harm to you than good because then you'd have two opposing alphas' commands rattling around in that pretty little head of yours. It would rip you and your wolf in two trying to follow both of them. You need to break through the command on your own. I huffed, not liking the answer he just gave me, and crossed my arms. He just laughed at my little tantrum and hugged me tighter to him. You've done the hardest part, so now all that's left to do is just to practice, he said as he continued to chuckle at me. I frowned. What hard bit? Shifting for the first time. When we found you in the woods you were in your wolf form. I'm guessing that it was your first shift seeing as you don't know anything about being a werewolf. I shifted? I gasped, so confused as to why I didn't remember it. He nodded and smiled at my shocked face. Still believe you aren't a werewolf? He smirked. I remained silent, slowly digesting all the information he has just given me. You were the most beautiful golden-colored wolf I had ever seen, similar to your hair color, but with just a hint more gold in it. You were unconscious by the time I got there, but you were absolutely stunning. Still are, he whispered as he tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. I blushed as I looked down, but he took my chin in his hand and gently lifted my head up so I was looking into his eyes. You are beautiful, Eleanor, don't ever forget that, he whispered. I stared into his eyes, speechless. How do you respond to something like that, when you've been told all your life that you were worthless and ugly? Logan must have noticed that I was starting to feel uncomfortable as he quickly kissed my forehead before changing the subject. That's why you can heal so fast, he stated. I frowned at him. What did he mean? Being a werewolf, that's how you manage to heal so quickly. What, did you think it was completely normal to dislocate your elbow and then for it to be perfectly fine the next day? He chuckled. I just shrugged. I had never really given it much thought, if I was being honest. It explains why I managed to survive all the beating I had received through the years though. Not many people could break their leg and then walk on it just fine a few days later. Anyway, enough of the serious talk for tonight. We can do more of that tomorrow, but now I think that it's time for some dinner for you, he stated as he got up with me still in his arms. If I was being completely honest, I was still stuffed from the half cup of hot chocolate I had just had, but I didn't want to upset him, so I just nodded my head with a slightly forced smile as he walked me into the kitchen. Logan's POV. I wasn't going to lie, I was nervous, probably for the first time in my life. I was carrying my maid upstairs and into my room before gently placing her on my bed. How was she going to react to sleeping in the same room as me? I could tell she had trust issues with people, and I didn't want to make her uncomfortable by forcing her into a situation she wasn't ready for. Dr. Caldwell's words about forcing her into uncomfortable situations rang through my head, but I also didn't think I could sleep in a different room as her. My wolf just wouldn't allow it. I stared at her, trying to gauge her reaction, but when I didn't really get anything back from her, I sighed in frustration and turned to get some clean clothes from my wardrobe. I'd have to take her shopping tomorrow for some proper clothes that actually fitted, seeing as I'd forgotten to ask someone to pick something up for me. I'm not going to lie through, I rather enjoyed seeing her in my clothes. I cleared my throat and ran my hand along the back of my neck, not sure how to approach the subject of sleeping arrangements. You're going to sleep in here tonight with me, if that's okay with you? I tried to say it as if it were a demand, but it came out more like a question. What was wrong with me? I was the alpha of a strong pack, but right now I was acting more like a lovesick pup. Looking into Eleanor's eyes, I could see the uncertainty in them and my heart sank a little at the thought of her not trusting me. I'll sleep on the couch over there so that you're a little more comfortable, but I am not sleeping in a different room to you. My wolf one tea take it, Eleanor, I stated, hoping I sounded firmer this time. She just nodded her head in understanding before looking down at the clothes that I had just placed in her hands. She then looked back up at me, and I could tell that she was silently asking me to leave with her eyes. Alright, I'll leave you to get changed whilst I go and take a shower. I'll be in the bathroom if you need anything, I said before turning around and headed into the ensuite. It took all my self-control not to turn around as I heard the rustle of fabric behind me as she started to change into the fresh set of clothes I had given her. I managed to get to the bathroom without looking back though and quickly shut the door behind me before my wolf went out on what he wanted and I turned around. I sighed and leant my forehead against the closed door. She was driving me crazy and she wasn't even doing anything. I shuddered to think about what she would be capable of doing to me once she gains some confidence and has contact with her wolf. She'd have me wrapped around her little finger, or whipped as Bennett would say. I quietly growled as I suddenly remembered that someone has forcibly shut her away from her wolf and therefore away from me as I went to turn the water on. Whoever did that to her should be immediately executed in front of everyone. No one hurts my mate. Alpha, are you available for a meeting? Bennett asked me through our mink link, stopping my vengeful thoughts from getting too far. Give me 10 minutes and then yes I will be. I just want to make sure Eleanor is asleep before you come around. The last thing I need is for her to see him and get scared. After all, he is the one that was forcefully demanding her to shift back when she didn't even know what was going on. Yes, Alpha was his only response before we cut the conversation. I sighed and quickly finished my shower before dressing into some clean clothes and heading back out into my bedroom. What I saw when I came out though made me angry and my heart break all at the same time. There, curled up on the sofa, was Eleanor. She was in her new clothes and cuddled up in the corner of the sofa without even a pillow or a blanket over her to make it more comfortable. What did she think she was playing at? There was no question that she was getting the bed tonight, so why did she go and sleep on the sofa? I sighed before walking over to her and taking her petite frame in my arms and brought her over to the bed. She snuggled in as I brought the duvet up to her chin and I couldn't help but brush her hair back and kiss her on her forehead as I stared down at her. She was so beautiful. I must be been staring at her for longer than I thought because before long Bennett had mind-linked me telling me that he was outside. I sighed at the thought of leaving her as I kissed her on her forehead again before forcing myself to leave my room and head downstairs, quickly making my way over to the front door to let my beta in. Sup man, haven't heard from you all day, Bennett said, slapping me on the back as he walked through the threshold. Yeah, well, I've been a little busy, I replied, a little on the defensive side. Hey, I get it, if she was my mate and I found her in the same condition your mate was in, I'd be acting the same way. How is she, by the way? He asked as he took a seat on the sofa in the living room. My eyes were instantly drawn down to the half-finished and now probably cold cups of hot chocolate that were still sitting on the coffee table, my mind wandering back to the conversation we had earlier. She's not good man, but she's getting there, I nodded. I ran my hand through my hair at how useless I felt and rested my head on the back of the sofa. She doesn't know anything about wolves, Bennett. Her so-called alpha ordered her never to shift when she was a child, so she has no idea about anything. She can't even feel the full effects of our mate bond. I'm sorry, Logan, if there's anything you need me to do just let me know, alright? Bennett said as I looked at him and nodded my head in thanks. So what is it you wanted to talk about then? I asked. If I was being honest, I just wanted to get this meeting over with so that I could get back to my sleeping mate. This was the second time I had left her asleep in just one night and I was anxious to get back to her. It's actually about Eleanor, Bennett said as he ran a hand through his hair. He immediately had my attention and I looked at him expectantly. I got Owen to follow her scent as far as he could, all the way to the edge of another pack's territory. I don't know whether that's where she came from or whether she was just passing through, but I thought I'd let you know and keep you in the loop. I want to find out who hurt our Luna as much as you do. My fists clenched at the recent information, hoping that it was something I could use as a just reason to storm their pack and take my revenge for what they did to my Eleanor. Which pack was it? That's the thing, it's a pack that doesn't really have the best reputation in the world. Just don't lose it when you find out, okay? He asked, obviously a little nervous. I rolled my eyes and clenched my jaw. Just spit it out, Bennett. Her scent lead from the Rising Dawn pack, he muttered, and I instantly felt my blood run cold. The Rising Dawn pack were known throughout the area as the lowest of the lows. Their alpha loved to play dirty and would do anything to get his way. He rules his pack with an iron fist, but no one has managed to get enough proof to get the elders to investigate. The weird thing was, this pack used to be an ally of ours. We helped each other out like for like, but out of nowhere the Alpha and Luna resigned their title and gave it to their current Alpha. My dad, the Alpha at the time, had always found it suspicious that his friends would just up and leave their pack, but he could never get close enough to the new Alpha to find out what had happened without starting a pack war. Suddenly the idea of Eleanor being in the same presence of anyone from that pack made my blood boil, and I quickly stood up and started pacing. I was too jittery to be sitting still. Are you sure that's where her scent came from? I asked. I needed to make sure before I went any further with my plans. I looked into Bennett's eyes as he nodded his head in a confirming yes. I growled and punched a hole through the wall closest to me. The idea of my sweet little Eleanor in that pack made my blood boil. Goddess knows what she has been through if she came from there. There was something else I thought you should know about her too, Logan, Bennett said, unfazed by my sudden outburst of anger, being so used to it by now. And what is that? I almost growled. I could tell my eyes were swirling gold as my wolf tried to make an appearance, but I pushed him back and focused on what Bennett was trying to tell me. When I found Eleanor, when she was in her wolf form, there was something about her that was different. I couldn't quite put my finger on it at the time, but it suddenly dawned on me as I was looking through some of my mum's old history books. No matter what status you have in the pack or your eye color as a human, your wolf always has golden eyes, right? He didn't wait for me to respond though, and just carried on talking. Well, Eleanor's eyes were different. They were sort of gold but also kind of transparent as well. It's really hard to describe, but I'm sure they were the exact color of moonstone. I frowned at him. Are you sure? I've never known of a wolf that didn't have golden eyes. Bennett nodded positive. My frown deepened. I wonder what it could mean, I muttered aloud, but before Bennett could respond with anything, we were both interrupted by a scream from upstairs, and my stomach dropped as I recognized it as my mate's voice. I bolted upstairs with Bennett hot on my heels and burst into my room to find my mate thrashing in bed and tangling herself up in the duvet as she was in the middle of a nightmare. I quickly ran over to her and wiped the tears and sweat from her face as I gently tried to wake her up, hating seeing her in pain. Eleanor, wake up, little mate, I've got you. It's just a dream, it's just a dream, I kept repeating as I carried on stroking her face, hoping to bring her back to me. Suddenly she bolted upright, screaming. Eleanor, it's me, calm down before you hurt yourself. I was doing everything I could think of to get her to calm down, but her mind wasn't registering where she was as she just kept screaming and fighting me, thrashing in my arms. No, Cole, no. Get off of me, no please, as she screamed and lashed out at me. It took me a second to realize that her fingernails had turned into claws, but it was a second too late as I felt them dig into my chest, causing 4 deep claw marks to appear on my chest. I grimaced at the pain but otherwise ignored it as I focused on my mate. It would heal quickly as I'm an alpha, but if she got herself with them she could do some serious damage to herself. Just then the lights came on and I turned around to find Bennett had flicked them on and was waiting at the door, making sure I was alright and didn't need assistance. Eleanor, come back to me. You're here and you're safe, I've got you. I won't let anyone hurt you, I promise, I whispered in her ear over and over again as I held her in a tight hug, ignoring the sting on my chest as the weight of her body pressed into my wounds. Logan? She finally stuttered and I sighed in relief. Yeah, it's me, I've got you, I repeated and held onto her tighter, if that was even possible. She had stopped struggling as she lay in my arms, and after a few minutes she had calmed down enough for her breathing to somewhat go back to normal. Bennett, could you get her some water and the medical kit from the kitchen, please? Sure, need me to get the doctor or have you got it from here? I shook my head knowing he could still see me from the doorway. I got it, thanks. Eleanor, are you okay? I whispered, afraid that my voice might trigger her panic again. She stiffened for a second before relaxing and nodding her head slowly but otherwise remained silent. Want to talk about it? I asked as I brushed her sweat-soaked hair from off her face. She just shook her head and buried herself deeper into my neck. Everything you need is outside your room, Alpha. I didn't want to come in just in case she got scared again. Thanks, Bennett, you are dismissed. Alpha, he replied as I heard him walk down the stairs and close the front door. Eleanor's POV. It was dark. The smell of mold and burnt flesh filled my nostrils as I took a sharp intake of air, making me gag. Where was I? The last thing I remembered was falling asleep on Logan's comfy sofa after refusing to let him sleep on it. He would have probably dangled off the end of it with how tall he was. I went to move my arm to brush some hair out of my face that had started to tickle my nose but hissed in pain as they were held back by some form of chains. Silver chains. My heart started to pound in my chest as I frantically looked around, trying to see if I could get my bearings at all. All I could see though were the damp stone walls that formed the walls of my current prison and a concrete floor with what looked like fresh blood splattered all over it. My blood. I couldn't help the little whimper that escaped my lips as I continued to stare at the puddle of blood at my feet. What had happened to me? "Aw, the princess is up," someone sneered at me from somewhere in the dark. My head snapped up at the voice and I squinted into the darkness, trying to find a face that the voice belonged to. "I was wondering when you were going to finally wake up. I have a little someone here that has been just dying to see you," the voice continued. I frowned as I just about made out the outline of a body leaning against the wall, with his arms crossed over his chest and his legs crossed at the ankles. Apart from that, he was just a shadow, a faceless shadow with a sinister voice. "She is awake," he shouted, making me jump at the sudden volume change. He smirked at my reaction before kicking himself off the wall and turned around to face the door. I still couldn't make out his face, but what I did spot was a tattoo on the back of his neck, a tattoo of some kind of tribal knot that I had never seen before. I frowned at it, following the twists and turns it took, before he moved out of the way of the door and I came face to face with someone I never thought I'd see again. Someone I thought I had escaped when I ran away from that place. Cole. His name slipped from my lips with venom and I didn't know whether I wanted to scream in anger or terror at seeing him again. He smirked at me, obviously happy that I recognized him, and started to make his way over to me. I shuffled away from him, ignoring the smell of burnt flesh as the chains rubbed against my skin. I had to get away from him. "Hello, little Eleanor," he sneered as he grabbed my chin forcefully and brought my face up to meet his. "I see you remember me then," he laughed. I growled at him angrily and ripped my chin from his grasp. "Oh, little Eleanor, when are you going to learn to respect your superiors?" he sighed before slapping me hard across the face. I bit my lip so as not to make any noise. Cole always got a little thrill out of my screams and I had learned from a young age that if I remained quiet the beatings were always less intense. "Now where shall I begin?" he muttered, more to himself than to me. "Yes, I think here is a wonderful place to start," he said as he got on his knees before me and produced a knife. Not a huge one, but it appeared to be very sharp, sharp enough to cut skin away from its bone if he so wished. "I'm going to enjoy peeling your skin off layer by layer as I watch you scream in pain. You've had this coming since the day you ran away from me, little girl. You ruined everything for me and my family." And then he started. I screamed as he proceeded to hack small chunks of flesh out of my legs, feeling strangers' hands holding me down as he continued his torture. Just then I heard a whisper in my ear, a whisper so low I had to question whether it was actually there. Eleanor, it's me. Calm down before you hurt yourself." Before I hurt myself? It was Cole who was hurting me. I screamed and begged him to stop, but he just carried on going, getting a thrill out of my agony. Eleanor, come back to me. You're here and you're safe. I've got you. I won't let anyone hurt you, I promise." I knew that voice. That was Logan's voice. He had come for me. I focused on his voice, just his voice, and before I knew it, I was in his warm, familiar arms. Safe. Logan? I whispered, hoping that he was really here with me. "Yeah, it's me. I've got you," he relied as his grip on me tightened, bringing me closer into his lap. I breathed in his scent, instantly calming me down, and before long my breathing had gone back to semi-normal as I snuggled slightly into his side. "Eleanor, are you okay?" I stiffened. Was I okay? That dream seemed so real. I mean, I was still half expecting to look down and see blood coating my legs from Cole's torture. I breathed in Logan's scent again, grounding me, before nodding my head. It was just a dream. Want to talk about it? I shook my head and buried it into the crook of his neck, hoping to forget about the whole ordeal. My hand made its way to his chest, hoping the feel of his heartbeat would ground me like before, but when he flinched I retracted my hand and looked at him with a frown. Had I done something wrong? It's okay, Angel, it's just a few scratches, that's all. They'll be healed by the morning, he smiled reassuringly at me. I frowned again and looked down to see 4 long, deep gashes across his chest, and I gasped in shock. What had he been doing whilst I was asleep? How? I let the question hang in the air, hoping he would catch on to what I was referring to. You partially shifted during your dream and your claws dug into my skin when I tried to wake you up, he explained with a shrug. Why did he look so happy when I had just hurt him? He must be seeing my confusion because he smiled down at me and kissed my forehead. This is a good thing, he explained, it means your wolf is there in your head somewhere. She tried to come out to try and protect you when she thought you were in trouble but was held back by the command, hence the partial shift. I thought about it for a second before nodding my head to show I understood. I looked back down at his cuts and frowned again. I better get these cleaned up. I moved to go to the bathroom and get a damp cloth to clean up the dried blood that had smeared across his chest, but frowned when I was held back by Logan's arms. And where do you think you're going, little mate? He asked, slightly amused. I pointed to his cuts, hoping he would get the hint, but when he just looked at me blankly I sighed. Going to clean them, I muttered. He smiled a stunning smile at me and my heart stuttered in my chest. God, was it even legal to be that good looking? I've already got a first aid kit delivered, it's by the door along with a glass of water for you, I'll just go and get it for you. He started to get up but I scowled up at him as he started to move. Sid, I all but growled at him as I made my way over to the door and grabbed the stuff. No way should he be moving with cuts like that on his chest, he could rip them open further and make them worse than they already are. He smiled down at me as I sat in front of him and got the scissors out of the bag to cut the rest of his shirt off. It was ruined anyway, so why try and save it now? Once the last of the fabric was off, I went about cleaning and dressing his wounds, making sure I didn't miss anything as I slowly applied the steri strips to his chest to help the cuts heal quicker. How do you learn to do all this? He asked as I applied the last bit of dressing to his chest. I didn't respond as I didn't think he would particularly like the answer. How do you tell someone that you were good at first aid because you were so used to having to do it on yourself on a daily basis? He must be felt my unease as he took my hands into his and lifted my chin up so that I was looking at him in the eyes. Thank you, my little mate, was all he said as he kissed me on the cheek before getting up and going into his closet to change. When he came out he was just in a pair of boxer shorts, leaving his chest bare for me to look at. Mate! Mate! The voice in my head shouted and I frowned as I rubbed my temples, attempting to lessen the headache I always seem to get when the voice in my head speaks. He is ours. Mate. I huffed in frustration and attempted to block the voice out, which this time I thankfully managed to do. Are you okay? Logan asked as he saw the frown on my face. I smiled up at him and nodded, not wanting him to worry about me any more than he already does. I had enough baggage as it was, I was not going to add Here's voices in my head to the list. He looked at me skeptically for a minute before slowly nodding his head and walked over to the sofa. Good night then, little mate, sleep well. My heart rate suddenly picked up at the thought of going back to sleep. What if the nightmare came back? I did not want to live through that again. What's the matter? Your heart's going crazy. I stuttered, not really knowing what to say. Would you mind if you come on Eleanor, just spit it out, would you sleep with me? Logan grinned at me from the sofa and it was only then that I realized what that sounded like. Not sleep with me, I just meant that, would you mind? I sighed, giving up. Don't worry. Logan chuckled from the sofa before getting up and walking over to his side of the bed to join me. My face was bright red and I could feel the heat coming from my blush. God, that was embarrassing. I wouldn't mind at all, my angel, he smiled, kissing my forehead before sliding in next to me and pulling me close to him so that my head was resting on his chest. Sleep well, Eleanor, I'll be right here if you need me, he whispered. I was tense for a second, not really knowing what to do in this type of situation. I had never slept next to anyone before, let alone a gorgeous half-naked werewolf. Just relax, Eleanor, your body still need time to heal, so get as much sleep as you can, he muttered, bringing his hand to my back before starting to gently draw circles on my skin. It felt so nice and relaxing, I was out like a light in no time. Eleanor's POV. I woke up the next morning feeling warm, too warm for it to be normal. Had the Hargrove suddenly let me have heating in my room or something? No. That doesn't sound right. If I don't deserve hot water, why would I deserve heating? As I came to, I starting to take in more of my surroundings and panicked when I realized I wasn't in my room. Where was I? Go back to sleep, Eleanor, a voice grumbled behind me, and I froze for a second, but when my brain caught up with everything and I recognized the voice, I relaxed instantly. I was with Logan and I was safe. I sighed in relief and turned over to come face to face with a still passed out Logan. He looked so tired as I noticed the bags under his eyes. To be honest, I probably wasn't helping this situation with my nightmare and everything else. I mean, had he even properly slept since he found me? I sighed and stroked his cheek, feeling the stubble against my fingertips. I wonder when I was going to feel the tingles of electricity, or whatever he called them, that came with being mated to someone. I hoped soon because I really wanted to feel as close to Logan as he did to me. Logan shifted in his sleep, muttering something about cotton candy, and I couldn't help but giggle at his sleep talk. Who dreams about cotton candy? I smiled down at him, stroking his cheek one more time before getting up and walking down the stairs towards the kitchen. The least I could do was make breakfast for him after everything he has done and continues to do for me. After all, he said I could use the kitchen whenever I wanted. I padded barefoot along the tiled and wooden floors as I made my way into the stainless steel kitchen, where I quickly went about making him the works. 45 minutes later, I was just plating the last of the food up and putting it onto the island in front of me when I heard my name being shouted in alarm from upstairs. I frowned as I took in the panicked tone. Why was Logan yelling for me? Had I done something wrong? I walked behind the island in the kitchen, hoping to put some distance between us, as I heard him running down the stairs, frantically yelling my name as he did so. Eleanor! Eleanor, where are you? He continued to shout as he ran into the kitchen, looking a little panicked. He seemed to instantly relax when he caught sight of me, though. I thought you'd been taken or something when you weren't in bed, he began to say, but trailed off when he got a look at what was in front of him. What's all this? He asked, suddenly changing the subject, and gestured to all the food laid out on the counter. I shrugged a thank you, I muttered, feeling a little embarrassed at his wide-eyed reaction to the food. A thank you for what? He asked, genuinely confused. How could he not know what I was thanking him for? For everything, I smiled as I looked up at him shyly. A grin was plastered on his face, and he ran his hand through his bed hair. God, he looked adorable in the mornings. Didn't he know what you liked, so I just made everything I could find the ingredients for, I explained as I looked down at the ridiculous amount of food I had ended up making for just him. Logan looked over to me with a bright smile on his face, showing off his perfectly white teeth. He hesitated for only a second before he walked over to me, slower than he would normally walk though, which I'm guessing was because of my rigid posture. He didn't want to move too fast just in case he scared me. When he rounded the kitchen island covered in food and stood in front of me, he waited all of 1 second before pulling me into his open arms and towards his chest. Thank you, my angel, I really appreciate it, he mumbled into my hair as he kissed my forehead, showering me with his praise and affection. I blushed at his kind words as I nodded my head, not knowing how else to respond. I was never thanked for doing anything like this at the Hargroves. It was always just kind of expected of me, so I was still very new to taking compliments and people being genuinely appreciative of what I did for them. It was going to take some getting used to, that was for sure. I watched closely as Logan moved around the island to make a plate up for himself, making sure I paid special attention to what he liked and didn't like. If I wanted to do this in the future, I was going to have to know what his favorites are. As I continued to watch him, my eyes grew wide at the amount he was piling on his plate. He had taken a bit of everything, from the pancakes and waffles to the eggs, bacon and sausages. No wonder this man always makes big portions of food for me. Next to his mountain of food, the stuff he always made me looked tiny. Oh my God, these waffles are amazing! Logan exclaimed through a mouthful of food before he quickly shoveled another fork full into his mouth, his eyes closing every time he tasted something different. I giggled at him as I went about heating up the last of the chicken soup that I had been eating. I'd have to whip up another batch for myself so that I had something to eat for lunch, that is, unless I can convince Logan to let me eat something solid. The soup was amazing, but after staring at the amount of food that was in front of me and not being able to eat any of it yet, I just wanted something solid. So what did you want to do today? Logan asked around a mouth full of chocolate chip and peanut butter pancakes. I just shrugged and went back to preparing my food, taking it out of the microwave once the beeper had gone off. I never really had much free time in the past, and even when I did, I was never allowed to do anything like most people. Even when I did have a spare 5 minutes after I had finished all my chores for the day, I was never allowed to go outside or watch some television. I would usually escape the household by hiding myself in my room and looking at my small box of treasures that I kept hidden in a loose floorboard under my bed. I didn't have much, just the old photo of my parents, a necklace I had been wearing when I had been taken from my old house, and a book that I had taken from the rubbish bin when Rebecca had thrown it out. I had thankfully already been taught the basics of reading, and so with the help of the stolen book I had managed to teach myself a few other words. I knew I was extremely behind in both reading and writing for my age group though. I wonder if Logan wouldn't mind teaching me? I could take you to the mall and get you some of your own clothes if you'd like. That way you wouldn't have to keep wearing my oversized things anymore, he laughed as he looked me over. I was wearing another one of his t-shirts and a pair of tracksuit bottoms, but the top was so big it was more like a dress on me, and the bottoms were rolled up a number of times so that my bare feet were able to poke through the bottom. I stuttered for a second, wondering if I was up for something like that. One look at Logan's encouraging face though made my mind up for me. You'll come with me? I questioned. I knew I would only be able to deal with such a scenery change with him by my side. He smiled reassuringly at me, thankfully after he finished swallowing his previous mouthful. Of course I will, you can't get rid of me that easily, he joked. I smiled at him and took a sip of soup from off my spoon. I wonder what I'll get from the shops. I hope it's easy shopping, I've never done it before. I've seen snippets of TV shows and films when I was doing some housework in the living room, but that was my only point of reference when it came to buying clothes. It looked like the girls doing it were having a lot of fun, picking out different tops and shoes that they liked. I just hope it was the same for me. I got up to clear Logan's plate once I was sure he was finished, but when he took it back out of my hands, along with my own, I frowned at him in confusion. It's not your job to cook and clean anymore, Eleanor, you don't have to do everything on your own anymore, he explained as he walked over to the sink and started cleaning up. I smiled at his back, slightly overwhelmed by his generosity. Logan, a voice suddenly shouted from the front door as they made their way inside. Logan, where the hell are you? I looked over at him in panic. Who was this person? I quickly edged over to him and slightly hid behind his body as the footsteps got closer. In here, Sophie, Logan replied as he took my hand in his, obviously sensing my nerves. His hands were wet and soapy, but I didn't care. The feel of his skin on mine was enough to calm my racing heart down slightly. Am I interrupting something? There's a strange new scent all around your house, the voice spoke, but suddenly broke off as a girl, not much older than me, came into the kitchen and spotted me. You going to introduce me? She asked, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. Logan sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Eleanor, this is Sophie, my sister. Sophie, this is Eleanor, my mate. I didn't know you had found your mate. Sophie squealed and I cringed slightly at the high-pitched squeal. Hi, I'm Sophie, it's so lovely to meet you, she squealed again and started to quickly make her way around the island and towards me. I shrunk away from her and into the back of Logan, not understanding what she was doing. Her loud screams told me that she was unhappy or scared about something, but her smiling expression and the fact that she couldn't stand still said that she was happy. How could someone be happy and sad? I felt Logan turn around slightly until I was now facing his chest instead of his back. She's not going to hurt you, little mate, Logan whispered in my ear as he brought his arms around me in a comforting hug. She just wants to say hi to you properly, that's all. Remember what I told you? No one here in this pack is ever going to hurt you, he reassured me. I nodded my head in understanding and he kissed me on the forehead with an encouraging smile. Maybe she screamed when she was happy as well as sad? Eleanor is a little shy around people at the moment, especially strangers, so why don't I call you tonight and we can catch up, Logan said as he turned to talk to his sister, not releasing me from his warm embrace. Sure, I guess, Sophie muttered, obviously upset about something I was unaware of. What are you doing today anyway? Why can't we catch up now? Logan sighed, because we are going shopping today to get Eleanor some clothes. She's probably fed up of wearing my stuff by now. I looked over at Sophie to see her eyes light up at the mention of the word shopping, but she was holding herself back out of respect for me and her brother. Can I come with you guys? She whispered. Logan sighed again, looking uncomfortable. Maybe another time, okay, Soph? I couldn't help but feel guilty at the sad look on Sophie's face. She only wanted to hang out with her brother and it was all because of me that she wasn't able to. I took a deep breath and prepared myself to say the words I may very well regret later. You can come. Sophie's face immediately lit up like the lights at Christmas Day and she started jumping up and down whilst clapping her hands. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. I'll get to show you all of my favorite shops and what your color wheel is and the different types of cuts you'll be needing. I've always wanted a sister and now I've actually got one, Sophie continued to squeal as she clapped her hands. This girl sure did squeal a lot, and not in fear or pain like I usually did. You have no idea what you have just let yourself in for, Logan mutters with a chuckle. It couldn't be that bad, could it? Logan's POV. To say I was bored was an understatement. This was supposed to be mine and my mate's first outing together, but Sophie had to come in at the exact moment she did and find out what we were doing. If shopping was an Olympic sport, I'm sure she would bring home the gold. The only thing getting me through the day was watching my mate's face light up when she spotted something she liked. I could tell she was uncomfortable spending any form of money though. She would see something she liked, look at the price tag and then put it back. What she didn't know was that I was walking behind her, secretly repicking it up and giving it to a nearby shop worker to pack into bags. My mate deserves the best, and whatever she wanted she got. What about this? Sophie asked as she held up a crop top for Eleanor to see. It showed too much skin for my liking and I was just about to make my opinion known when I looked over and saw Eleanor's eyes widen. She liked it. Damn, okay, well it could just be put in the pile of other inappropriate clothing that would be solely for my viewing. There is no way I was letting unmated males from my pack get a good view of her body. She was for my eyes only, just like I was for her. I grinned at the thought of seeing my mate in just the light blue crop top and a pair of short shorts. Now that would be a sight to see, and by the growl my wolf just released in my head I could tell that he agreed. I looked over at my mate again and walked over to her, hugging her from behind. Are you enjoying yourself, baby? I whispered in her ear and I couldn't help but grin as I felt her shudder slightly. She may not feel the full effect of the mate bond, but she was still attracted to me. The doctor's words suddenly came rushing back to me, about her not being mentally ready for any kind of mating or marking yet, but her response made me doubt that ever so slightly. The response I got was a quiet hum as she leaned back into me. She may have been enjoying the cuddle I was giving her, but I could tell that something was up. Something was holding her back from fully enjoying her first shopping experience, and I wanted to know what it was so that I could fix it for her. What's the matter? She just shrugged and pulled away from me, walking in the opposite direction of the store and towards the exit. I signaled the sales assistant that we were done and to start ringing everything up as I followed my maid outside the store. I found her leaning against the railing outside the store with the cutest little V sitting in between her eyebrows. What's the matter, little mate? I thought you were enjoying yourself. I asked as I brought her into a hug. She still wasn't completely used to all the gentle physical contact and tensed slightly as I brought her to my chest, but relaxed after a second or two. I am. She nodded and I looked down to see her staring at nothing. Then what's the matter? I didn't like to see my maid upset. I would move mountains if it meant I got to see her beautiful smile every day. It's too much was all she replied with as she shrugged, as if I would understand what that meant. I frowned. What's too much? Money, she sighed. I chuckled and brought her tighter to my chest. I was so used to girls throwing themselves at me for my title and money. It seems funny to me that my mate, the one that gets it, is the one that doesn't really want it. Trust me, baby, you are worth every penny that I have and will spend on you today. Money is the least of your worries. I thought that would have made her feel better, but if anything, it just made her frown deepen. I can't pay you back, she muttered. I sighed as I tightened my arms around her. I don't want you to pay me back, Eleanor. It is my job not only as your mate but also as the alpha to look after you, and that is what I intend to do. I smiled, kissing her forehead. She remained silent and I sighed. Why did she not understand that I didn't want her to pay me back? Even the thought of her trying to push money at me made me mad. I was her mate. It was my job to look after her and give her everything her heart desired. I tell you what, why don't you pay me back by cooking dinner tonight? I can't really cook, so I usually get takeout or eat leftover food my mom drops off for me, but I would love it 10 times more if it was cooked by you. She contemplated it for a second before nodding her head, satisfied with the deal, and I sighed in relief. If you guys are finished being all lovey-dovey over there, I'd like to move on to the next store, please, Sophie said as she made her way out the store and into another. This was going to be a long day. When we got home, both myself and Eleanor crashed straight away on the sofa, exhausted from the day. Who knew shopping could be so tiring? So Eleanor, did you want me to help you organize your wardrobe for you? What would you prefer, having everything organized into seasons, colors, or styles? Sophie jabbered on and I sighed in exhaustion. How did she still have energy after walking about 1,000,000 steps? I looked down at my maid to see that she was half passed out on my shoulder and I smiled, admiring how cute she looked. She was always ever so slightly tense when she was awake, like she was always preparing herself for something, but when she sleeps, she is so relaxed. Sophie, I think we're going to call it a day actually, I said, saving Eleanor from her. Knowing my little mate, she would battle through her tiredness just to make someone else happy. I'm shattered and so is Eleanor, so we're just going to go for a nap before dinner. Fine, Sophie huffed, obviously not impressed with our shopping stamina as she picked up a few of her own shopping back and headed towards the door. Ellie, I'm just a mind link away if you need any help with anything or just want someone to talk to, okay? She only got a hum in response from Eleanor before she walked out the front door, taking her few purchased items with her. Come on then, I think it's time for you to have a nap. I chuckled as her head kept slowly falling off my shoulder, shocking herself awake every time. I picked her up and carried her up the stairs easily, she was still so light. I grumbled at that thought before shaking my head and walking into my room. All of Eleanor's shopping bags were in here, lined up against the wardrobe door, and I smiled at the thought that the other side of my wardrobe would finally be filled with my mate's things. There wouldn't be just an empty cloth rail taunting me every time I walked into my closet to get some clothes. I placed her down on her side of the bed and brought the covers up over her once I had taken her shoes and socks off. That's right, she officially had a side of the bed and I couldn't be happier. I sat down beside her and stroked the hair from her face. I had gotten so lucky having her as my mate, I could not picture anyone more perfect. In the end I had ordered takeout for dinner. I didn't think Eleanor would have been up for cooking tonight, even though that was what we agreed on. If she was that insistent on cooking dinner for me, then she could just do it some other night when she wasn't so tired. I went to answer the door to collect the pizza and Chinese-style soup I had ordered for Eleanor. That's right, 2 different types of food delivered in one order. It really did pay to be the alpha. I clutched the food in my hands so as not to drop any of it as I stopped in the kitchen to get a spoon for her before heading back up to my room. Takeout soup probably wasn't the best thing for her to eat, but it was the best I could do on such short notice, seeing as she finished the last of the chicken soup this morning. I walked into the bedroom, making sure the door didn't make any noise behind me, and smiled when I found her hugging my pillow close to her chest. She felt my absence even in her sleep. I walked over to her, putting the food on a nearby table, as I went past and sat on the edge of the bed. Goddess, I was lucky. I stroked the hair off her face and marveled at how soft it felt. I could run my hands through her hair all day long and never get bored. I moved it slightly off her neck and stroked her skin down towards the area on her neck I would eventually mark. I couldn't wait for the day that I could call her mine, but I knew she wasn't ready for that yet. I would wait until the day she was ready. I'd wait an eternity if I had to. She stirred in her sleep, causing the duvet to shift down her body and her shirt to ride up slightly, and I was just about to look away when I spotted something that made me freeze. Across her stomach and back were small little lines covering her body, little scars that couldn't be seen unless you were looking closely. I ran my fingers over the few that I could see and growled as I felt the raised skin under my fingertips. Someone had hurt my mate so bad it had actually scarred. I lifted her shirt up slightly further and I couldn't help the snarl that escaped my lips as I saw more and more scars the higher her shirt went. Someone had used all manner of objects to injure her, and the more I thought about it the louder my wolf got. I was fighting for control, with both my wolf and myself. We both so desperately wanted to track down the lowlifes that dared to hurt my mate, but we both froze in our murderous rants with each other as we looked down to find Eleanor frozen on the bed with her eyes wide open, staring at me. It wasn't the fact that she had woken up that made us freeze, but it was more the fact that the color of her eyes were nothing like the baby blues I had come to love. I was looking into a pair of almost glowing pearlescent eyes that were staring at me in both curiosity and fear. My wolf was going crazy in my head. He hadn't acted like this since we had first laid eyes on our mate in the woods. Who I was staring at right now wasn't my Eleanor at all, it was her wolf. Eleanor? I whispered as I slowly removed my hand from her skin and held them up for her to see that I was unarmed and that I had no intention of hurting her. A little growl escaped her lips, and before I could blink she was suddenly up in some form of crouch position, ready to defend herself from me if she needed to. Eleanor, it's me, Logan, just calm down and I will explain everything. Her teeth and claws were slightly extended as she slowly started to advance on me, the growl not letting up even an inch as I tried to calm her. I didn't know how to treat this. If this was a pup in my pack that was newly shifted, I would just use my alpha control on them to calm them down. But this wasn't a young pup, this was my Eleanor. Not only was she not a part of my pack yet, she was also my mate, and I didn't want to hurt her like that. I couldn't hurt her like that. She had already had some serious mind control put on her once in her life, and I didn't want to break her trust in me by using it again. My wolf was going crazy in my head, and at first I was trying to block him out, not having enough patience to deal with him as well as Eleanor, but when he started shouting mate in my head, I eased my control on him and started to listen. Mate, mate. Let me out to calm down, mate. I thought about it for a second, not knowing what would happen if I let my wolf out with Eleanor being so close to me, but at that thought my wolf growled at me. Not to harm mate, never to harm mate. I looked back at Eleanor again to see her still in her crouched position on the bed, showing no signs of calming down. Fine, but if you hurt her you're not come out for a run for a long time. He just kept repeating the word mate in my head, and that was enough for me to let him out. I was never a fan of letting my wolf take the reins when I was still in human form. I felt out of control, and for an alpha, that was a hard thing to feel. As I let my wolf slowly surface, I looked at Eleanor through my now golden eyes, and she suddenly froze. She regarded me for a second with her head slightly tilted, unsure on how to process what was in front of her, but when she inched forward and sniffed the air slightly, she sprang towards me and collided into me. Mate, she growled through her canines and tackled me to the ground, rubbing her cheek into my neck as if she couldn't get close enough. My wolf was extremely happy with her reaction to him and started nuzzling her back just as fiercely, trying to get just as close to her as she was to him. My mate, so perfect, my wolf growled through my lips, and I suddenly became very jealous of how much attention he was getting from Eleanor. How come she never showed me that much affection? Because mate loves me more, my wolf smirked in my head, and that little comment was the last straw for me as I forced him back down so that I was back in control. Eleanor, Eleanor, can you come back to me, little mate? I stroked her hair back from her face and behind her ear, hoping the action would bring her back to me. When she finally looked up at me, I slowly started to see her eye color shift from her wolf color back to her normal baby blues. Logan's POV. What, how? Was all she stuttered as she sat herself up from me with a slight blush, realizing what position we were in. Your wolf came out, Eleanor, she was completely in control of you, I explained, saddened at the loss of contact from her as she moved away. I'm sorry, I don't know how that, she stuttered, confused about what had just happened and how it had happened. It's really okay, Eleanor, great actually, your wolf is getting stronger and stronger every day, so hopefully you will be able to fully shift soon, I explained with a grin on my face. As soon as she shifts, she will feel the mate bond, and after that I can officially mark her as mine. She can be officially recognized as the Luna of my pack, and they will have their alpha female that they rightfully deserve. Eleanor just nodded and sat up cross-legged from me on the floor. Did you want some pizza? I asked, hoping to make her more comfortable again. I knew she technically wasn't allowed it yet, but a few bites couldn't hurt. It might be a little cold now, but that doesn't make it any less amazing. Cold leftover pizza is sometimes just as good as when you first buy it. She pulled a face at that, obviously not believing with me in the slightest, and I couldn't help but laugh at her expression. It's true, I exclaimed. She just shook her head and reached her hand out, indicating she still wanted a slice. I don't know. I mean, you just said you didn't like cold pizza, and I'm not sure I'm ready to share food with you if you aren't going to enjoy it, I taunted as I dangled a slice just out of her reach. She reached out to grab it and frowned as I drew it slightly closer to me and away from her. The price for this slice of pizza is very high, and I'm not sure if you're willing to pay for it, I laughed, loving the fact that I'm seeing her more playful side. She had grown so much in both confidence and character since we had first met, and it just made me more excited to see her progress further. She frowned and stuck her bottom lip out slightly. Oh, she had the puppy dog eyes down. The price for this slice is a kiss on the cheek, I sang. Are you willing to pay the price, my little Eleanor? I smirked. I honestly didn't think she was going to do it, but I was pleasantly shocked when she leant forward and briefly grazed her lips against the stubble on my cheeks. The sparks from her touch went flying, and suddenly my heart was pumping loudly in my chest. The things this girl did to me. She must be realized the dazed look on my face, because whilst I was distracted she snatched the slice from my fingers and started to chow down on it. Hey, that was my piece, I exclaimed, pretending to be hurt by her actions. She just shrugged and went back to eating. Goddess, she was cute. We sat there for about 10 minutes, eating in a comfortable silence, me my pizza and her the soup. I wanted to bring up her scars, but I was unsure on how to do it. Do I just come right out and ask her how she got them, or do I slowly direct the conversation that way? Maybe if I showed her a few of my battle scars she'd feel more inclined to talk about hers? Are you okay? Eleanor whispered, obviously deciding that she had enough to eat and was now sitting with her back against the foot of the bed. I nodded my head and rubbed the back of my neck. It was now or never, I guess. I have a question for you. You don't have to answer it if you don't want to, but I was wondering. Well, I had never really stuttered a day in my life before I met her, but now that I have, I've found that I've felt more nervous than ever. I looked up to see Eleanor staring at me with confusion in her eyes, unsure as to where I was going with my questioning. Go on, she encouraged me with a small smile and a slight nod. Well, here goes nothing. How did you get those scars? I rushed out. It came out sounding all like one word, but I knew she had understood me as I saw her freeze. Had I crossed a line? Tears slowly brimmed her eyes and she looked down, as if she was ashamed of something. I'm so sorry, my little mate, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to, I reassured her. I crawled over to her and brought her into my arms, needing to comfort her in some way. She didn't push me away, which gave me hope that I hadn't overstepped her boundaries by too much. She shook her head before hiding in my chest, and all I could do was draw her tighter to me as I kissed the top of her head. I instantly hated myself for making her feel this way, for ruining our night together by bringing up her past. We stayed like that in silence for a while, neither of us daring to be the first to speak. Her heart rate dropped back to normal levels and the grip she had on my t-shirt lessened slightly. Just when I thought she had fallen to sleep, she surprised me by speaking. Martin was all she whispered as she continued to hide her face in my neck. Martin? I asked in confusion. Had I heard her right? Who asked Martin? My foster father, she muttered. He's the one that gave me the scars, well, most of them anyway. Sometimes it was his wife Rebecca or his son Cole. I froze when I heard her say the name Cole. That was the name of the person she was pleading to stop when she was having her nightmare. Was she having a flashback to that place, to what he had done to her? I growled at the thought and struggled to rein in my wolf. If he got out now, I know there would be nothing stopping him from hunting down those people and killing them in the slowest and most painful way possible. I took in a slow, deep breath to calm myself down before I asked her any more questions. Why? How? She sighed, playing with the hem of my shirt. When I had done something wrong, or if they were in a bad mood, or if they were just bored, she shrugged, as if it was no big deal. I growled again, a bit louder this time, and she froze before slowly relaxing again, realizing the growl wasn't aimed at her. What did they use on you to cause marks like that? I didn't really know whether I wanted to know the answer to that particular question or not, but I couldn't stop myself from asking. She sighed again before slowly moving away from me so that she could lift her top up slightly. I don't think I could ever get used to the sight of scars on my mate's perfect skin. They crisscrossed over each other like a spider's web, a web that could only be seen in certain lights. Marks like these are usually from things like belts, she whispered, pointing to lines surrounded by little dots, probably from the holes in a belt made for the buckle. These ones are from a fire poke. Martin particularly liked to use that one, she explained, pointing to the more raised, thicker ones. And the rest are from things that have just been thrown at me, like the corner of a blunt object or something, she muttered as she pushed her t-shirt back down before coming back over to me and snuggling back into my arms. It took a lot of force to scar a werewolf, even one who was malnourished and forced not to shift like her. I shuddered to think about what could happen to her if she wasn't a werewolf. She probably wouldn't have survived. I kissed the top of her head and took in her scent, hoping that it would calm myself and my wolf down like it usually did. Thankfully it has the desired effect, and my wolf stopped pacing in my head, demanding release, and laid down, calm enough to enjoy the time we were having with our mate. I'm sorry you had to go through all that, my little mate, that I wasn't there to save you, but know that you will never be harmed again, never feel pain while I am beside you to protect you, I promised. I heard her heart rate speed up at my words before she started to relax again, and before long, she was fast asleep in my arms. She was such a small, delicate little wolf. I could never imagine anyone wanting to hurt her. The next morning I woke up to the smell of bacon. I rolled over with outstretched arms to find my mate and pull her close, fully intending to fall back asleep with her in my arms, but shot up when I found her side of the bed empty. After a second to allow my brain to catch up with the situation, I realized the smell of bacon was probably my mate cooking me breakfast again. She sure seemed to be an early riser. The clock on my bedside table hadn't even reached 7 o'clock yet. I quickly pulled on some tracksuit bottoms, foregoing the top, and slowly padded downstairs and into the kitchen, where I found my gorgeous mate frying off some eggs while some bacon was sizzling in a nearby pan. She looked fully at home in front of the hobs, knowing exactly what she was doing, and I couldn't help but smile at the image. She was going to make a fantastic Luna and mother someday. Morning baby, I yawned as I leaned against the doorway with my arms crossed, making my presence known. You know you don't have to make me breakfast every morning, right? You can just sleep in and we can order breakfast delivery or something, I shrugged. That's what I usually did if I fancied something other than toast. She shrugged, still not looking up from her pans, and just muttered a quiet I don't mind. She was getting a lot better with talking to me lately. I think last night brought us a step in the right direction with getting to know each other, and I couldn't help but smile at the thought that she was starting to trust me. She was now comfortable turning her back on me to go and do something, and she didn't flinch away from me whenever I reached out to touch her, which was a good sign, especially as she hasn't been here that long. I'm sure in a week or two she'd be fully relaxed around me, and then we can properly get to work on finding her wolf and getting her fully integrated into pack life. I padded over to her and took her in my arm, needing to see her pretty face this morning. So how did you sleep last night? She smiled and blushed slightly before nodding her head good. I chuckled and lifted her face up so that I could get a good look at her cute little blush. What's with the blush, little maid? I questioned, finding her reaction completely adorable. She blushed harder and tried to look down and hide her face from me, but my fingers on her chin were stopping her. I sleep better when you're next to me. I fell safe, she muttered and hid in my bare chest as if she were embarrassed with the fact that she liked being around her mate. I chuckled and kissed the top of her head. That's normal, Eleanor. That's how most wolves feel when they're around their mates, I explained. Sometimes I had to remind myself that she wasn't brought up in our world, and even the simplest of feelings for us, like wanting to be around our mates, could be extremely confusing and almost foreign for her. I held her for a minute in my arms, just living in the moment with my mate securely in my arms, until I started to ever so slightly smell burning bacon and reluctantly released her so that she could save our breakfast. I sat on the counter in silence watching her whilst she finished cooking and plating up our food, thanking her as she placed a full plate of bacon and fried eggs on toast in front of me. So what did you want to do today? I asked around a mouthful of food. She just shrugged and carried on eating her soup, seemingly not bothered with the plans for today. I smiled as I watched her eat spoonful after spoonful of the liquid, feeling happy that her appetite only seemed to be increasing with each passing day. How do you feel about going out again today? Maybe show you some more of the packlands, I suggested, hoping that she would agree so that I could show her off a little bit. I had found my mate, my perfect mate, and I wanted to scream it from the rooftops and rub it in everyone's face. Not very mature and alpha like, I know, but sue me, I was too happy to care. We might even get a chance to meet a pack member or two. How does that sound? Please say yes, please say yes. Was all I got back from her, and I smiled at the nervous look in her eyes. It's decided. We can go for a walk around the grounds, and if we bump into a few people I can introduce you to them, but I want to go out of my way to search for them, okay? How's that for a compromise? She just shrugged. Okay, I guess. Great, well go get ready and we can make a day of it then. I'll even bring a picnic for us. I knew she was nervous, but it was only because she was panicking about the idea of being around new people. Once she meets the pack and realizes how nice they are, I'm sure the nerves will be all but forgotten. Eleanor's POV. When Logan had first suggested going outside to see the pack grounds, I was nervous to say the least. I was never really allowed outside before I ran away, but I was always envious of those who could come and go as they pleased. We were currently sitting on a blanket in a field surrounded by wildflowers as Logan offered me more food. Apparently whilst I was getting ready, he had called up the doctor and asked about my diet plan, asking if I was allowed more substantial foods. She said I still wasn't allowed proper solid food, but I was allowed thicker soup and food that had been blitzed up. Basically baby food. I laughed slightly as I watched Logan get a spoonful of soup from my container and held it out to me. I don't think he understood the meaning of the words "I'm full." After turning down the offered food, he shrugged and put it back in the basket. Thankfully he didn't push the subject too much. I looked over at Logan and took in his relaxed frame. He had denim jean shorts on paired with a bright white t-shirt and Vans on his feet, sunglasses covering his eyes as he lay on his back to take in some of the sun's rays. He looked so relaxed, like he didn't have a care in the world, and I found myself envying him. How he didn't have flashbacks every time he saw or heard something that reminded him of his past. I was currently sitting upright with my knees drawn to my chest and my arms wrapped around them, with my eyes darting around at the slightest of noises, making sure it wasn't the noise of someone approaching us. I may trust Logan to keep me safe, but old habits die hard. Just relax, Eleanor, I have told everyone not to come into this part of the territory, Logan muttered. No one's going to approach us, he continued to reassure me. I looked over at him and found when I saw that he had thrown his arm over his eyes. Somehow he knew I was tense without even looking at me. I sighed and tried to relax by lying down next to him, but after a few minutes of trying my body still wouldn't relax. I groaned in frustration and sat back up. How are you so relaxed? I questioned him, annoyed that he could do it and I couldn't. He shrugged, still not getting up from his position on the ground. I don't know, you just have to clear your mind and only focus on the here and now. Focus on the wind in the trees, the sound of the birds, the smell of the grass, everything, he muttered. I tried again, but I just became bored and fidgety very quickly. Let us play 20 questions, I suggested, giving up on trying to relax. Sophie had introduced it to me whilst we were shopping. She said it was an icebreaker, whatever that meant. I'm hoping that the conversation will distract my overactive brain at least a little bit so that I could enjoy the warm sun without jumping at every twig snapping. Okay, sure, Logan smiled, suddenly sitting upright and in front of me. You go first. Okay, what is your favorite color? Logan laughed. That's the best you've got? I thought you'd be a little more imaginative than that. I just shrugged and looked at my knees, hoping he didn't see the blush creeping onto my cheeks. Orange. I looked up when he answered my question with a slight frown. Why orange? He shrugged. I don't know, there's just something about the color. It's so warm and light, you could never feel cold or sad looking at the color orange, he muttered. That, and it's the color of a sunset. I love a good sunset. Okay, my turn. What is your earliest memory? I smiled as a memory flickered through my mind. Unlike most of my other memories that were filled with fear and pain, this one always made me smile. It was probably when I was around 4 or 5. Me and my parents went to the park one day. I don't remember why or what we really did there. I just remember being really happy. I smiled. I sometimes felt sad thinking about my parents, about what my life would have been like if they had never disappeared, but I tried not to think like that. If I got sad after every time I looked back at my parents, I'd have no good memories left. I suddenly felt a comforting hand rest on my bent knee and I looked up into Logan's reassuring eyes. Can I ask what happened to them? I shrugged, not really having an answer for him. No one really knows. They went out for some fundraiser or gala or something and just never came home. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Eleanor, Logan muttered as he pulled me into his chest so that I was sitting in his lap. His touch was so comforting, and I loved the sound of his heartbeat as I rested my head on his chest. There was something so soothing about the repetitiveness of it. Just as I was about to open my mouth and ask my next question, someone came stumbling into the clearing, sweat visibly dripping from his face as he panted to catch his breath. Sorry to bother you, Alpha, but we didn't know what else to do. You had shut off your mind link and no one could get a hold of you, the poor guy gasped. I shrunk into Logan, not liking being so close to a stranger. This better be important, Nolan, Logan growls as he holds onto me slightly tighter, feeling the nerves radiating off me in waves. Yes, Alpha, we have an issue at the border. Alpha Whitaker is here and is demanding an audience with you. I frowned as I felt Logan tense slightly. Whoever this person was, he wasn't invited. Do not allow any members of the Rising Dawn Pack to enter our territory, Logan growled as he gripped onto me tightly. Eleanor, I am going to have to go and deal with this situation quickly. I want you to go with Nolan back to our house until I tell you that it's safe, okay? His voice had gotten softer as he spoke to me, but I still couldn't help the small frown. I didn't want him to go. I didn't know this man. What if something happened? But I want to stay with you, I whispered, not wanting Nolan to overhear. I didn't feel safe with anyone else yet. Apart from seeing the doctor, I hadn't been apart from Logan since I got here, and I didn't feel comfortable leaving him now. Please, little mate, you don't want to be caught up with this guy. He's not safe, he pleaded. Who is it then? I stuttered, fearing the answer. Logan sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Well, he is the Alpha to the pack you used to live in, he whispered and held my chin so that I was looking into his eyes as he said it. So that he could see my reaction. I thought I would be scared, terrified even, to hear that someone from my past had come back to collect me, but for some reason I couldn't manage it. Knowing that I had Logan by my side and a wolf somewhere in my head to protect me, okay, a wolf that I can't get to right now but not the point, it made me feel oddly brave, an emotion I hadn't really felt before. I want to come with you, I stated, looking into his eyes to show that I really meant it. I want to meet this Alpha person that has blocked my wolf from me. No, Eleanor, Logan growled, and I was momentarily stunned that he had growled at me and even more surprised that it didn't actually scare me. Yes, it made me a little hesitant and uncomfortable, but I trusted him not to hurt me. Please Logan, I want to see the man who has done this to me, I muttered. He contemplated it for a second before Nolan piped up again. Alpha sir, please, he is causing quite a commotion and the patrol warriors on scene are worried that if we don't make our way over soon he will try to breach our perimeter by force. Logan growled at him, not liking being rushed, before sighing in defeat and running a hand down his face. You promised to stay with either me or one of my guards the whole time? He questioned as he looks down at me expectantly. I nod my head and smiled slightly, trying to show him that I was fine and that I wasn't frightened, which was only partially true. I was definitely frightened. Fine, he sighed, you can come with us, but as soon as things look like they're heading in the wrong direction I want you escorted out of the area without a single word from you, okay? I just nodded again and went to stand up as Logan released me. Okay, let us go and see what this monster wants, Logan muttered as he led me into the forest. As Logan and I made our way towards the border of his land we started to hear the commotion. The more steps we took into the forest the louder the shouting became and I instantly regretted begging to come with him. Was I even ready to look into the eyes of the man that had basically stolen my life away from me? Could I even bring myself to look at him after everything he had put me through? I froze as a scent hit me, a scent that for some reason I recognized. I couldn't quite describe it, almost chlorine-like with an undertone of burnt plastic and fake pine wood. Why was I suddenly catching that scent amongst everything else out here? Are you alright, Eleanor? Logan asked me as he felt me stop behind him. Do you smell that? I whispered, not wanting to draw any unwanted attention to myself. I didn't know how close we were to this Alpha Whitaker person, but I didn't want the risk of him overhearing our conversation. Smell what, Eleanor? There is nothing out of the ordinary here, well apart from the people at the border, but they're few hundred feet off yet and even then your nose shouldn't be able to pick them up. I was confused. What was I smelling? That chemical smell. You don't smell it? My grip on his hand tightened in nerves and my body started to react in fear at the smell. What was going on with me? You smell that? Logan asked and I looked up at his face to see a look of bewilderment in his eyes. I just nodded as I struggled to keep my body's natural reaction in check. If Logan knew I was frightened he would order someone to take me home in a heartbeat. This smell brought up so much suppressed anxiety I felt my palms begin to sweat. Where had I smelt that smell before? Eleanor, that Alpha Whitaker scent. He wears this stupid type of aftershave to mask his natural scent. He says it's to stop his mate finding him as he doesn't want to be weakened and tied down to a single person. Ridiculous if you ask me, but still he shrugged. I frowned. How am I able to smell Alpha Whitaker? My sense of smell has never been that strong before. He shrugged with a slight smile on his lips. Maybe your body is finally accepting your wolf. Your senses are heightening and getting stronger. Who has to say you won't be turning into your wolf very soon? I could tell that he was excited. The grin on his face spoke volumes, but if I was being honest, I was more worried than anything. I finally had the chance to fit in somewhere, to be a part of a family, but I didn't want to hope and fear that didn't happen. Who has to say that once I turned into my wolf Logan's pack didn't accept me, or what if Logan or his wolf didn't like my wolf and rejected me? I whimpered at the thought and shook my head. No point in dwelling on it now. Logan was oblivious to my inner turmoil and leant down to kiss me on the cheek before taking my hand in his and proceeded to lead us closer to Alpha Whitaker. I smiled as my fingers grazed where Logan had kissed me. My cheeks felt hotter than usual due to the slight blush from the kiss he had just given me, and my cheeks only reddened at the reaction my body had to him. When we get to him I want you to let me do all the talking, okay, Eleanor? The humor and playful Logan had gone and in his place was what I could only describe as Alpha Logan. His shoulders were back, his head held high, and he had an air of authority floated about him that just couldn't be ignored. My eyes widened at the sudden change in him. How could he go from cute and playful to serious and poker-faced so quick? This is a dangerous man, Eleanor, and I don't want to give him any more reason to come after you than he already thinks he does. Myself and my pack, our pack, will protect their Luna with their last breath, but I don't want there to be any confrontation until you are fully connected to your wolf, understand? I nodded my head even though I know he wasn't waiting for an answer. I didn't want any confrontation either. The last thing I wanted was for people to die for me. We remained silent as we continued our walk through the woods. If it was any other morning I'd say this would have been a nice relaxing stroll through the trees. The thing that gave our situation away though was the stiff posture of Logan and the shouting going on close by. Stay behind me at all times, Eleanor. I just nodded, having lost my voice again after hearing the violent words that were being thrown back and forth just past the bushes in front of us. I will skin you alive if you touch me, you worthless mutt. Do you really think you could take me on? The voice snarled as we cleared the last of the bushes that were obscuring us from their vision. Once we entered into the mess of people, all eyes turned to us, well, more like Logan and by default me, as they felt another Alpha-S presence. I noticed the people on our side of the territory line had relaxed slightly at the sight of their alpha, but the man that was yelling had tensed, obviously not liking the fact that we had interrupted his insults. What is the meaning of this, Alpha Whitaker? You know it is against the sacred oath of the Wolf Coven to turn up unannounced at another pack's border without serious cause, Logan growled. He was definitely not happy with the way Alpha Whitaker was talking to his pack members. I apologize for the intrusion, Alpha Logan, the intruding Alpha growled, sounding anything but apologetic as he continued to glare at Logan. I tried to ring ahead, but your beta said that you were not available for the foreseeable future and this issue was too important to wait. Alpha Whitaker was a short, stocky man with a bald head and tattoos running up both of his arms and a jagged scar stretching down his face from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth across his cheek. I frowned. This must have been the guy who had forced me not to shift. And what is this so-called emergency? Logan growled as he squeezed my hand, reminding me to stay quiet and hidden behind him. A girl, a human girl, has run away from her family that live on my pack lands and I fear for her life. She was last seen a few nights ago stumbling through these woods with just a thin nightie on and no shoes. He is a good actor, I'll give him that. The only thing giving him away that I could notice were his eyes. They were cold and emotionless, like the girl he was talking about meant less to him than the gum stuck to the bottom of his shoe. To be honest, I probably did mean less to him than that. And why do you believe that she has crossed into my land? I assure you that if we had found a human girl in the woods saying she was lost and needed to get home, we would have helped her by now. It's not that simple, he continued. You see, she is delusional and without her medication she can become quite dangerous to both herself and those around her. I frowned and looked around at the other wolves in the clearing. None had backed down or relaxed in the slightest, in fact if anything they had tensed further. It was as if they all knew Alpha Whitaker was lying and was just waiting for the moment when this simple exchange of words would turn into a blood feud. Understand, I will keep a lookout for any human girls and if we spot anything I will make sure to inform you, Logan growled and nodded his head towards Alpha Whitaker, obviously a sign that this meeting was over. I hadn't missed the fact that every time Logan referred to the girl Alpha Whitaker was looking for he would emphasize the word human. You could tell that the other Alpha had noticed too, as he had lost a split second of control on his wolf as his golden eyes shone though. As soon as his eyes changed color a memory hit me hard, harder than a ton of bricks, and I had to grip the back of Logan's shirt to stop myself from swaying. All of a sudden, I was a little girl again, standing at the door as a man in a police officer's uniform towered over me and told me that my parents had gone missing and that I was to go with him. The next flashback was the policeman walking me to a stranger's house with a tight grip on my shoulders, almost as if he was anticipating me turning around and running away. The last memory was of the same policeman, this time out of his uniform, sitting in the living room in the Hargrove house. He was talking to Rebecca and Martin as I hid behind the door, making sure I stayed completely out of sight. She can never know what she really is, do you understand me? The policeman growled at Martin as he shook in fear. Do this and you will be greatly rewarded. It was then that I realized why I had recognized Alpha Whitaker's scent, why he looked so familiar to me. Not only was he the Alpha who took my shift away from me, he was also the policeman that had taken me from my childhood home and dropped me off at the Hargroves all those years ago. Back when I was just a frightened 7-year-old orphan with no family and no home. I gasped at the realization and stumbled backwards and away from the man. I had to get away from him, I had to get out of here. Unfortunately, I had forgotten that he couldn't see me from where I was hidden behind Logan, so all I accomplished was bringing everyone's attention to me, everyone's including Alpha Whitaker's. There you are, Eleanor, he snarled as he started to make his way towards me. Logan POV. There you are, Eleanor, Alpha Whitaker growled as he advanced towards her with his arms outstretched and an evil grin on his face. No way was this sorry excuse of a man taking my maid away from me, not after I had just found her. I growled at him, a growl so low it even shocked me as my pack mates beside me bowed their heads due to the sheer strength of it. You touch her and I will take that as an act of war, Alpha Whitaker. I could tell my eyes were glowing a bright gold as I tried to suppress my wolf as much as I could. He wanted out for threatening our mate. Whitaker squared up to me on the territory line, not close enough to physically cross but still close enough to get in my face. Alpha Logan, she is my property, so I will be taking her home with me. She is not your property, Whitaker, nor will she ever be. Now leave my land before things get ugly. I could feel my pack members gathering around me, Word had obviously gotten out about the possible threat to their Luna and everyone wanted to come and support. I was instantly proud of my pack members. Warriors and non-warriors alike had dropped everything to come and show their support for their alpha and their new Luna, even if the ceremony hadn't made it official yet. Whitaker growled, trying to threaten me, but with only a handful of wolves behind him I was less than afraid. What gives you the right to keep that girl from me? I growled back and reached behind me, where I knew Eleanor would be. I could feel her terror and wanted to comfort her in any way that I could. This girl is my mate and no longer your concern. Now leave before I get the council involved, especially after what you have done to her. No way was he getting anywhere near my little mate ever again. She's not your mate, she's just a human little girl with parental issues. Whitaker laughed as he rolled his eyes. What meds have you been taking to make you believe that this little girl could ever live up to being a Luna? My pack growled behind me, furious with the insult to their Luna, and I growled along with them. I'd had enough of this joker. Eleanor was still shaking behind me, her heart rate going a mile a minute, and I was worried she would go back into her old self and we'd lose all the valuable progress we had made together if I didn't get rid of him soon. Last warning, Whitaker, leave now peacefully or leave by force, it's your choice. What's it like, Logan? Having a mate, a Luna, that can't shift? He sneered, trying to get a reaction out of me. I was just about to pounce on him and end his miserable life forever when a scream was unleashed from my mate's lips. I spun around just in time to catch her before she hit the floor. Eleanor? Eleanor, are you okay? I could feel my pack creating a protective ring around us, making sure Whitaker and his pack couldn't get to us. All the response I could get from her was another agonizing scream. Her skin was hot to the touch and flushed from the pain she was in. My wolf whimpered at the sight of her in this much pain and not being about to do anything to help. All of a sudden, I saw fur start to sprout on her hands and her nails had grown into long claws. Her teeth were also poking through, her lips not being able to contain their size as they slightly pierced her skin on her chin from the force of her clenched jaw. My mate was shifting. I suppressed the slight excitement I felt bubbling inside of me, trying not to get too caught up in the moment, and tried to focus on the situation in front of me. Come on, Eleanor, you can do it, just ride through the pain and I promise you it will get easier. Have fun with your sorry excuse of a Luna. I will take my leave, but just know I will be coming for her. I'll come when you least expect it. She belongs to me, and no one else, no matter what some stupid moon goddess says. I looked up to see Whitaker smirk at me before turning and walking into the shadows of the trees. Logan, I think you should move her from the border. We're vulnerable here and I think the pack would feel more comfortable with their Luna deep inside the packlands where it is safe. I hadn't even realized that Bennett had turned up, but in that very moment, I was very thankful to have my friend by my side. I nodded and reached down to pick up my mate as she writhed in pain. I remember my first real shift and it was the single most painful experience of my life. This wasn't her first shift, but it was the first time she was shifting whilst being aware of our world. Her wolf was now unlocked from her brain and I am praying that she will remember this shift and finally get to meet her wolf. When we got to my house I went straight to the back garden, not wanting her to shift in the house. Her wolf would probably panic at the four walls encaging her. I placed her down onto the soft grass and a groan escaped her lips as the shift in position. Logan, what's happening to me? She whimpered as the pain increased. You're shifting, my little mate, just let it happen and it won't hurt so much, I promise. I sat down next to her and started to stroke her hair, trying to comfort and relax her in any way that I could. It had hurt, she gasped as another wave hit her. Her back was arched oddly and I knew from countless times of coaching the pups of my pack through this that her shift was nearly over. I stood up and took a step back, preparing for anything that her wolf might do. Wolves reacted differently to the shift depending on who they were and who was around them. Some because frightened and tried to run off, whilst others because aggressive and tried to fight of whoever came close. It was completely natural, I just had to make sure I was prepared for everything. After a few more minutes of Eleanor shifting to and from her wolf, she finally shifted one last time, and with a tear of her clothes, in Eleanor's place lay a mesmerizingly gorgeous wolf with fur the same color as her golden locks. My wolf was going crazy in my head at the sight of his mate, but I suppressed him as much as I could. Above everything else I needed to make sure that she was okay first. Eleanor, are you okay? Her ears rotated, signaling that she could hear me, but she made no other move to get up. I cautiously took a few steps towards her, making sure that she was comfortable with me approaching her. When she didn't growl or make a move to attack me, I crouched down and started to stroke her fur, trying to reassure her in some way that everything was going to be okay. As I stroked her I could hear a kind of purring sound come from her. She was enjoying the attention. "Did you want to go for a run with me, little mate?" All newly shifted wolves wanted to go for a run. It was as if the wolf that had been trapped inside of us for 16 years had finally been freed and couldn't wait to explore everything that they could with their new body. For Eleanor it had been 19 years, a whole 3 years longer than most, so I could only imagine what her wolf would be feeling right now. Her tail wagged slightly and I smiled down at her, happy that she was doing okay, before looking into her eyes. When I got a look at them I could see what Bennett had been trying to tell me when he had seen me last. She had eyes that almost glowed when the sun hit them, looking more translucent than anything I had seen before. "You are incredible," I whispered as I slowly bent down and kissed her on her fluffy snout. She smiled a wolfish grin up at me before slowly starting to stand up. She reminded me of a newborn calf as she shakily got to her feet, but once she was comfortable she had her balance. She smiled as if she was proud of herself and shook out her fur. My wolf growled in my head and I couldn't hold him back any longer. I slowly shifted into my wolf, not wanting to scare her with any sudden movements, and when I felt like she was comfortable with me being near her in wolf form I lowly walked over to her. I let my wolf have his time with her. This was an important moment for the both of them and I didn't want to interrupt. I would have my time with her when they were good and ready to let me. After they had finished circling each other and getting used to each other's scents they finally decided to make their way into the forest for a long overdue run together. In this moment, I couldn't be happier. We ran for hours, just getting to know each other in wolf form. Eleanor's wolf was seriously mesmerizing. I caught myself on more than one occasion staring at her instead of where I was going and ended up either tripping or running into something, usually a tree. I showed her the whole territory, from the lake that we usually swam in during the warm months of the summer to the dense forest where game such as rabbits and deer usually roamed. Eleanor wasn't very good at hunting yet, it being her first time and all, but she had a knack for it. She didn't seem to think so though because she huffed and got annoyed at herself every time she missed a kill. I couldn't wait until she learned how to mind link so that we could properly communicate with each other. Body language and the occasional bark wasn't really enough for me to express how proud I was of her. Not many people could go through what she went through and come out of it the other side. I was seriously in awe of her beauty and her strength. After a while we slowly started to make our way back to the house and I could tell that Eleanor was getting nervous about shifting back into her human form again. I tried to convince her that it wouldn't be as bad as her last shift, but that still didn't seem to calm her fears. As we broke through the tree line that separated the forest from my back garden, I heard a small whimper from behind me and I knew that Eleanor was lagging behind, trying to stay for as long as she could in her wolf form. I trotted up to her and buried my head into the fur of her neck, trying to reassure her that everything would be okay. This was where the skill of mind linking would really have come in handy. I whined when the bitter smell of fear tinged the air and I nuzzled her neck again, trying to reassure her as much as I could that she would be okay. I sighed when my actions weren't doing enough to reassure her and so I stepped back from her slightly and prepared to shift back into my human body. Eleanor's eyes grew wide when she realized what I was doing and quickly turned her back before she caught a glimpse of me naked. I laughed and shook my head at her innocence. Mostly everyone around here was fairly comfortable being naked for short periods of time. I mean, you kind of had to be if you were going to be stripping in and out of clothes to change into your wolf most of your life. It was either that or spend a fortune on clothes that would just get trashed the next day. I shuddered at the idea of having to do that much shopping but quickly brushed it aside and took a few steps into the woods to find some shorts and a shirt I knew I stashed there. There are always emergency clothes hanging around the forest that outlined my pack's territory, just in case an accident happened and the person didn't have any clothes to change into. I slipped into a pair of shorts as I carried the shirt out to Eleanor, knowing that she would need something to change into as well. "Come on my little mate, you're going to have to change eventually. I promise you it won't hurt as much as it did last time," I pleaded with her as I looked into her moonstone eyes. I still couldn't get used to the color of them. Every wolf I've ever met has golden eyes when they shift, so why didn't she? Eleanor just shook her head in response before getting comfy on the grass, resting her head on her paws and closing her eyes. I sighed. We weren't going anywhere anytime soon, so I got comfy next to her and lay back in the grass with my hands above my head. I remember the first time I shifted, it was at Sophie's 13th birthday party and she hated me for months after because I had stolen all of the attention away from her. I laughed at the fond memory. She had been planning this party with Mum for months, had everything planned down to a T, or so she thought. As soon as it was time for the cake to be bought out and for everyone to start singing happy birthday to her, my wolf chose that exact moment to come out. I think we even have it on film somewhere, I laughed. Eleanor's ears were facing towards me, telling me that she was listening to my story, but if it wasn't T for that telling sign I would have assumed she had gone to sleep, she was so still. Do you want to know the kicker of the whole story? Sophia's birthday is actually a week after mine, but she wanted to plan it before my birthday because she knew as soon as I turned 16 all the attention would be on me and my wolf and she'd get none. I laughed. Apparently my wolf didn't like that idea very much and I shifted a week before I was supposed to. She blames it on my inner alpha, but I think my wolf just knew how much I loved to mess with her and decided to help me out. I chuckled. I hadn't thought of that memory in years. We stayed silent again for quite a while after that, just enjoying each other's company, but when the sun started to set behind the trees I sat up and stroked the soft fur on top of Eleanor's head. Come on little mate, it's time to shift. Every werewolf had been in your shoes, scared of shifting back from fear of the pain, but it won't be as bad as last time and the more you shift the easier it is. It's kind of like your body is learning how to shift and the more you do it the more you find little shortcuts to make it easier and less painful for you until it's like breathing, like it's the most natural thing in the world to you. Eleanor grumbled, obviously not happy with the fact that she would have to shift, but slowly got to her feet and stared at the ground in concentration. We stood there for a few minutes but after a short while of nothing happening she growled in frustration. Just picture your body, Eleanor, and all the little quirks it has. The way it feels to wiggle your toes, to pick something up in your hands, brushing your hair, all the things that make you human and make you, I explained. We stood for a few more seconds before slowly her body started to shake and I knew she was shifting back. I grabbed the discarded shirt that was beside me and held it up so that I couldn't see anything I wasn't supposed to. My wolf was sad to see her wolf go but was happy that they now had her in our life and she now had the opportunity of feeling the mate bond. I came back to reality when I heard gasping from behind the shirt and I knew that she was in her human form again. I swiftly put the t-shirt over her head and caught her before she could fall to the floor in exhaustion. Shifting, especially for the first few times, was extremely tiring. It took a lot out of you, both physically and mentally, and I knew that she was going to sleep for a long time once I got her in. I cradled her close to my chest and held her tight as I moved into the warmth of the house. Even though she was covered in sweat I knew that if I didn't keep her warm she could get very sick. It was important to keep her muscles warm after everything they had been through today. I feel it, I heard her mutter as I continued to walk through my downstairs and towards the staircase. My heart skipped a beat at the sound of her voice, hoping beyond hope that she was going to say what I thought she was. Feel what, my little mate? I whispered, not wanting to startle her with any sudden noises. She smiled and snuggled into my chest, as if she couldn't get close enough to me, the mate bond. A grin spread across my face at the thought of my mate finally being able to accept me and me finally being able to claim her as mine and no one else's. I kissed her forehead before making my way upstairs and into my room, to our room. Sleep well, my little mate, I'll be right here when you wake up, I whispered as I laid her under the covers, making sure she was all tucked in and warm. She shook her head as a cute little V appeared between her eyebrows. Sleep with me was all she mumbled, her eyes remaining closed. I chuckled before getting under the covers with her and pulled her into my chest. If possible, the sparkles between us had gotten even stronger and I smiled at that thought before sleep overtook me and I was out for the count with my beautiful mate safely wrapped in my arms. So what did you think? Eleanor's POV. I woke up with a smile on my face and the feeling of sore muscles all over my body from yesterday's run. I wasn't used to doing that much physical exercise yet, that and the fact that I had never used certain muscles before in my life. I can't believe that I had actually managed to shift yesterday. On one hand it felt so abnormal running on all fours around the wood, but at the same time it felt like one of the most natural things in the world. I smiled as I tried to stretch out all the soreness before sitting up to find the other side of the bed empty and the room dark due to the closed blackout blind. How long had I been asleep for? Logan? I whispered into the room, hoping he could hear me. A few seconds later the door opened slightly and I saw Logan step into the darkness of his room with a smile. Hey there, sleepyhead, did you have a good sleep? He whispered as he took a seat on his bed in front of me. I smiled and nodded my head, still a little groggy. Yeah, I did, thanks. What time is it? I managed to mutter out through a yawn. He smiled as he reached out to tuck a strand of knotted hair behind my ear. It's about 1:30 in the afternoon, you slept for a long time. Not surprising though, considering you went through the shift and then had quite a long run after. How are you feeling, by the way? You're not feeling nauseous or dizzy or anything like that, are you? He questioned. I mentally assessed myself before shaking my head with a smile. I honestly felt fine. The best I had felt in a long time. He let out a little sigh in relief before holding his hand out for me to take. Come on then, you have an appointment in 2 days with Dr. Caldwell and I want to make sure that you've put on enough weight to satisfy her. I rolled my eyes at him as he pulled me up and out of my sitting position, groaning as my sore muscles yelled at me for making them move. When we got downstairs I sat at my usual spot on the kitchen counter and as I watched Logan fix me my usual bowl of soup I thought about everything that had happened over the last 24 hours. Not only had I shifted into my wolf for the first time, well the first time that I could remember anyway, I had also been reunited with the man that had ripped my childhood away from me and forced me to never shift with the alpha command Logan had told me about. What didn't make sense to me was why that man would even want to ruin my life like that. Why would he put so much effort into taking me away from my parents and making sure that I never shifted just to place me in a fake foster home? What had I ever done to him to deserve something that cruel? Are you okay, little mate? Logan asked with a concerned note to his voice. I looked up from my fingers that were still fiddling in my lap to find that he had stopped pouring out the 2 bowls of potato and leek soup and was now standing in front of me with a concerned look on his face. I tried to smile and nod my head, not wanting him to panic after everything that he had done for me over the last few days, but I could tell that he wasn't buying it from the stern look that he gave me. I just don't understand. I sighed and looked down, wanting to avoid eye contact with him. Understand what, beautiful? Why? Why what? He asked as he leant on the counter next to me, his arms folded across his chest and his bare feet crossed at his ankles. Why would Alpha Whitaker want to do something like that to me? I whispered as I wrapped my arms around myself to try and ease the strong sense of loneliness that had suddenly overwhelmed me. Logan sighed and wrapped his arm around my shoulder and brought me into his chest. It's not your fault, Eleanor. Alpha Whitaker is the scum of our kind. We knew that long before you came into our lives. This just solidifies it for us. Don't worry, him and anyone else that helped him will get what they deserve, he mumbled. I looked up to see that Logan was clenching his jaw so tight I'm surprised his teeth haven't shattered yet. Logan, are you okay? I didn't want to scare him by talking too loudly. He looked like he was pretty zoned out. Logan! A voice suddenly shouted in the distance, followed by a massive crash as the front door ricocheted into the wall. Logan, where are you? I shrunk back slightly as the voice got louder, causing Logan to jump into gear and stand in the kitchen doorway, ready for what was coming. Logan, there you are, the voice sighed in relief as he saw Logan appear in the doorway. I found something that you are really going to want to see, the voice continued, seeming unfazed by Logan's stiff posture. This couldn't wait until later? I have Eleanor here and I have to watch her just in case she has another uncontrollable shift, Logan growled back, and I couldn't help but shrink back slightly. I know, but you are going to want to see this. It's about Eleanor. At the mention of my name I perked up slightly. Had this person found something to explain why Alpha Whitaker had done what he did? I slowly slid of the kitchen counter, not wanting the intruder to know that I was here and listening. I peeked my head around the corner of the doorway to find Logan pinching the bridge of his nose, looking frustrated, in the corridor. I couldn't see the unknown person as he was semi-shielded by the wall, but I could see that he was holding a book out towards Logan, an old book by the looks of it. Logan sighed before nodding his head slightly. All right, but I don't want Eleanor to be worrying about any of this. She has been through enough already, he whispered, unaware that I could hear him. Go to my office at the pack house and wait for me there. I'll think of some way to meet you. The stranger nodded and turned to leave, but before he could take one step away, I jumped out from my hiding spot so that I was in view for the both of them to see. I want to know, I whispered as I stood there, feeling slightly awkward at only being in a t-shirt and shorts in front of these two. I locked eyes with Logan and he did the same with me, as if we were in some sort of staring contest. I want to know, I repeated as I held my ground. Logan sighed and turned to take a few steps towards me. Eleanor. I have a right to know, I muttered, slowly losing all the confidence I had suddenly gained. Please, I whispered. Logan ran his hands through his hair, having an internal battle with himself about whether it was a good idea to let me know or not. Fine, just tell me if it gets too much for you, okay? I nodded my head before going over to him and giving him a hug. Thank you. I hadn't gotten a good look at the other person yet, but as we pulled apart and I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, I froze as I recognized who he was. He was the man that was yelling at me to shift the night I had run away from the Hargroves. The one that had told me that he and his wolf friends had the right to kill me if I didn't shift. I shook slightly in fear as our eyes locked together. Logan knew this person? Logan was friends with this person? Eleanor, are you okay? Logan asked as he took in my rigid frame and fearful expression. I shook my head and took a few steps back, wanting to get as far away from this man as I possibly could. Logan looked at me before looking behind him at the stranger and then back at me again with understanding clear in his eyes. Eleanor, this is Bennett, my second in command. You don't need to fear him, okay? He's a friend, my friend. He threatened to kill me, I stuttered, not able to take my eyes off Bennett's face. He what? Logan growled as he rounded on his so-called friend. Hey man, it was before we knew who she was, when we thought she was just another rogue trying to get onto our land. You know, more than anyone, that I would never want to harm our Luna, never. Bennett defended himself with his hands raised slightly. Come on man, calm down so that we can figure out what this Whitaker jackass wants with our Luna. I looked at Logan to see the gold slowly leaving his eyes as he became less and less tense. Eleanor, Bennett continued as he now directed his attention at me. I am truly sorry about what happened the other day in the woods. We thought you were a threat to our pack and our family, but I promise you that it will never happen again. I could never hurt you and I would lay my life down for yours in a heartbeat if the situation ever arose. I stared at him in shock, not really knowing how to respond. I mean, how do you respond to a person declaring he would lay his life down for you when he doesn't even know you? Do you forgive me? He asked as he let his hands rest to his sides, seeing that the threat was over. I looked at Logan for help, but when I looked over, all I got back was a questioning look as he too wanted to know whether I forgave Bennett or not. I sighed. Well, if Logan trusted him, then so did I. I nodded slightly and got a smile back from both Logan and Bennett in response. Good, now come on into the living room and you can show us what you found out about Eleanor. Logan POV. I was so happy when Eleanor had said that she would forgive Bennett for what he had done to her when they first met. It has happened in the past in Wolf history where the Luna hasn't trusted the Beta due to one reason or another. The distrust in the pack's hierarchy has either caused the pack to become unstable or the Beta inevitably having to step down. Both options were dangerous and, more often than not, it spelt the end of the pack. We made our way into the living room, after I had made sure to grab both mine and Eleanor's soup, and got comfortable on the sofas. I smiled down at her as I watched her sit down beside me and tuck her legs underneath her before reaching her hands out to take her bowl of soup from me. She was slowly sipped at the food and, even though I knew she wasn't feeling particularly hungry, I was glad she was humoring me. Her appetite had slowly been increasing, which was good, but I still needed to make sure she ate a sufficient amount to make sure she gained the required amount of weight the doctor had asked of her. So I sighed as I turned back to my friend who had sat himself on the opposite sofa. You said you'd found something about Eleanor and I'm guessing it has something to do with that huge book you have in your hands, I said as I leant forward with my arms resting on my knees, pointing to the fairly old book resting in the palm of his hands. Well, remember when I said Eleanor's eyes were different in her shift than all of ours and that I had read about it somewhere but couldn't remember where? I nodded my head as I looked over my shoulder at my mate who had stopped eating and was staring at us in confusion. Of course she was, she had no idea what we were talking about. Eleanor, when we change into our wolf forms our eyes shift to a golden color, no matter what rank in the pack you are or what your eye color is when you're a human, I explained. She nodded her head in understanding before placing the half-uneaten bowl of soup on the coffee table in front of us and brushed her lip off with her fingers, making sure she didn't have any around her lips. So what does that mean for me? Bennett opened his mouth to answer her question, but before he could I turned around and gave her a meaningful look. Bennett will tell us what he found and answer any questions you have, but only when you pick up that bowl and continue to eat. I don't want to get it in the neck from Dr. Caldwell because you're not eating enough, I smiled. She smiled up at me sheepishly before looking back at the food and took another spoonful, and then another. When I was satisfied that she was going to carry on eating, I looked over at Bennett and gestured for him to continue. Well, this is the book that I originally read it from, he continued. I had to go through a mountain of books in my mom's old library, but I eventually found it. Bennett dropped the book onto the coffee table and started flicking through the pages so fast I thought he was going to tear them. Here, page 267. The wolf's eyes are remarkable. Whether they are an alpha or omega, they always remain the same color. It is believed that the moon goddess designed it that way to remind us that we are all special to her and are all of equal value to her and each other. In her eyes we are all gold. There is, however, one exception to this rule. It is believed that in every generation there is a messiah or messenger of sorts who is directly connected to the moon goddess herself. This messenger will always be female and will be identifiable by the color of her wolf eyes. Unlike any other wolf, she will have moonstone eyes symbolizing the connection she has with our creator and the moon itself. Bennett was quiet after that and quickly snapped the book shut with a flick of his wrist, obviously finished with the extract he was reading from. Well, what else does it say? I asked as I looked at the book and then at Bennett again, expecting there to be more about my Eleanor and what she is. The more I knew about her, the more I could protect her. All Bennett did though was shake his head and shrugged his shoulders. That's it just goes on about the standard transformation of a wolf after that, but nothing else about the moonstone eyes or what a messenger is capable of. I may have to do some serious digging to find out what a messenger actually is, but I'm hoping we'll have something in the PAX library somewhere, he sighed. I nodded and took a sneak peek over my shoulder to make sure she was still eating and sighed when I saw that she had almost finished her soup. Well, whatever you need you have, all right? I want to get to the bottom of this, I stated, hoping he knew that he had my undying gratitude for what he had managed to dig up so far. What if he knew? Eleanor whispered from behind me, so quiet I had to rely on my oversensitive ears to hear her. I turned to my left to ask her what she meant, but I was met with a far-off look in her eyes as she focused on the cushions underneath her. What do you mean, little mate? I asked as I leant back into the sofa cushions to get closer to her, hoping my presence would comfort her in some way. What if Alpha Whitaker knew about this wolf messenger thing, and that's why he did what he did? That's why he took me away from my parents, and that's why he forced me not to shift as a child and made me stay hidden at the Hargrove house, she whispered, her voice shaking slightly with fear as she thought about her revelation. I held my arm out to her, inviting her in, and sighed when she willing crawled into my lap with her head resting on my chest. My poor little maid had been through so much in her short life, and it didn't look like it would be letting up any time soon. She has a point there, Logan Bennett sighed as he ran his hand through his hair. I mean, it would explain his weird behavior at the PAX border yesterday, his desperation to get her back at all costs. No sane alpha would start a war between two packs over a single runaway, especially if that runaway had found her mate, Bennett said as he scratched his head, trying to work everything out. That's why he was my beta, my pack deserved the best and he was the best. But how would he know? I had never shifted before, especially when I was that young. He couldn't have known my wolf eyes if I hadn't even shifted and met her yet myself, Eleanor muttered against my neck. I could feel her breath tickle the hairs on my neck ever so slightly, and I was struggling not to let my goosebumps take hold of me. I was trying to stay in alpha mode, but with my sweet little maid in my arms and a hair's breadth away from where she'd eventually mark me as her own, it was getting increasingly difficult. Good point, Bennett mumbled and sat back in his seat, frustrated in not having all the answers for his Luna. What if it's genetic? I wondered, not realizing I had said it aloud until I felt Eleanor shift in my arms slightly so that she could see my face better. You mean my mom could have been one of these messenger things too? I shrugged as I thought it over. I mean, it makes the most sense, right? If your parents were part of Whitaker's pack, he would have been able to have complete access to you and your parents. He would have seen the powers she possessed and thought that maybe he could take those powers for himself and use them in some sick, twisted way. But I would have had to shift to be able to access these so-called powers, so why would he shield them from me if he wanted to use me? I don't know, I groaned as I ran my hand down my face in frustration. Maybe he is just an idiot that hadn't thought his plan through? Bennett snorted at the thought before shaking his head and put his hands on his knees to push himself into a standing position. I feel like these are questions for another night, once I've managed to hit the books and have a few more answers for you guys. I nodded my head in agreement as I looked down at my Eleanor, who had made herself comfortable in my arms. See yourself out, will you? I'm guessing she is still pretty exhausted from the shift yesterday, I explained as I made no move to get up and see my friend out. Bennett smiles before nodding his head and went to leave out the living room door with his book in hand. Sure man, no worries, I'll give you a message when I know more, he said just before closing the living room door, giving us some much-needed peace and quiet. Thanks, Bennett, I told him through the pack link, relaxing back into the sofas as he left. What if he killed them? I heard a little voice whisper after 5 minutes of us being alone. What if he killed my parents and is planning to kill me next? My arms tightened around her at the mere thought of her being harmed. I will never let that happen to you, Eleanor. You are my mate and it is my job to make you the happiest and safest person you could possibly be. My wolf growled in my head at the mention of her death, and I reassured him that we would never let it happen. The last thing I needed was an angry wolf prowling around in my head. You have a pack now, Eleanor, a pack that will save you till their last breath, I whispered as I looked down to see her eyelids had closed and her breathing had slowed down. She was asleep. Eleanor's POV. I had been tossing and turning all night, my mind just wouldn't stop thinking about everything Bennett had told us. About how I was a magic messenger that had some weird wolf connection to an ancient goddess that I had never even heard of a week ago. I just wish I knew someone who had the answers, who knew what was going on with me and could help me in some way. Someone like my mother. I genuinely believed that she too was a messenger of the moon goddess. Why else would someone want to harm her and rip me away from my family? I looked over to my left to see that Logan was still fast asleep on the other side of the bed, oblivious to the thoughts that were racing through my brain. We had kind of just kept the sleeping arrangements since the other night when I asked him to sleep next to me. We both stubborn and refused to let the other sleep on the sofa, so why bother continuing the fight at all if we both knew the other wouldn't be giving in any time soon. I didn't have a major issue with it. Sure, it was a bit bizarre that I was allowing someone to sleep next to me when I could barely stand someone touching me not too long ago, but what can I say, he made me feel safe. And safe was a feeling almost foreign to me thanks to all my years at the Hargrove house. I sighed and gave up trying to get back to sleep. I had already slept enough over the last 48 hours anyway, so why was I even bothering trying to force my body to have more? I got up and made my way down the stairs and into the kitchen to get myself a cold glass of water. I still found it a bit bizarre sometimes that I was able to just go into the kitchen and help myself to anything that I wanted. I was so used to having to ask permission for years on end at the Hargroves that I still catch myself beginning to ask Logan if I was allowed to do anything. You'd think I would have gotten used to it by now, but sadly that little habit was still ingrained into my brain. I sighed as the cold water soothed my dry throat. When was the last time I had anything to drink? I filled the glass back up, intending to down my second pint of water when a sudden ear-splitting screech rang all around me and invaded my senses. It was a noise so intense that it made my eyes water and vision to blur. I dropped the glass of water and covered my ears with my hands, hoping to somehow dull the sound down by even a little, but nothing helped. If anything, it just made the noise worse. I was aware of nothing. My undivided attention was on this painful ringing noise that seemed to increase with every passing second, and just when I was about to give up hope, it stopped. My vision cleared and I could suddenly hear everything that was going on around me. What was peculiar though was that I wasn't in Logan's kitchen anymore. In fact, I wasn't even above ground. I was in some type of makeshift cell block. I took a few gulps of air to help calm my nervous heart and sweaty palms, and just when I was happy that I was calm enough, I heard a commotion from up ahead. Curiosity got the best of me as I slowly made my way over towards the voices. They were muffled at first, but as I got closer, I managed to recognize a male voice yelling. I couldn't quite work out what he was shouting or who he was shouting at, but whoever it was, I felt immensely sorry for them. I had been yelled at like that a lot over my childhood, and it never got easier being on the receiving end of someone else's rage. 9 times out of 10 you would always end up on the receiving end of someone's fist. I inched forward, trying to get closer to the angry man until I could satisfied enough with the distance so that I could hear what he was yelling. What the hell do you mean you don't know? The man yelled. I inched closer so that I could look around the corner and get a better look at what was going on. As I poked my head out from behind the moss-covered stone wall, I saw a man towering over a cowering figure as they crouched on the floor, hoping to make themselves as small and insignificant as possible. I knew that posture anywhere. It was the posture of someone who was expecting a blow at any moment, like me before I had ran for my life. The other person must have muttered a response, but it was too quiet for me to hear, as all I got was a quiet whisper of unintelligible mumbles. Well then, ask again. The only reason we are keeping you around is because of what you know, and if your knowledge has run out, then so has your time on this planet, the man towering over the figure snarled. I crept closer still, making sure to stick to the shadows, hoping to hear the other side of the story. I have asked, but I'm getting nothing back, sir. Our communication bond has been broken, the woman explained, not taking her eyes off the grime-covered floor. The man grunted in annoyance before delivering a swift kick to the poor woman's abdomen. You know, we now know where she is, right? Did your precious moon goddess tell you that we've finally found her? It won't be long before she's dragged back here to where she belongs, sharing a cell with you, the man sneered. No. The woman cried out, her voice echoing off the walls around her. I still couldn't get a proper glimpse at her as she was still shrouded in the shadows, but whoever it was, I could tell that she was in pain. It wasn't the kind of physical pain that you would expect to hear from someone after getting a boot to the rib cage. It was the type of broken wail you'd hear from someone who was emotionally shattered. Oh, would you just shut up and ask again? The man sighed, as if he was already bored with the conversation. It was silent for a few minutes as the man looked over the women cloaked in shadows expectantly, as if he was waiting for something. The woman let out a sudden sob and the man sighed again before running his hand down his face in exasperation. "Bring him out," the man suddenly shouted over his shoulder, causing the woman to cry out as she got up on her knees and strained in her chains, trying to release herself. I could smell the slight singe of her flesh as what appeared to be silver-laced chains dug into her skin at her sudden movements. If the pain she was feeling right now was anything like the pain I felt in my dream, I was amazed at how little of an effect they had on her. "It's no use, darling, you and I both know you don't have the strength to break out of those silver chains," the man chuckled. "You bastard, don't you dare touch a single hair on his head," she growled. Suddenly there was a loud noise coming from the other side of the room, almost like deadbolts, and before long a door I hadn't seen before opened up to reveal two men walking in, supporting another man by his shoulders with his hands tied behind his back and a ratty old bag slung over his head. "You know the drill by now. For every time you don't answer my question, your man over here gets a punch. Got it?" The woman just cried and shook her head. "I don't know, she is not answering any of the calls I put out. I don't know anything." "Wrong answer," the guy grinned as he nodded at the other two guys as one of them gave a swift punch to the chained man's covered face. I cringed as I looked away. I wish I could help in some way, but what could I do? I don't even know how I got here in the first place. The interrogation went on for several minutes. I honestly didn't know how the guy was still alive after all the hits he had received. The bag that was covering his face was now soaked in red and he was hunched over from the sheer force of some of the guy's punches. "Are you really going to let your mate die over some silly secrets the moon goddess has asked you to keep?" The main guy asked the woman as he strode up to her as she continued to sob on the floor. "Is it all really worth making your mate go through this kind of pain?" The woman stayed silent as she kept her eyes downcast, not wanting to look at the state her mate was in. "You can't even look at him, can you?" The man crouched down to her height and lifted her chin up, an evil glint in his eyes. "Take the bag off his head," the guy yelled at the other two men in the room who were barely keeping the poor beaten and bloodied man on his feet. One of them swiftly nodded before removing the bag to reveal someone who was barely recognizable. Both of his eyes were swollen shut, his nose was broken and his lips were busted open in multiple places. "Thomas, no!" The woman screamed as she leapt forward towards her mate in a panic. As the woman leapt forward, I got the first good look at her since I got here. Her hair was knotted and pulled back into a sloppy updo, but even through all the dirt and blood I could tell that it was a light blonde color. She had high cheekbones and a strong jawline. She looked familiar. "Thomas, please, just stay awake. Stay alive for me," she sobbed as her legs gave out on her and she went crashing to the floor, the chain stopping her from moving more than a foot in her mate's direction. I looked over at the guy known as Thomas and noticed that his head was slightly raised, as if he was trying to see through the slits that were his eyes. "Margaret?" It was barely a whisper, but thanks to my new wolf hearing I heard him. "Margaret?" I knew a Margaret. Where did I know a Margaret from? "Remember," the imaginary voice whispered in my head and I rolled my eyes at the timing. "Not now, imaginary voice. Remember." "Remember what?" And suddenly I was slammed with a vision. It was of a man and woman walking side by side in front of me holding hands. They were smiling at each other as they talked. I couldn't hear what they were saying though. The man turned around to look at me and smiled as he reached down to pick me up in his arms. I felt happy and safe in this moment, like nothing bad could happen. I looked over to my other side and took in the woman next to me, blonde hair, high cheekbones, strong jaw. "Remember." "Mum?" I stuttered as I struggled to get air into my lungs. I didn't realize I had said it out loud until all 5 pairs of eyes turned to face me. Eleanor?" the woman stuttered as she looked me over. "Mummy?" I couldn't believe it, she was actually alive. "Security breach. Lock the doors down," the man in front of me screamed and started to charge towards me. "Eleanor, run." My mum shouted, but before I had a chance, I was suddenly yanked from the room and back in Logan's living room, lying on the sofa with Dr. Caldwell looking over me. Logan POV. I was shocked awake by the sounds of smashing glass coming from downstairs and quickly rolled over to cover my Eleanor. If there was an intruder in the house, then there was no way I was letting them get to my mate. As I rolled over onto my right to cover Eleanor with my body, though, I was met with a cold and empty side of the bed. "Eleanor?" I questioned the dark and empty room, becoming more panicked when I realized she wasn't in the room with me. "Eleanor?" I shouted across the room, hoping that she was holed up in the bathroom somewhere, but there was still no response. I quickly shot out of bed and ran down the stairs, taking them two at a time, to where I could hear her heart racing in the kitchen. What I found confused and frightened me all at the same time. I saw Eleanor with her head in her hands, curled up into a fetus position, surrounded by water and broken glass. She must have smashed it and panicked. I sighed and walked over to her, minding the broken glass with my bare feet, and crouched down so that I was more on her level. "Eleanor, it's okay, it's okay. I'm not mad that you broke a glass," I muttered, hoping my voice was soft enough so as not to startle her further. When the only response I got was a whimper and her clutching her head tighter, I frowned. I reached out to brush a few strands of hair that had fallen in front of her face, hoping that the gentle gesture would calm her panic attack in some way. When I brushed her face though, my frown deepened at what I found, or more correctly what I didn't find. Our mate sparks were gone. Not a single trace of tingling could be detected by both myself and my wolf. That's when I really started to panic. Had Whittaker gotten to her whilst she was still in my pack territory and somehow severed out mating link? "Bennett!" I screamed down the pack link, not even bothering to try and mask my panic and confusion. "Get over here now. There's something wrong with Eleanor." "Why, what's wrong?" "She seemed fine when I left you guys last night," he responded after a few seconds of me prodding into his brain, urging him to wake up. "I don't know," I replied as I picked Eleanor up off the floor and ran into the living room, placing her onto the sofa so that she could be more comfortable. "Something's wrong." I searched through her head as best I could, but without our bond being finalized there wasn't much I could do. There was one thing that was startlingly obvious though. Her wolf was gone. The door suddenly burst open and Bennett ran in panting with his eyes flicking across the room back and forth trying to find us. When he saw me knelt on the floor besides a curled up Eleanor, he made his way over and sat on the arm of the sofa next to us. "What happened?" "I don't know." I hated how my voice cracked as I answered, "An alpha should always be strong and never show weakness, but right now the earth could be crumbling from under my feet and I wouldn't care." Bennett patted me on the shoulder, showing me as much support as he was capable of, but without any answers there wasn't much that he could do for me. "Is this something to do with the messenger thing or something?" He hadn't left the library since he had left mine last night, surely something would have come up that would explain what was going on. He let out a puff of air and ran one of his hands down his face. "Honestly man, I don't know. I mean, it's possible, I guess, that the moon goddess is somehow involved in this. There aren't many people that can make a mate bond disappear. It's not just the bond that's missing, Bennett," I muttered as I felt my wolf reach out to hers. "Her wolf is missing as well." It was silent for a minute, the only noise coming from Eleanor's slightly elevated breathing and heartbeat. She had relaxed out slightly now, she looked so peaceful. If I didn't know any better I would have guessed that she was sleeping. "I'm getting Dr. Caldwell over here, maybe she has some logical answer as to what is going on here," Bennett muttered as he stood up and slightly walked away from me with his phone in his hand. It was common courtesy to not use the pack link at night whilst someone was sleeping unless it was a dire emergency. It made the wolf feel groggy and was just a plain shock to the system when your wolf is woken up by another but your body isn't fully awake yet. I tuned his voice out as I focused on my little mate in front of me. I didn't know what was going on right now, but we were going to make it through. We just had to. "The doc will be here in 5 man, honestly you should pay that woman double," Bennett laughed, trying to get a reaction out of me that wasn't stone-faced and pathetic. I just nodded my head, letting him know that I had heard him, without taking my eyes off from Eleanor. "Think Logan, think. If we were mated I could know exactly what she was going through her brain, at least then I'd know that she wasn't scared, but we weren't and it just made the wolf inside my head even crazier. I'm seriously going to have to bring the topic up soon, just to give my heart a rest and myself a bit of peace of mind." I suddenly felt a hand touch my shoulder and looked up to find my mother looking down at me, a look of understanding in her eyes as she took me in. "Mum? What are you doing here?" I asked as I stood up and took her into a quick hug, making sure that I kept one hand on Eleanor just in case the mate link came back. "Bennett called and said you needed some support. Your father and siblings are here too," she explained as she gestured with her thumb to where I'm guessing they were. I looked behind her to see the rest of my family sat on the sofa on the other side of the living room. I gave them a brief nod, showing my appreciation for their support before turning back to my mother. "I don't know what to do, Mum. She won't wake up and I can't feel the bond. Her wolf has gone." What if her wolf never comes back?" I muttered, showing my fears to the one person I knew wouldn't judge me. "Don't worry, Logan, we will pray for the moon goddess to bring her back to us. if that's not the case and that her wolf was too traumatized after being forced not to shift, then we will deal with it, okay? My mom reassured me as she patted me on my shoulder. There was something about a mother's comfort and confidence that always seemed to ease the mind just a little. I smiled and nodded down at her before I looked back down at me sleeping mate. Please come back to me. I came as fast as I could. I heard a voice from behind me state, and I turned around to see Dr. Caldwell standing behind me with her medical bag in hand. She was still dressed in her dressing gown and her hair was shoved into a knot on top of her head, but I didn't care, as long as she was here to help my Eleanor. Thank you, Dr. She seems to have gone into a coma of sorts. When I found her, she was in a fetal position on the floor in the kitchen covering her ears. When I first saw her, I thought she was having a panic attack from smashing a glass, but when I went to touch her I couldn't feel the mate bond between us. I still can't even now. Her wolf also seems to have disappeared. I can't figure out why though, I explained, hoping that I hadn't left out any vital bits of information. The doctor nodded her head as she took a stethoscope out of her bag and knelt down to listen to Eleanor's heart rate. And when was this? She asked, getting a device out that she wrapped around Eleanor's arm so that she could measure her blood pressure. I don't know, maybe half an hour ago? I shrugged, unsure as to when I had found her. My brain was in such a state the last thing I was focusing on was what the time was. An hour. Bennett piped up from the sofa and I nodded a thanks to him before looking back at the doctor. Okay, and was her wolf missing as soon as you went to her, or did it slowly fade away from her? I think her wolf was already gone when I found her. I honestly couldn't remember much from the past hour. All that has been running through my head was that my Eleanor couldn't die on me, not after I had just found her. Okay, good. At least her wolf didn't slowly fade away like she was dying. At least like this there is a chance of finding her again and getting her back. I nodded, trying to take some comfort in that little bit of information, but I couldn't relax entirely until Eleanor was up and about and safe in my arms again. How long will it take before she wakes up, doctor? She looked at me and shrugged. It's hard to say, Alpha. We don't know half of the trauma that this girl has faced over the years. Maybe this is just her body's way of dealing with everything that it's gone through, she explained. It's quite common for our brains to shut down every now and then so that they can process everything, kind of like slipping into a coma but only less severe. Between the new environment, new people, coming face to face with her previous Alpha and finally managing to shift, I wouldn't be surprised if Eleanor's wolf has just temporarily shut down to try and process everything. Our human brain can cope with such strong emotions, but our wolf side is much more basic, relying more on instinct than emotion and reason. It's possible that her wolf has disappeared purely to protect itself and navigate the difficult situation that it's in, the doctor explained as she removed the blood pressure sleeve from Eleanor's arm. We'll get her back, son, don't you worry about it, my dad reassured me as he walked up beside me and slapped me on the shoulder. I suddenly heard a slight whimper coming from the sofa and looked down to find Eleanor's eyebrows drawn into a frown. Was she waking up? Eleanor? Eleanor, can you hear me? I knelt down to get closer to her but was pulled out of the way by my dad so that Dr. Caldwell could get to her. Let the doctor do her thing, son, my dad explained as I shot him a warning glare. It killed me, but I gave a swift nod and let the doctor pass so that she could give Eleanor another quick exam. She pulled the lids back from her eyes and shined a torch into them, checking her pupil reflexes. As soon as she put the small pocket torch away though, Eleanor suddenly woke up with a gasp and said one word that made all of us frown in confusion. Mum? Sue, thoughts? Eleanor's POV. Mummy? You gave us quite a scare there, Eleanor. How are you feeling? Dr. Caldwell asked as she proceeded to shine a light in my eye. I didn't know how to respond. How do you explain to someone that you just saw your mom and dad for the first time in 13 years without sounding like you'd completely lost your mind? I saw her, I whispered as I felt Logan sit next to me and take my hand. Saw who, little mate? He whispered, speaking softly, probably so as not to scare me. I looked over at him and my eyes instantly welled up with tears. My mum. He furrowed his brow in confusion and looked over at the doctor for a second before focusing his attention back on me. As in, you had a dream about her? Or some form of memory, maybe? I shook my head and licked my lips. I couldn't figure out how to explain it to him, how I knew that what I just saw was real and was happening right now and not in my head as a dream. That my mom and dad were both alive but kept as prisoners, forced to be apart and beaten when their captures didn't like an answer my mom gave them. I looked over at Logan and tried to explain to him with my eyes that what I had just borne witness to was real. I didn't know how I knew, I just had a gut feeling that someone had brought me there, to see that, for a reason. They were prisoners, in some kind of dungeon or cell block. It was definitely underground judging by how cold and dark it was. It smelled horrible, of damp and blood. I shuddered as I thought back to my dream. Logan pulled me into his arms and rubbed my exposed arms where goosebumps had started to appear. This guy was yelling questions at my mum, but she didn't know the answer to them, saying that some form of communication bond had been broken or something like that. I whispered, cringing as I remembered the way they treated her. I felt Logan tense around me and I looked up to see he had locked eyes with an older man, a stranger, who was sitting on the sofa opposite us. How had I not noticed the amount of people that were in the room until now? I froze and shrunk slightly into Logan's arms, trying to hide from them as much as I could, but as I took another look at them again I weirdly felt like I knew them. Sophie was here, Logan's sister, and she gave me a little smile when we had locked eyes, but I had definitely not met the other three strangers in the room. Eleanor, did you see anyone that you recognize at all? Any familiar faces in the dream that you can think of? Logan asked as he looked down at me with the slight V still between his eyebrows. I thought back to the dream and tried to refocus on the faces but sighed and shook my head when I came up blank. No, sorry, I mumbled. Do you think you know where they could be? Logan sighed before running a hand through his hair, making sure to keep his other arm wrapped securely around my waist. We have an idea who might have them, but we need hard evidence to be able to rally our allies and form an attack. Where do you think they are? I frowned as I looked up at him in confusion. How could he possibly know where they were being kept when I hadn't even truly explained to them what I'd seen? Logan just shook his head before kissing me on the forehead. I don't want to tell you and get your hopes up if it turns out that my hunch is wrong. I'll have some of the pack members do some scouting near the area and see if they pick up anything unusual. If they do, you'll be the first to know. Be careful, son. If it is who you're thinking of, then he is not someone we want to get on the wrong side of lightly. The older man of the three strangers spoke up and I looked over to see him give me a soft smile before focusing his attention back on Logan. He had called Logan son, that must make him Logan's father. Of course, Dad, I know who we will be up against. The trackers will just have to be extra careful at hiding their scent. I'll go with them, the youngest stranger in the group muttered. He couldn't be more than 18, but his eyes told me that he knew way more that his age was letting on. A flash of an image ran through my mind and I suddenly remembered where I recognized him from. The first night I was here I looked at a photo of Logan, Sophie, and one other person all huddled together and smiling right before I smashed the frame. He must be Logan's brother. Thank you, Ethan, I would appreciate your experience in guiding the pack trackers. He just nodded his head in response but otherwise stayed quiet. The only stranger left in the room was the woman sitting in between Logan's dad and his brother Ethan. I'm guessing she was his mum, but I didn't want to jump to any conclusions. Logan, are you not going to introduce us to your mate? The woman suddenly piped up and I realized I must have been staring at her in slight confusion without realizing it. I looked down in embarrassment and blushed slightly at being caught. Oh yes, sorry. Eleanor, this is my little brother Ethan, my father Robert, my mother Diane, and Sophie you already know. Everyone, this is my mate Eleanor. Logan introduced everyone whilst pointing to each person on the couch, making sure I wasn't confused about who was who. It is so lovely to finally meet you, my dear. We have heard so much about you from Bennett and Sophie. It's so nice to finally be able to put a face to the name. She smiled. If you need anything at all, you just let me know, okay? Logan's mom said. She looked like a kind-hearted woman, with mousy brown hair and chocolate brown eyes. You could tell that she was a caring woman, someone who did everything they could to help someone out, even if it was someone she didn't know. None of Logan's family had gotten up to hug me or shake my hand, and I had a sneaky suspicion Logan had something to do with it, telling them I was still very uncomfortable with strange people I didn't know getting close to me. I smiled and nodded my greeting at them, but before I could mutter some form of greeting a small yawn escaped my lips. I tried to discreetly lift my hand to cover my mouth and hide it, but it didn't work. Everyone still heard it. I really had to get used to this super sensitive hearing they all apparently have, that we apparently have. I guess that's our cue to leave, Dr. Caldwell stated as she stood up and gathered all her things into her bag. My patient needs her rest. I smiled at them all as they whispered quiet farewells to us as they one by one got up off the sofa and headed out the front door. Before long it was just me and Logan sitting on the living room sofa, cuddled up with me in his lap and my head resting on his chest. I think we should follow the doctor's orders and get you to bed, don't you think? Logan asked as my eyes started to drop. After all, we have a lot of training to get done tomorrow, he chuckled. I wanted to ask him what he meant by training, but before I could even form the sentence in my head I was out like a light, with Logan's strong arms around me, keeping me safe. Logan's POV. It's really not that difficult once you get the hang of it, Eleanor. Honestly, I tried to convince her. We were currently sitting crossed-legged opposite each other in my back garden, and I was trying to show her how the mind link works. By law, she wasn't allowed to officially become the pack's Luna until she learned it and connected with the pack. To say she was shocked when I first told her about it would be an understatement. In fact, she outright laughed at the idea of it. I had to prove it to her by calling Bennett over with my mind link and doing a full 10 minutes of what number was I thinking of with him, Eleanor watching closely to make sure we weren't cheating in any way. After not getting a single one wrong, she had no choice but to believe us. She groaned in frustration and ran her hands over her face. Well, if it's so easy, then why can't I do it yet? I smiled at her to try and ease some of her tension and reached over to take her hands into mine. It's most probably because your wolf hasn't fully emerged yet. Yes, you have now shifted, but there is so much more to becoming a werewolf than just turning into a wolf. You have to feel her, know her, train and learn what worked best for you both. No two people are the same after all, so why would that change for a wolf? Mind linking works by one wolf talking to another, not human talking to human telepathically, I explained. Well, then why are we even bothering if it's impossible for me to do right now? Why don't we work on something else, like strengthening the connection, so I can do stuff like linking in the future? I could tell she was getting frustrated with not being able to link. She was frowning at her feet and pulling the grass out of the ground by its roots. I know I shouldn't be thinking this right now, but she looked so damn cute right now. This will help strengthen your bond with her. Every day your brain is working to try and find new pathways and shortcuts to talk to her and use your link, I tried to explain. I don't think she was aware of just how important it was for her to learn linking. If she couldn't link, then she couldn't become the Luna. If she couldn't become Luna, I had one of two choices to make: step down from my alpha position and be with her, or reject her and mate with someone who wasn't my destined mate. It was an impossible decision to make. If I chose my pack over her, then it would surely break both of us, and after waiting so long to find her, I knew that I could never break her heart like that. On the other hand, though, if I chose her over my pack, then my sister would have to step up as alpha. She wasn't the alpha type though. She had never shown any interest in anything to do with the alpha role, and I feared that with me stepping down it would cause the pack to become weak and eventually collapse. I looked into my little mate's eyes and smiled encouragingly at her. I know you can do it, Eleanor. With my words of encouragement, I could see the sparkle had returned into her eyes. She no longer looked bored, she looked more like her determined self than she had done all morning. Let us do it. Okay, so close your eyes. Focus on my wolf, his eye color, fur color, his height, everything. Focus on trying to connect with him, I explained. She nodded and took a deep breath through her nose and closed her eyes. She was silent for a few minutes, and just as I started to see her give up hope, I suddenly felt a slight push in my mind. I smiled a full megawatt smile at her, not that she could see it, and closed my eyes to try and reach out to her too. She was just within reach, just one more stretch, when we were suddenly interrupted by a pack member forcing their way into my mind. I growled in anger, not liking the disrespect that member was showing me, but sobered up when the wolf said a few words to me. It was my brother. Eleanor, we have to go. Now, I stated. I shot up to my feet, pulling Eleanor with me, and we ran as fast as we could to my parents' house. All I knew was that my brother was in trouble. No one would tell me anything else, which was more worrying than the news itself. Logan, what is happening? I heard Eleanor whisper behind me, obviously shocked and slightly panicked by my sudden reaction. Ethan is in trouble. He went on a scouting mission with a few other pack members this morning, and no one will tell me what has happened. Eleanor stayed silent after that, which I was very thankful for. I didn't have the answers to the questions I knew she would be asking me. Thankfully, my parents didn't live too far away from me, and in a few minutes we were on their property, and I was racing up the front porch steps and banging on their door. When nobody answered, I sighed in frustration as I let go of Eleanor's hand and started rooting around the many plant pots that surrounding my parent front door, trying to find the spare key they always kept around here. I felt movement behind me, and I looked around to see Eleanor was doing exactly the same thing as me on the other side of the path, obviously understanding what I was trying to find. She found the key almost straight away, and I sighed in relief as I took it from her and quickly unlocked the door with shaking fingers, whether it was from fear or adrenaline, though I didn't know. What we were greeted with when we walked through the threshold was pure mayhem. Pack warriors were running left and right, mobile phones strapped to their ears, and paced the length of the living room. The majority of people in here, though, were huddled around the open-plan kitchen dining room, where a large detailed map was spread out over the table. What the hell is going on here? I yelled, and suddenly everyone froze as they felt the power of their alpha entering the room. I felt Eleanor shrink behind me, not liking the fact that everyone had stopped what they were doing and were now focusing all their attention on us. I tightened my hold on her and wrapped my arm around her waist, hoping I was giving her enough reassurance to get through the next few hours that would undoubtedly be hard for the both of us. "It's Ethan's son, he hasn't come back from his scout mission," my dad told me as he came up to us and placed a hand on my shoulder. I frowned. Well, maybe they just ran over. It's not like we were expecting them back at a certain time. It's not just that. One of the men that went with them came back. He was covered in blood and barely made it to the medical bay before passing out. He's there now. Dr. Caldwell is working on him as best she can, but apparently with all the stress his body has gone, though it's going to be touch and go. I closed my eyes for a second and took in a breath, mentally preparing myself for what our pack was about to go though. This is where my alpha training came into its own. Not many people would know how to deal with a situation like this, but thankfully years of studying and watching my dad deal with situations similar to this, I knew what the next steps would be. I walked over to the map on the dining room table and took in what I could see, a lot of excess and circled areas, but apart from that not much. What do we have? Well, we knew they were heading in this direction when they left the pack in the early hours of this morning, one of my warriors explained as he pointed towards the south side of our territory. The last update we had was 10:30 this morning, telling us that they had witnessed suspicious activity and that they were going to investigate further. If they were going traveling at the standard speed, then they would have only been able to get as far as this area here at the time of their last check-in. I nodded my understanding before I took a pen and started crossing sections off. I know my brother, and I know that he would not enter any pack territory without permission from their alpha. As I haven't gotten a call from anyone, we can rule out these areas here, I muttered as I crossed out all of the known pack territories in the area. That would mean they could only have gotten as far as this area here. I circled the area where I believed my brother and our trackers could have possibly been, but as I was starting to form a plan in my head, my sister suddenly screamed my name from the stairs. I dropped the pen and sprinted over to Sophie to find Eleanor passed out in her arms. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. Eleanor's POV. I woke up in a cold sweat with beads of perspiration running down my forehead and into my hairline. I looked around and found myself laying on a comfy bed, with my shoes missing and the duvet pulled up over my body and around my shoulders. I kicked the duvet off of me in the hopes that it would cool my adrenaline-filled body down and sat up to take in my surroundings. It was difficult as the room was dark due to the blackout blind being drawn shut, but as far as I could tell, no one was in the room with me. How did I end up here anyway? I don't remember going for a nap. The last thing I remembered was walking through the front door to Logan's family home to find multiple pairs of eyes staring at me. I slowly sat up and took everything in. I had no idea where I was, but for some reason, I didn't feel panicked. Surely a normal person would feel some form of fear when waking up in an unknown room and having no knowledge of even getting there. It was familiar somehow, well, maybe not familiar in the sense that I knew where I was, but more in the sense that it smelled like Logan. It smelt of home. The voice in my head made this weird purring sound when I mentioned the word home, and it wasn't till after I thought my words through that I realized what I had just thought. I had a home. For the first time in 12 years I felt like I belonged somewhere. This was definitely a teenage boy's bedroom, that was for sure. There were posters of cars and bands blue tacked and scattered across the four walls. An old TV sat in the corner of the room on a glass stand with piles of action movies and video games stacked neatly underneath, with some form of games console standing next to them. The walls were a dark blue color, not unlike the color on Logan's walls at the moment, with the floor covered in a fluffy cream carpet that had definitely seen better days. I twitched as I felt the urge to go and get the hoover to try and make the fabric fluffy again, but stopped myself when I reminded myself of where I was, or more accurately where I wasn't. I may not be living in that house anymore and made to do all the housework and cook all the meals, but old habits die hard, especially habits that had been drilled into you since you were 7 years old. I had found myself on multiple occasions resorting back to my old ways, getting up early and cleaning the place before Logan had even woken up, before getting on with cooking breakfast for him. He had told me over and over again that I didn't need to do any of that if I didn't want to, that it wasn't my job to do everything in the house. He said that I was now a Luna, and if I didn't feel like cooking or cleaning that day, he could always do it himself, or we could order some food in. If I was being honest though, sometimes I kind of liked doing it. It wasn't so much the task itself that I missed. I don't think anyone could miss cooking and cleaning after someone else, but it was more the routine and sense of purpose I'd feel after the job was done. It was a sense of normality in my life as everything else around me seemed to change at the drop of a hat. It soothed my anxiety and helped to ground me when my head wouldn't stop thinking. Even though the whole room was clean and organized, I could tell that it hadn't been lived in here in a long time, something about the air. It smelled too dusty and clean to have someone regularly using the space. I quickly shook my head as I realized I had gotten distracted and rubbed my eyes with the heel of my hand. I needed to tell Logan what I'd seen. I stuffed my feet into some slippers which were sitting by the side of the bed and slowly pulled the door open, cautious of what I was going to find. As I pulled the door open, my view of the corridor was blocked by the back of a guy about the same build as Logan but a few inches shorter. I shrunk back slightly at the close proximity of the stranger and started to shield myself with the door slightly, just in case he wasn't the friendly type. "Are you okay, Luna?" I startled at the sound of his deep voice breaking the silence and looked up at him in confusion. For a second I didn't know who he was talking to. I even had half a mind to look behind me to see if someone was there, before my brain finally caught up with me and I realized that he was actually talking to me. I was the Luna of this pack now. I nodded slowly, as I tried to brush back the flyaways that had stuck to my forehead slightly due to the perspiration. The stranger had kind blue eyes as they looked down at me, not in a menacing way but with a look of respect. This small bit of information gave me the confidence I needed to nod and look up at him. It may not have been in the eye, but any form of communication involving me not looking down at my feet was an improvement in my eyes. "May you please take me to El Logan, please?" I stuttered, internally rolling my eyes at my overuse of the word please. "Of course, Luna," he nodded with a swift business-like nod before turning around and leading me down the hallway. The floors were covered in red floral rugs fringed with beige tassels and the walls were painted a calming off-white color with photo frames littering the surface. Some held drawings done by toddlers, their bright colors standing out against the plain background of the wall, whilst others framed faces of happy smiley people as they stared into the lens of the camera. Some faces I kind of recognized, child versions of Sophie with a bunch of other people surrounding her. I didn't have time to study them though because the stranger in front was walking at too fast a pace for me to pause and I didn't want to stop in fear of looking nosy. The hallway ended at a set of stairs which lead down and into the ground floor of the property. I could hear multiple voices not too far from me and I froze at the prospect of being in a busy room full of people I didn't know. What if, for some reason, they didn't know who I was and thought that I was trespassing? I'd already learned from Bennett that trespassing on pack land without permission was punishable by death. What if these people killed me thinking that I was some kind of threat? My brain spun out of control with scenarios on what could happen to me if I walked down there, each one more bizarre than the last. The logical side of me knew that no one here would hurt me, Logan had told me that himself, but the other part of me, the part ruled by fear and anxiety, couldn't help but spit out paranoid thoughts as I stood frozen on the top step. The stranger looked back at me, confused as to why I had paused, but when he got a look at my fearful expression his eyes softened. "It's all right, Luna, no one will harm you here," he reassured me, his voice low and soft so as not to draw attention to us. I nodded my head slowly, pushing down the bubble of anxiety that was brewing in the pit of my stomach, and slowly made my way down the steps, one hand tightly gripped onto the banister and the other clenched at my side. As we made our way down the staircase I could hear more and more voices, nearly all of which I didn't recognize. One stood out amongst the rest though, a voice that made my heart rate calm down in a matter of seconds and my rising anxiety to temporarily subside. "Logan." The stranger led me down the last few steps and it was then that I finally recognized where I was. I was still in Logan's parents' house and Logan was exactly where I last saw him, hunched over the dining room table and surrounded by people. The man that led me down here cleared his throat, trying to gain the attention of the loud people in the room. "Alpha, the Luna is awake and requested to see you." Logan's head snapped up at the stranger's words and upon seeing me quickly rounded the table and started to jog over to me, the others in the room getting out of his way so he could get to me quicker. "What are you doing up? You should be back in bed and resting," he sighed as he took me into his arms. "You had me worried for a second there," he muttered as he kissed the top of my head, before bringing me into his chest. My cheeks warmed at the audience we had but I quickly forgot about them as I thought about what I had originally come here to tell him. "Logan, I had another one of those vision things," I muttered into his chest. "It's about your brother." Logan's arms tensed around me for a second before he brought me out of his chest and held me at arm's length so that he could get a proper look at me. "What did you see?" he asked, his eyes burning with the need to know. I cleared my throat and took a deep breath to steady myself before I looked up at him. While I only saw him, none of the other wolves who had been taken, I muttered as I played with my fingers in front of me, a nervous habit I couldn't seem to kick. He had been tied to a chair and beaten badly. I tried to help him in some way, but he was out cold and unresponsive. I looked down at my fingers and I continued to fidget, not able to hold Logan's eyes anymore due to the look of pain I saw in them. "What else did you see?" he asked, trying to keep his voice as level as he could so as not to scare me. "Logan, I stuttered as I took in a shaky breath of air. I had been taken back to the cells where my mother and father are being kept. That's where I was him," I explained. "Whoever kidnapped my parents all those years ago have now taken your brother and your friends," I whispered as the guilt I'd woken up with resurfaced. "I am so sorry, Logan," I muttered. "If it wasn't for me being here, none of this would have ever happened." "Little maid," he muttered as he lifted my chin up with his fingers so that I was looking into his eyes. "None of this is your fault, okay? The only ones to blame are the sick people who did this. Do you understand me?" His voice was firm but soft all at the same time, wanting to make sure his point was made but also not raising his voice enough so that it would startle me. I slowly nodded my head to show that I understood him and sighed as I let my shoulders drop. Releasing guilt wasn't easy, especially when I was so used to it being forced upon me when something hadn't even been my fault, but Logan was going through a lot at the moment and the last thing he needed was to deal with me feeling sorry for myself. "He was alive when I found him, I'm sure of it," I said as I tried to ease his worries about his little brother in pain. I tried to go to him, to check to see if he was breathing, but before I could try and wake him up and get him out of his restraints, someone had found me there and held me down, I stuttered. Goosebumps rose on my arms at the thought of that man sneaking up behind me and pinning my arms to my sides, his breath fanning across my neck as he breathed my scent in. "What? Why didn't you lead with that, Eleanor? Are you all right?" Logan yelled as he suddenly started checking my arms and face for any form of injury, freezing when he saw the finger-shaped bruises that starting to appear on my upper arms. "I'm going to kill him," Logan roared as he started to pace in front of me. "I'll rip him apart with my bare hands for harming you." I shivered at the tone of his voice and instinctively took a step back. I had never seen him so angry before, and if I was being completely honest, it was starting to frighten me. The way he was yelling and the way he was pacing, it was similar to the way Cole used to react when he didn't get his way with something. He was a spoiled only child who had never lifted a finger in his life thanks to me. That sort of upbringing had caused him to become impatient and entitled, and when he didn't get something that he wanted, he'd need to find an outlet to release his frustrations. Unfortunately, I was usually the victim. I looked at Logan as he continued to pace, watching his every move and making sure I was fully alert. He suddenly shifted his head towards me and took a step in my direction, and I couldn't help but flinch as I took a step back. It was purely instinctual. I knew that Logan would never mean to hurt me, but it didn't change the fact that my body has certain reflexes I couldn't control. The look in his eyes were so similar to Cole's I couldn't help but be transported back to a time when I was with them. At the sight of my fear, the color immediately drained from Logan's face. His eyes that were once glowing golden with the presence of his wolf had now faded back to their original color. He was frozen on the spot, not knowing what to do or whether I'd freak out at his next move. Eleanor, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I know I cut him off, not wanting him to feel like this. He had done so much for me, and the last thing I wanted was to make him second-guess himself around me. I had to get over my fear, and the only way to do that was to suck it up and act brave. Fake it till you make it. I just lost it at the thought of someone hurting you. I would never. I know, I interrupted again and focused on slowing my heart rate down, hoping that it would help, both him in feeling better and me in calming my fear down. "You would never hurt me," I finished the sentence I knew he was going to say before taking a few steady steps in his direction. He just nodded his head in agreement but otherwise stayed still, not wanting to scare me again with any sudden movements. I stood in front of him and smiled slightly, hoping I could get him to relax, but when he didn't, I sighed and wrapped my arms around his waist and drew him close. It took a few seconds, but thankfully his brain kicked into gear again and responded by wrapping his arms around me in a bone-crushing hug. Eleanor's POV. We stayed like that for several minutes, both of us calming the other down before Logan finally felt comfortable enough to let go and look at me. "I really am sorry, Eleanor. I rarely lose my temper like that, and you just unfortunately had to witness one of the few times that I do. I promise I will be more careful in the future." I sighed and shook my head but decided to stay quiet on the matter. He really didn't need to walk on eggshells around me, and I honestly didn't want him to. I had overreacted, majorly, but I made a promise to myself that in the future I would try to never do that, especially when it was Logan. so I muttered, getting back on track. Oh, hang on, Logan muttered before his eyes fogged over for a second. Next thing I knew, there were people streaming into the dining room, taking up any nook and cranny they could find. When did they even leave? Logan must have mind-linked them all, I guess. Well, at least they didn't have a front row seat to my brief meltdown. Sorry, I want the others to hear what you have to say. You may continue, he said as he smiled down at me. I sighed before nodding my head. I was not comfortable in a room full of this many people, but I had to get over it. For Ethan's sake and for the sake of my parents and the rest of Logan's friends. So, after I had been found out and held down, I stuttered, I was dragged into a room, away from your brother, and forced to sit in a chair. They said they wanted to talk, I muttered. I felt really uncomfortable talking in front of this many people, and I think Sophie, who was standing in the far corner of the room, knew because she suddenly piped up. Logan, why don't you get us to broadcast her through the Wolfpack mind link? That way Ellie doesn't have to feel uncomfortable about talking to this many people she doesn't know, but the information is still accessible to everyone? Sophie suggested as she looked between me and her brother. I smiled over at her, gratefully, before looking up at Logan to see what he thought of the idea. He thought about it for a moment as he weighed up the pros and cons, before thankfully nodding his head. Good idea, Sophie. Dad, if you could stay as broadcaster, and Sophie and Mum for moral support, that would be appreciated. Everyone else is dismissed for the night. We will reconvene first thing tomorrow morning in the pack hall. There was no mistaking the authority in his tone, and before we knew it, everyone had quickly emptied out of the house, leaving just me, Logan, Sophie, Robert and Diane. We all settled into the sofas, now that there was room for us to do so, and I wrung my hands in nervousness. It's okay, little mate, I've got you, and I'm not going to let anyone hurt you, Logan stated as he took my hands in his to stop my fidgeting. I nodded and took a deep breath before continuing. It wasn't long before whoever we were waiting for turned up. I didn't know who he was, but by the way he spoke to everyone and how they reacted to him, he seemed like the person in charge. So it wasn't Alpha Whitaker then? Robert butted in with a deep frown on his face. I shook my head. No, it wasn't him. He smelt like him though. Dad, does Alpha Whitaker have a brother maybe? A brother we didn't know about? Or maybe that was his beta? I mean, who know what goes on in that pack? Logan asked his dad, who had misty eyes from relaying everything ID said through the mind link. Not that I know of, son, but like you said, no one knows what goes on in that pack, he sighed. Logan's sigh was his only response as he squeezed his hands that were still encaging mine. Go on, little mate. Well, there was a lot of uncomfortable staring between the two of us before he finally piped up about what he wanted from me and why I was there. I stumbled across my next words, struggling to finish my story for fear of Logan's reaction. He said he was willing to release your brother, my parents, and the rest of the pack that were taken on one condition, I muttered. I couldn't look at him in the eye, knowing I was about to see a furious Logan all over again. What did he want, little mate? Logan asked, torn between comforting me and pushing me to get the information that could save his pack members. He wants, I stuttered as I withdrew my hands from Logan's and held them in my lap. It's okay, Ellie, Sophie tried to reassure me as she got up and sat on the arm of the sofa next to me. I had noticed that Robert's eye were no longer fogged over, and I was very thankful that he wasn't broadcasting this to the entire pack. The last thing I needed was for everyone to see me having another emotional breakdown, one of many it seemed today. I smiled up at her and took a deep breath, steadying myself before I turned around and took Logan's hands back in mine. He wants me, Logan. He said he would let everyone else go if I went to him willingly and freely. He said if I didn't, he would just kidnap more and more pack members until we complied with his wishes. The room was silent for a moment, the only sound coming from the clock slowly ticking away on the opposite wall above the fireplace. It stayed like that for a good 30 seconds, I counted the ticks, before everyone started shouting and screaming all at once. No one knew what to do. On the one hand, this was their brother and son that was currently in harm's way, but on the other it was their Luna. I mean, I know which way I would sway in a heartbeat, but apparently for them it wasn't that easy. There is no way in hell I am letting you go anywhere near them, Eleanor, do you hear me? I am not letting you get taken by those animals and let them do goddess knows what to you. Logan ran his hands through his hair as he continued to scream profanities and pace across the living room floor. We'll figure out another way to save the rest of the pack, without offering you as a sacrifice to them. I stayed quiet, not wanting to tell him what was running through my mind, that I was strongly considering taking the strange-smelling wolf up on his offer. I would do anything for my new pack, and if this was the price I'd have to pay, then so be it. I glanced next to me to find Sophie staring at me with questioning eyes, looking as if she could read what was running through my head as we all watched Logan carve a hole in the wooden floor. She knew what I was considering doing, and I quickly shook my head at her with pleading eyes, not wanting her to give anything away to Logan or the rest of her family. She squinted her eyes at me in a warning glare before sighing and nodding her head in understanding. I smiled gratefully at her before getting up and taking Logan's hands in mine to get his attention and to stop him pulling at his hair. "Let us go home, we can talk more at the meeting tomorrow," I said as I went in to give him a hug, hoping to ease his nerves and bring him back to a more calming state. Thankfully it had worked, and before long we were back home and tucked up in bed with me safely folded up in Logan's arms. "I won't let them hurt you, Eleanor," I heard Logan whisper into the darkness of our bedroom, his heart rate speeding up slightly as I kissed his bare chest. "I know you won't," I whispered back as I pretended to fall asleep. Little did he know my brain was whirring away a mile a minute, weighing up all of my options that were laid out in front of me. On the one hand, I could do what Logan says, stay here safe and sound whilst I let other innocent people go and fight my battles for me, or I could face my fear and deal with my issues head on. The guy had given me a time and a place to meet him if I decided to hand myself in. I had 24 hours to decide, and if I decided not to show, he would take another group of people from our pack and kill them. He said it would continue like that every day until I gave myself up. I had seen that place firsthand, seen the filth that my parents had been left in as they sat with their wrists and ankles shackled to a nearby stone wall with silver. I could smell their flesh burning as their skin touched the metal, their bodies not being able to heal quick enough for the burns and welts to completely go away. How could I possibly allow my pack members, who I am supposed to protect, endanger their lives and being possibly kidnapped just to give us another 24 hours to try and figure out what to do? It would just be wrong of me to sit back and allow them to be taken from their homes when the only reason this person was interested in our pack in the first place was because of me. It was all because of me. Guilt seeped into my soul as I looked up at Logan, who had fallen fast asleep whilst I had been weighing up the pros and cons in my head. To me there was only one clear answer. There was no way I was going to let innocent people die because of me, and with that in mind I formed a plan. If the meeting tomorrow came up completely empty-handed and no one could think of a logical plan on what to do next, then I was going to meet this mystery man and hand myself in. I sighed and looked back at Logan, taking him all in. For all I knew, this could be the last time I get to see him sleep. Hi guys. Hope you enjoy this one. Logan's POV. I was standing on the stage in front of most of my pack as I watched them argue over what they thought would be the best thing to do. Some were saying to go to the elders and let them deal with Ethan's kidnapping and leave us out of it, whilst others were saying to go in guns blazing and grab them. Everyone was avoiding the elephant in the room though, the fact that everyone could be saved if we gave up our Luna, but there was no way that I was going to let that happen. She was my mate and the pack's Luna. If she was to be taken, then this pack would fall into turmoil. I signed as I took in my pack members still yelling at each other and not allowing the other to speak. This was getting us nowhere. Silence! I shouted, getting the attention of every individual in the hall. There is no use in us all arguing. Myself, our Luna and Beta Bennett will take your suggestions under consideration, but the main reason I called you all here today was to keep you all in the loop about what is going on and to give you a chance to have any of your questions answered. Now, does anyone else have any pressing questions they would like answered before we terminate this meeting? I was met with silence, a clear indication that no one had anything further to ask regarding the matter at hand. They all knew what had happened to Eleanor whilst she was in her dream walk. I left it a few more seconds before announcing that the meeting was adjourned and that everyone was free to leave. I sighed as I watched the last person leave the room and turned to find Eleanor watching me with curious eyes. I took her into my arms, needing the comfort of my mate after such a stressful meeting. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice slightly muffled by my t-shirt. I nodded before kissing her on the head and releasing her. "Yeah, I'm okay, just stressed." "Don't worry, it will all work itself out soon," she reassured me with confidence. I smiled at her confidence in me as I tightened my arms around her. "I know it will. I will inform the elders as soon as we're home to get the ball rolling on the rescue plan, but it's just whether we decide to organize an attack of our own that I'm thinking about." "I don't think that's what she meant," Logan Bennett said as he stood up. I looked over at him, confused to find him staring at Eleanor with a frown on his face. I looked down at Eleanor, trying to figure out what he had seen that I had missed, but she had buried herself into my chest, hiding her face from me. "What does he mean, Eleanor?" I asked, but when she didn't answer, I held her at arm's length. She looked guilty for some reason and wouldn't look me in the eye, what was running through that little mind of hers? You can't do it, Luna Bennett continued, talking directly to Eleanor. Logan, wouldn't he survive it, and neither would the pack. I wouldn't he survive what? I demanded, feeling frustrated at being kept out of the loop. Bennett stayed quiet as he continued to stare at her. She was now looking right back at Bennett with an almost pleading look in her eye, begging him to keep his mouth shut. What the hell are you two on about? When Bennett saw that Eleanor wasn't going to say anything, he sighed and looked up at me. She is thinking about taking the offer they gave her. Her in exchange for the rest of the pack, he explained as he finally looked up at me. I stayed silent for a moment, not knowing how to respond. She couldn't be that dumb, could she? But one look at her guilty expression told otherwise. You what? I shouted, the echo bouncing off the empty pack hall walls. There is no way in hell I am letting you willingly give yourself up to those monsters, do you hear me, Eleanor? No way. I let go of her shoulders and started pacing around the stage area, needing to move to trying and release the anger and adrenaline that was surging through me. How could she do this to me? To us? Eleanor sighed and took my hand into hers, halting me in my tracks. It's for the best, Logan, this way no one will get hurt because of me. These people will not only let your brother and the rest of the pack members go but also my parents. It is the least I could do after they have suffered for so long, she explained, a pained edge to her tone of voice. No. No, I am not letting you serve yourself up to them, and that is the end of this conversation. Now if you all will excuse me, I need to go and inform the elders of the development, I ground out, trying my best to keep my tone in check. Eleanor reached out to me, presumably in the hopes to calm me down and hear her out, but I just brushed her off and stormed outside. There was no way I was going to let her serve herself up on a golden platter to these people. There had to be some other way to save my brother and the rest of my pack without handing over my lifeline. There just had to be, and I was going to find it. After all, it was my fault they'd gotten caught in the first place, sending them out into the territories of potentially very dangerous wolves without backup or a clear plan of what to do if something went wrong. I was a terrible alpha, blinded by the needs of my mate over the needs of my pack. You okay there, son? My dad asked as he appeared behind me. I laughed at his question. Do I look all right to you? I have pack members and a brother missing on one hand and a mate who is so willing to give herself up she is willing to risk everything that we have built on the other. I am far from okay. Well, for now let us just focus on one thing at a time, okay? Your mate is perfectly safe at the moment, we are all keeping an eye on her, so just take a breath and focus on getting your brother back, alright? I will call the elders and inform them of the situation we are currently in whilst you talk to some of the pack warriors and get a plan together. We know their rough location thanks to the map, so we will just sweep those areas until we find something. I sighed, nodding my head in understanding. I really needed to learn to keep my head in a stressful situation if I ever want to become as good an alpha as my father had been. Thank you, Dad, I really appreciate your experience and level-headedness in all this. Dad smiled and clapped me on the back. No problem, now let us get back to your mate before she starts to worry about you. I smiled back and nodded as we walked back into the main hall, where I found Eleanor sitting on a vacant bench, fiddling with her fingers and jittering her legs. As soon as she saw me, she released a small sigh before getting up and walking over to me, relieved that I had come back. I took her in my arms and places my nose against the side of her head, hoping her scent would aid in calming both me and my wolf down. If I wanted to come up with a reasonable plan of action, I'd have to learn to remain calm and collect under the pressure. So what now? She whispered into my chest as she questioned our next move. We're going to have to come up with something, and fast, if we want to stop more people from getting taken. That's assuming they even get that far, I said as I smiled into her hair. They've now told us what their plan is, all we have to do is make sure everyone stays in lockdown and away from the borders of the territory. If we do this, then the mystery guy would have no hope in getting their hands of more leverage, I explained. Eleanor just nodded into my chest again but otherwise remained silent. We stood like that for a few more minutes, each using the other to calm ourselves down and try to think of a solution on how to get back Ethan and the 4 trackers that had been taken with him. Why don't we all go back to our house, my mum suggested as she smiled on at us. I'll make us all some lunch whilst you lot contact the elders and think of a way to get everyone back safe. I looked down at Eleanor to make sure that she was up for more socializing, and when I was greeted with a small smile and a nod, I looked up at my mum and nodded. Sure Mum, that would be great, I said as I took Eleanor's hand in mine and led her towards the main door. I am sorry, Alpha Logan, but you know we don't assist in these kinds of situations, Elder Walsh explained. We had been on speakerphone with the elder circle for more than half an hour now, and I still couldn't convince them to come down and assist us in our rescue mission. But sir, they have 5 of my pack's members held hostage, one of them being my brother, and are threatening to kidnap many more if we don't comply with their demands, I explained again for the millionth time. Alpha Logan, with all due respect to you and your family, why can't you just figure this one out on your own? Our records show that you are by no means vulnerable and defenseless. In fact, as Paxcom you are one of the most skilled out there, so why do you need us to try and sort something out that you can't deal with yourself? I scowled at the condescending tone in Elder Walsh's voice but didn't comment on it. Disrespecting an elder was a one-way ticket to their dungeons. Please sir, as previously stated, I wish not to disclose information as to why they are waging war on my pack or about why I prefer not to get my pack involved with these people, I explained. I ran a hand down my face and looked over at Eleanor, who was sitting on the sofa in my dad's office, her knees drawn up to her chest and her chin resting on her knees. I needed to protect her at all costs, and if that meant keeping her a secret from even the elders, I would do so in a heartbeat. Then I'm sorry, Alpha Logan, without a logical reason as to why you need the elders' involvement, I'm going to have to deny your request, and it's because of me, Eleanor suddenly piped up as she raised her head from her knees. These people are threatening Logan's pack because of me and what I am. I looked over at her with wide eyes, silently signaling her to stop talking. If the elders found out about her, there was no telling what they'd do with her. And to whom am I now speaking to? Elder Walsh questioned through the speaker. My name is Eleanor, I'm Logan's mate and the reason the Rising Dawn pack are after us, she explained. She slowly stood up and came to stand next to me so that her voice was closer to the speaker of the phone. I raised my eyebrows at her and silently asked her what she was doing, but she just ignored me as she focused on the phone. I looked over at my dad and Sophie, looking for some kind of backup, but I was just met with shrugs as they too stared at her in confusion. It wasn't that the elder community was crooked in some way, or that I was worried they were going to come and steal my mate from me because of what she was. I was more scared about the information being leaked somehow. It only took one person overhearing a conversation they shouldn't be privy to, or someone misplacing a piece of paper and it falling into the wrong hands, that could make Eleanor's identity known and her life in danger. And why would they be after you, Luna Eleanor? Walsh asked, slight intrigue clear in his voice. It's because of what I am, she sighed as she looked up at me, smiling slightly to show that she was okay with disclosing the information to them. Well, if she was alright with it, then so was I. She was just as much in charge of this pack as I was, and she had every right to make decisions about what we did and how we go about it. And what are you, may I ask, that makes you so valuable to the Alpha of the Rising Dawn pack? Elder Walsh asked. I am a messenger of the moon goddess, she whispered as she clasped her hands together in front of her. The line was silent for a moment before we heard yelling in the background. It seems that we had also been on speaker and the rest of the Elder's council had heard what Eleanor had admitted to. Luna Eleanor, we know for a fact that the messenger lineage had ended more than 10 years ago with the tragic death of Margaret and Thomas Sullivan. To impersonate a messenger is grounds for execution which we will not hesitate to enforce no matter what your rank is. I growled at Elder Walsh's threat, but Eleanor just placed her hand on my chest to try and calm me down as she continued to look at the phone on my father's desk. Sir, Margaret was my mother and Thomas was my father, she explained as she continued to stare down at the phone, and they aren't dead. I have recently learned that they were kidnapped and have been held hostage by Alpha Whitaker all this time for the use of my mother's powers and her connection to the goddess. Her connection has now been tethered, however, and has been passed down to me. They are using my family and pack as a bargaining chip to get to me and regain the power they lost with my mother. The line was silent for a moment, the only noise being a soft murmur as the council deliberated their options. We will be there in 2 days' time, Elder Walsh informed us before hanging up the phone, causing the dial tone to ring through the speaker system. The 4 of us sat there in silence for a moment as we digested everything. The elders now knew about Eleanor's identity, but what was more shocking than that was the fact that they knew about her parents and what her mother was capable of. That information alone gave me a small sense of relief in the elders. If they had known about the messenger bloodline and hadn't acted on it in any way, then I was fairly confident that the identity of Eleanor and her whereabouts wouldn't be misplaced and that she was safe. Well, that was fun, Sophie sighed as she pushed herself off from the back of the sofa. Now all we have to do is make sure we survive the next 48 until they arrive and we'll be home safe, she muttered sarcastically whilst she crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. I mean, do the elders seriously expect us to just going to sit here, twiddling our thumbs, until they arrive to save the day? I mean, I don't know about you, but I don't feel particularly comfortable doing nothing, especially with Ethan still out there with them doing God knows what to him. I looked over at Sophie as I watched her tap her foot on the floor expectantly as she stared at me, waiting to hear my plan. For now, Sophie, that's exactly what we're going to do, I said as I looked down at my mate who was still standing by my side. Until we can think of a better plan of action, we are going to wait them out, call their bluff. You can't be serious, Sophie exclaimed as she looked at me in bewilderment. Yes, Sophie, I am being deadly serious. Ethan would not want us risking our lives to try and save his because we were too impatient to wait for backup. I hate the plan as much as you do, believe me, but my hands are tied here, I sighed, feeling the weight of the pack on my shoulders. But Logan. We have no choice, Sophie. I yelled back, we know nothing about the Rising Dawn pack or what they are capable of. I'd be an irresponsible alpha to run in their guns blazing without knowing what we are up against. The air deflated out of Sophie as I watched her shoulders drop and the fight leave her body. Then what are we going to do? I don't know, I shrugged, but between us we can think of something. We deliberated up until the early hours of the morning, all of us huddled round the coffee table in the living room with a map of the area spread across it. We had come up with a few options on what we could do, but none of them were particularly great. They all involved potential what-if scenarios that were just too risky for us to take. Eleanor was all for giving herself up as bait so that we could somehow sneak in, but I just couldn't risk it. We didn't know what these people wanted with her, not really, and I wasn't about to risk her life or anyone else's life on a guess that they wouldn't kill her. The sobering news came just before we were about to break for breakfast. I had gotten a mind link that our patrol had caught a suspicious scent close to the border and were waiting for their orders to engage. Without hesitation, we all dropped what we were doing and ran as fast as we could, making sure the pack warriors were being cautious and alert for any form of suspicious activity whilst they waited for us to arrive. When we got there, I caught the offending scent pretty quickly. The smell of fake pine leaves and burnt plastic was pretty hard to ignore as we all followed the trail to see where it led. All pack members had been warned to stay indoors with their doors bolted and to not answer for anyone unless contacted through the pack link. The last thing we needed right now was another few pack members to be taken from right under our noses. You stay behind me at all times, Eleanor, understand? I warned her as we slowed our run to a brisk walk so as not to miss anything along the trail. Their people could have left anything whilst being on our land. It was important to stay vigilant and to not let our guard down. I know, Logan, she whispered back as she gripped onto my hand tightly. I was just about to respond when I caught a scent that made my stomach drop and my brain to freeze. Blood, dried blood. Stay here with the others, I instructed her as I let go of her hand and walked forward. Whatever was up ahead, I didn't want her to see it. Logan, what is it? She asked as she took a small step towards me. Please, little mate, just stay where you are, I pleaded as I took slow, cautious steps to where the smell was coming from. I could sense a few of my warriors walking behind me, ready to back me up if this was some form of trap, but I was too focused on the task at hand to recognize who it was. Blood meant bodies, and I couldn't help but feel immense guilt as I looked down at a dead body, a tracker who was in the scout hunt with Ethan when they had been kidnapped. I felt immense sadness as I continued to stare down at the lifeless body, his throat slashed out and covered with blood. If I had worked faster, harder, then maybe this wouldn't have happened. I could have potentially saved his life if I had only gotten my head in the game. You can't blame yourself, son, my dad muttered as he came and stood next to me. You did everything you could, that's all anyone could ever ask of you, he sighed. But I could have prevented this, I ground out my eyes unwavering as I stared at my feet. You couldn't have prevented this any more than the next person, Logan, you know that, he sighed, trying to make me feel better. This was no one's fault but the person who blew the final blow. Logan, what's going on, oh my god? Eleanor exclaimed next to me. I looked up in shock to find her standing right next to me, her eyes glued onto the dead body in front of her with her hands covering her mouth. What happened to him? She exclaimed as she continued to look him over. I quickly got in the way before she could see any more and forced her backward slightly so that she was further away. Eleanor, I need you to look away, okay? Just look at me and not behind me, I instructed her as I quickly linked Bennett so he could get down here and help me deal with the situation. Is he? She muttered, looking up into my eyes as she stuttered out a question I knew she didn't want to ask. I sighed before nodding my head and taking her into my arms. It's going to be all right, Eleanor, everything is going to be okay, I muttered. I just wished I believed my own words. Eleanor's POV. I hadn't uttered a word since we'd gotten back. I just couldn't help but replay what I'd just seen over and over again until my head span. That poor person had died because I was too stubborn and selfish to give myself up, I mean, I didn't even know the man's name, yet he had died because of me. I wasn't the only one who hadn't said much since finding out about the dead body. We had been pretty quiet for the rest of the day up until everyone decided to leave and head back to their respective homes. The news had hit everyone hard, especially Logan and his family. That could have easily been Ethan lying motionless and cold on the forest floor. Logan had been on and off the phone all day, trying to gain allies so that we could have the numbers to comfortably form an attack on Rising Dawn, but so far no one was biting. It seemed no one wanted to get involved in an issue that didn't involve them. It's not like we could blame them though. I don't think there were many people out there who would willingly put their life on the line for someone that wasn't from their family or pack. I had been thinking about my options all afternoon as I sat quietly on the sofa, cuddled up in a blanket with a glass of water and some potato and leek soup in my lap. I had promised myself that I would wait until it was the last resort before giving myself over to them, that I would only sacrifice myself if I couldn't see any other way of everyone getting out of this alive. Now that someone had died because of that promise, made my mind had completely shifted. Yes, Logan had the elders coming and he was trying everything he could to try and rally the surrounding packs for assistance, but for me it wasn't enough. The elders weren't coming for at least another 36 hours, and even once they arrived there was nothing said about what we'd be doing once they got here. For all we knew they'd take even longer to form a plan, and for Ethan and the other 3 trackers who were still being held hostage that wasn't good enough. I only had one clear option, one that would save the rest of the pack and keep those 4 wolves safe. I had to turn myself in. I just had to. The more I thought about that dead body, the more my stomach churned and my vision blurred. His blood was on my hands because I had been too much of a coward to give myself up. Well, not anymore. With a deep breath to help calm my racing heart, I placed the untouched bowl on soup on the coffee table and flicked the blanket from off my shoulders. I was already wearing something suitable to run in, just a pair of leggings and one of Logan's hoodies, but I still needed to sneak out a pair of trainers and get out of the building without raising suspicions. Logan was in the kitchen, using the island as a makeshift office desk so that he wouldn't have to stray too far from me, and I knew that Bennett was outside somewhere patrolling the house. If I could make it past the 2 of them, then I was safe. As silent as I could, I tiptoed towards the shoe rack and grabbed the first pair of shoes I could find before hiding them behind my back and walked over towards the kitchen where I could hear Logan mumbling down the phone to someone. "I'm just going to the toilet," I whispered to him before turning around and headed to the downstairs bathroom. Logan's only response was a quick head nod in my direction as he continued to mutter down the phone, too quiet for me to hear. I sighed in relief as I realized he wasn't going to look up at me, and backed my way out of the kitchen entrance and down the small corridor until I made it to the bathroom. Once inside, I quickly slipped my trainers on before locking the door and turning around so that I was facing the bathroom window. It wasn't particularly big, meaning squeezing through the small open window was a slight challenge, even for my small frame. Thankfully though, it wasn't long before I was out on the other side and hiding in a shrub, keeping my eyes and ears open for Bennett. When I was sure he wasn't near, I burst through the bush and ran as fast as I could towards the meeting place the stranger had told me to go. I panted as I willed my legs to carry me further from my mate and further from my new home as I made my way into the forest. A lone tear escaped my lash line as I thought about what I was leaving behind, but I quickly swept it away angrily. I had no time to feel sorry for myself. I had a mission I had to focus on. I leant against a tree as I doubled over from the stitch that was currently stabbing my side. Even though I was a lot stronger than when I first escaped the Hargroves, I still wasn't completely healed. My muscles were screaming at me to take a break, to rest so that they could get the oxygen they desperately needed, but my mind was telling me I didn't have time. Logan would have found out that I was gone by now and sent a search party out to look for me. I took one last deep breath before I straightened back up and carried on towards the meeting point. I don't know how I knew where I was going. I had never gone this far out of Logan's territory since I got here, but somehow I just knew I was heading in the right direction, as if someone or something was leading me there. All of a sudden, I heard a twig snap behind me and I froze in my tracks. Had Logan and the pack found me already? Or was this Alpha Whitaker's pack following me and making sure I went through with the exchange? I got my answer when I saw a figure sprinting after me in the distance and recognized Bennett coming after me at full speed. He had found me. I cursed in my head before turning and putting all the energy I had into making my legs go faster. As much as my newfound wolf hated the idea of leaving our mate, she agreed with my decision and so helped me as my feet pounded against the ground faster and harder. Her Luna instincts had fully kicked in and she wanted to do everything she possibly could to protect her pack. "Eleanor." Bennett yelled behind me, willing me to stop, but I ignored him and carried on going. Eleanor, please, think about this for a second, this is not a solution. He sounded closer than he was earlier and I cursed at his speed. Thankfully though he wasn't fast enough because before I knew it, I had reached my destination. The scent surrounding the scene made it obvious more than anything, the smell of Alpha Whitaker's aftershave, of fake pine and melted plastic. The meeting point was a little clearing in the trees, wildflowers scattered across the grass offering flecks of color against the bright green. This place was right outside Logan's pack territory, so close to the border that if I'd have taken 5 steps backwards, I would be re-entering his land. If it wasn't for the current situation I was in, I'd probably admire the beauty of this place, the pureness of it as I watched the blades of grass dance in the wind. I turned around to see Bennett run to a stop in front of me, panting just as much as I was at the physical activity we just had. Eleanor, you don't need to do this, there's always another way that doesn't involve self-sacrifice. I shook my head and placed my hand on top of his as he tried to drag me back to the Packlands. It's too late, Bennett, I have made up my mind and I choose to live whatever short life I have left guilt-free with Alpha Whitaker. I'd rather that than living a long life with Logan where the guilt of hurting all those people will crush me. I can't live like that, please, just let me go. He shook his head. It's not that simple, Eleanor, as Logan's best friend and beta of this pack, it is my duty and responsibility to protect both him and you. I looked into his eyes to see fierce determination in them, swirling around with the gold of his wolf as he fought to keep his control. The slight glazed over look in his iris says to me he was talking to the rest of the pack and if Alpha Whitaker didn't turn up soon I'd fear he'd be too late to do the exchange. This was my one and only shot to buy Logan enough time to save everyone. I suddenly smelt the horrible artificial smell of fake pine and burnt plastic intensify, meaning Alpha Whitaker was lose by. We both straightened our backs and turned to see him slowly emerge from the other side of the clearing, an amused smirk plastered on his face as he took in Bennett. Eleanor, you finally decided to show up, a very brave and smart decision I must say, he sneered as he looked me up and down. You seem to have brought an escort though, that wasn't part of the deal, little prophet. I stared at him, not knowing what to say, the mere sight of him freezing me in my place. His face always brought me back to the day when I first saw him, back to when I was only 7 years old, when he was dressed in a police officer's uniform and taking me away from my home. He was the one who had destroyed my life all those years ago and he was about to do the exact same thing again. She is not going anywhere, Bennett growled as he took a step in front of me, blocking my path to Alpha Whitaker. Alpha Whitaker just laughed at him and crossed his arms, not the least bit concerned with the fact that an angry beta was currently staring him down, ready to fight. Is that so, little beta? Or do you prefer rogue killer? I've heard a few of my men refer to you as that, although if you ask me I don't see what all the hype is about, he laughed. I frowned as I looked over at Bennett, hoping to find some form of explanation as to why he would be called that. I got nothing though as Bennett continued to stare down the Alpha in front of us. Alpha Whitaker suddenly laughed as he continued to stare back at Bennett with amusement. Enlighten me then, how are you going to achieve that when you are so outnumbered? I frowned at his words, only seeing him in the clearing, but that soon changed as at least 20 men and women slowly emerged from the shadows, each looking as menacing as the next and all wearing the same perfume as Alpha Whitaker. My heart rate picked up as I held on to Bennett's arm. The last thing I wanted was for him to get hurt, that was not part of my plan. Bennett, please just go. I don't want to be the reason for you to get hurt too, I pleaded. He just shook my arm off him and stared Alpha Whitaker down, not listening to me in the slightest. I suddenly heard howling in the distance and knew it was Logan and the pack coming for us. They had caught our scent and were making their way over. Bennett smirked as we saw Alpha Whitaker's calm demeanor slightly crack, obviously aware of the angry Alpha and his pack that were slowly but surely advancing on us. Time's up, Whitaker, Bennett growled. Nothing's over until I say it is, Alpha Whitaker growled, and before I could bat an eyelid Alpha Whitaker's pack descended on us. There was little either of us could do being so outnumbered, and before I could even think about trying to defend myself a guy made his way over to me and punched me in the temple, knocking me out cold. Eleanor's POV. The first thing I noticed when I woke up was the smell of damp and rust. It was the type of stench that would recognize anywhere and told me exactly where we were. I knew, without even opening my eyes, that we were in the underground cells where I'd had my dreams. I groaned as my body became more aware of itself and how sore it was. I reached my hand up to touch a particular tender spot on my temple but flinched as I felt burning around my wrist. What the? I looked down at myself and in the little light that the small window offered saw a pair of silver handcuffs attached to my wrists and my ankles, keeping me pretty much motionless in my spot on the cold damp floor. "Are you alright, Eleanor?" I heard a whisper not too far from me. I shot up in alarm at the sudden voice in the quiet room but calmed down when I found Bennett lying next to me, bloodied and bruised. I sighed and took a mental check of my body before nodding and looking over to him. "I'm fine, nothing I haven't dealt with before," I muttered. "Do you know where we are?" Bennett nodded next to me, but he didn't look happy about it. If anything, he looked semi-defeated as he lay against the stone wall. "That bad who?" He sighed and looked down into his lap with a shrug. "I don't know what to tell you, Eleanor. We're slap-bang in the middle of Alpha Whitaker's territory in an underground bunker. Even if Logan and the others could find us, they're going to have a hard time getting through the pack to get here," he sighed before groaning as he tried to reposition himself. I sighed and rested my head back against the cold stone wall that was currently keeping me upright. "Could you mind link the pack maybe? Tell Logan where we are and see if there's anything he can do." Why had I not taken those mind-linking lessons more seriously? "I can't, we're bound in silver chains. The pain my wolf is going through right now means he is in no fit state to try and reach out to anybody, let alone someone so far away." "I'm sorry, Eleanor," he sighed with a shrug. I nodded my head in understanding but quickly stopped as I felt my temple throb with the movement. "It's alright, it was worth a shot. I mean, I asked for this, right? Don't worry, I'll make sure they release you too." Before Bennett could answer, the door to our cell opened and bright artificial light streamed into the room, making both of us wince in pain. My head hurt before, but with the added blinding light it was almost making it unbearable. "Ah, you're awake, good. I was wondering if maybe my guy had hit you too hard and killed you or something," a voice laughed. I knew that voice. As my eyes slowly adjusted to the bright light, I started to make out a lone figure silhouetted in the light of the doorway. It was too bright for me to catch any key features though, just his height and build as he remained a shadow in the light of the hallway. "Who are you?" "Where's Alpha Whitaker?" Bennett growled as he tried but failed to get in front of me. The restraints around his ankles and wrists prevented his from being anywhere near me. "Alpha Whitaker is currently indisposed at the moment, so you lucky bunch get me instead," the guy laughed, us not being in on the joke though. Didn't he laugh with him? I frowned at him. There was definitely something familiar about him. "You smell like Alpha Whitaker," I muttered as I continued to observe him. I hadn't realized I had said it aloud until I felt two sets of eyes shift my way. "Why, yes I do," the stranger smiled at me, but it was far from comforting. "You see, we believe that the moon goddess didn't create mates to make us whole, she did it to make us weak. She saw that we were becoming more powerful than anything, more powerful than even her, and so created the mate bond to tame us and make us vulnerable. Without our natural scent, we are undetectable and so our mates will never recognize us." The stranger sounded happy, smug even, as he explained how he found a way to block the mate bond. I looked at him in shock. Why wouldn't you want to experience something as amazing as the mate bond? I didn't even know what it was 2 weeks ago, and now I can't imagine my life without it. "Exactly," the stranger stated and leaned against the doorframe, completely at ease with the situation around him. "Because of your mate bond you are now linked to that stupid alpha of yours for the rest of your life. If you were mateless you would have had no reason to give yourself over to us, but because of him your Luna instincts kicked in and you just had to save your pack." I scowled at him and leaned towards him, ignoring the bite in my wrists as my skin reacted to the silver shackles. "Let me make one thing very clear," I growled. "Even if I wasn't mated to Logan, or mated to anybody in this pack, I would have still made the same choice. I would still choose saving them over myself any day." The stranger smirked. "Seems like someone's grown a backbone since leaving the Hargroves." My blood instantly ran cold at the mention of their names and I subconsciously shrunk back in on myself. He knew the Hargroves. He knew Cole. The stranger's smirk grew, as if knowing that just the mere mention of their name was enough to have an effect on me. "They are going to be so happy that we found you. They have been worried sick since you ran away," he laughed. "Don't worry though, they said they have a massive surprise for you when they finally managed to get you back." My heart started to race and my palms started to sweat. I couldn't go back there, not after knowing what it was like to not wake up every morning in fear. The stranger took a step closer to me, but before I had any time to react Bennett let out an almighty roar and went for the stranger's throat, unconcerned with the burning of his skin. "You stay away from our Luna," he growled as his teeth started to extend from out of his gum line. The stranger only smirked, unconcerned with the angry beta that was only a few feet away from him, tied up with just a few links of silver keeping them apart. The reminder that Bennett was here with me though gave me a little strength. It reminded me that I was now a werewolf and a Luna, and no one could take that away from me. Bennett enough, I yelled, replicating how Logan sounds when he yells at someone. I needed to get my people out of here. Bennett slowly calmed down and the stranger turned away from him and looked at me. Not bad for an inexperienced Luna, not bad at all, he chuckled. I ignored what he said and looked at him square in the eye, showing no sign of weakness. I needed to get this done. Let him go, let them all go, and then I will do whatever you want. The stranger suddenly laughed and I stared at me in amusement. Okay, now you're showing you're inexperienced. I carried on staring at him, the confusion written clear as day on my face, but as I looked over to Bennett, I could tell he wasn't confused at all. He was angry. Oh, Eleanor, we had no intention of letting any of your captured pack members go, the stranger taunted as he turned his back on us and started to make his way out of our cell. They were just bait to get you here, he shrugged, and now that we have you, well, let us just say we will no longer be needing their services. Eleanor's POV. I was startled awake as ice-cold water was poured all over my head. I tried to hold on to the dream with Logan for as long as I could, but the shock of the cold forced me out of my unconscious state and back into the real world. Wakey wakey little Eleanor, we have a surprise for you, a voice sang. I looked up through my semi-sleep hazed eyes and came face to face with the guys that smells like Alpha Whitaker. I really had to learn his name. What do you want? I grumbled. The silver around my wrists and ankles were causing me too much pain to care about how I addressed him at the moment. It probably wasn't the best idea to get grumpy with your captor though, especially one who didn't mind throwing the odd kick your way. Watch who you're talking to, bitch, someone growled at me and I looked up to see a new person standing next to Alpha Whitaker's scent double. He stood tall, almost 6'6", with broad shoulders and tribal-style tattoos running down both of his arms. Easy Grant, she is alright, the scent double chuckled as he took in my fearful expression. I just wondered if you wanted to see the show, he continued as he took up his regular stance of leaning against the doorframe. I frowned. What show? Well, we just thought that as we're going to kill your parents and the 4 members of your pack, you'd like to watch. We're going to put on a little show, you see. The guys here have been so bored lately and I think they deserve a bit of entertainment, don't you think? Bile rose in my throat at the thought of having to watch anyone die. Why are you doing this? You have me, so why not just let them go? I pleaded, hoping to do as I promised to Logan and delay him as much as I could. He chuckled and let them run straight back to that pathetic alpha of yours and tell them where you are. I don't think so, love. Bennett, who had been quiet throughout the interaction between us, growled at the mention of Logan being weak. Oh, cool it, Beta, I'll get to you in a minute, the scent double shot back as he gestured Grant with his head towards Bennett. I watched in horror as Grant stalked over to Bennett and proceeded to punch and kick him wherever he could. Being restrained in silver, there wasn't much Bennett could do to deflect the blows. He had no choice but to lay there and take it. Grant held Bennett's head up by the hair at his nape and kneed him in the face, causing blood to spew out and a large cut to form on the bridge of his nose before dropping him to the floor and repeatedly kicked him in the ribs. No, please stop. I'll do anything, please? I screamed as I saw Bennett's eyes roll into the back of his head. Anything who? The scent double questioned as he gestured Grant to stop. I nodded, unable to get any words out through the tears that were streaming down my face. Oh, Bennett. Sever your mate bond with your alpha and mate with me, the scent double growled as a sinister smirk appeared on his face. What? I stuttered, not able to comprehend what he was asking me. You heard me, end all your ties with Alpha Logan and willingly mate with me. He had pushed himself off the doorframe and had come to squat in front of me as I lay on the ground in a puddle of water and Bennett's blood. But, why? Why not, he countered as he continued to stare into my eyes. But you said you didn't want a mate, that mates were designed to make werewolves weak, so why would you want to be mated to me? I was so confused. Yes, but having the opportunity to be mated to a direct descendant of the moon goddess herself? Who would pass up an opportunity like that? What better way to hurt and betray the goddess than to forcibly rip her descendant's mate from her and then force her into a mating with someone else against her will? If that happens, the goddess will be forced to remove her touch from you and therefore weakening both your family bloodline and her herself. It's a perfect plan, he shrugged. I stared at him in shock as everything started to click into place. This was your plan all along, wasn't it? All the scheming, kidnapping my parents, making me live with the Hargroves, it was all part of yours and Alpha Whitaker's plan to get me to be your mate. I felt sick, physically sick, that my whole life has been played out like a checklist for him. I had been a pawn in my own life. Very clever. I have to say, when you managed to escape the Hargroves, it threw a spanner in the works. I had to go and speed things along a little bit when I heard that you had found your mate, but you being so scared and untrusting worked in my favor. I would have never been able to follow through with the plan if you and that alpha of yours had completed the bond, so I guess I should be thanking you for your role in making sure it all went to plan. He smirked. This time I did throw up, although seeing as I hadn't eaten anything there was little in my stomach other than bile and stomach acid. You're a monster, I gasped out after I had finished emptying what little contents of my stomach that I had. The only thing he did was smirk at my reaction. He was loving every second of my torture. And my parents? I questioned. What about them? Why did you take them and torture them this whole time if your whole plan was to get to me? Why not just kill them? He smiled and grabbed my chin with his hand whilst his thumb stroked my cheekbone. Well, how else were we supposed to get you here? We didn't know whether a few kidnapped pack members were going to be enough to get you here, so we kept your parents alive, just in case. We then just had to play the waiting game. He laughed at my horrified expression as he got up and made his way back towards the door. I'll give you till sundown to decide, better make your mind up quick, he taunted as he looked out of the small slit we had acting as our window before the door was slammed behind him by a smirking Grant. What was I going to do now? After they left, I just sat there in silence, not knowing what to do. Turning myself into these people to save everyone was a no-brainer for me, but the idea of having to reject my mate, to reject Logan, sickened me to my very core. You can't do it, you know, I heard Bennett mumble from his side of the room. I hadn't even realized he was awake. I thought he had passed out from the beating he took from Grant. Do what? I asked, acting as if I didn't know what he was talking about. I may be hurt, but I'm not stupid, you know. I heard what that guy said and I am telling you that you can't do it, he muttered as he slowly sat himself up to rest against the wall for support. If you reject Logan, then he would spin out of control, our whole pack will crumble. If you think what he is feeling now is bad, there is no way to even begin to explain how he would be feeling if he can no longer feel his bond with you. I frowned as I looked down at my fingers fiddling with the lace on my shoe. But if I don't reject him, everyone here will die, including you. I promised Logan I'd give him as much time as he could so that he could get here and save you all. Bennett shrugged, cringing at the pain the small movement brought on. It is a price every pack member would willingly pay if it meant the safety of our Alpha and our Luna. Without them, the pack would fall into chaos and would easily be taken over by another pack or fall victim to the rogues. My frown deepened, still not understanding. Why would you lay your life down for me anyway? You didn't even like me, and when we first met, if I remember correctly, you even threatened to kill me. Bennett chuckled. Yeah, well, don't take that personally. I thought you were a rogue looking to make some trouble. I would never have spoken to you like that if I knew who you were. Not all rogues can be bad though, right? Why do you hold such a grudge against them? Bennett stayed silent as he looked down, a look of pain clouding his eyes as he threw back to an unpleasant memory. So you're saying that you are going to willing die for me but not tell me anything about yourself? I questioned. Bennett sighed before looking up at me with sad eyes. It's not a very happy story, Eleanor. I shrugged. Well, neither is mine, but you probably know it. He sighed again before closing his eyes and rested his head back on the wall. I had thought that was the end of the conversation, so I jumped a little when he started to speak. It was a few years ago, back when Logan's dad was still the Alpha. I was on patrol with Logan after I had an argument with my dad when we caught the scent of a few rogues close to the border to our territory. Being the future Alpha and Beta of the pack, we felt we had a lot to prove to both our parents and the pack, so we went to investigate without informing the pack of what we were doing. We wanted to show everyone that when the time came they could count on us to protect them when our parents stepped down and we took their place. We ran over to where we could smell the scent, but what we saw when we got there confused us. Why, what did you find? I whispered, not wanting to interrupt him but not being able to stop myself from asking. Nothing. When we got to the clearing that held the rogue scent, we found nothing but a ratty t-shirt. That was when we decided to contact the Alpha and let him know what we discovered, but when we couldn't get through to him we knew something was wrong. We later found out that the scent we followed was just a diversion for what the rogues really had planned for us. They'd gotten rid of the border control, us, so that the rest of them could sneak in undetected and attack the pack. The attack didn't last long. They had seriously underestimated our numbers, but it didn't stop our pack from experiencing some losses. When I found out what was going on, I ran straight back to my house, intending to protect my mom and sister who was not old enough to shift yet, but when I got there I came face to face with two rogues who, upon seeing me, ripped their throats out. They showed no mercy for them, they just killed them because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time and I wasn't either to protect them. My dad was somewhere else, as he was the beta it was his job to make sure the pack house was protected, but when he felt the mate bond had been severed with my mom he held in pain. It was just the distraction the rogue he was fighting needed to go in for the kill. In one day I had become an orphan, all because of one stupid mistake I made. If I hadn't have underestimated the rogues, then my parents and baby sister would still be alive today. I stayed silent throughout the whole of Bennett's story as I felt tears built up in my eyes and spill over. We sat in silence for a while after Bennett had finished his story as I let him grieve the loss of his family, but after a while I cleared my throat and looked up at him. You can't blame yourself for what happened, Bennett. It wasn't you who rallied the rogues to fight and it wasn't you who killed your family. Bennett just remained quiet and I sighed. I wasn't going to get through to him, but I hoped that he would soon come to forgive himself for something he had no control over. That's why Alpha Whitaker called me the rogue killer, he explained as he finally looked up at me. After they'd been killed I went on a rampage, actively looking for rogues to blame and kill, whether they'd been involved in the attack on my family or not, he shrugged. I didn't care, I just wanted some kind of revenge for what they'd done to them. It wasn't until Alpha Robert threatened to take away my beta position that I stopped. My dad had passed that title down to me and I could lose that, even if it did mean putting my personal vendetta on the back burner. I stayed silent for a second, shocked that someone as amazing and loyal as Bennett had gone through something so horrible. His reaction to me when I first stumbled onto his territory finally made sense, and I was so grateful that he had trusted me enough to tell me his story. Thank you for telling me, Bennett, I muttered, wishing I wasn't chained down so that I could console him somehow. He looked over at me and nodded his head in acknowledgement before hanging his head and closing his eyes, getting swallowed up in his grief and guilt. Try and get some sleep, I'll figure out what to do next, I whispered as I watched Bennett's forehead relax and his breathing even out. I had to find some way to save him and everyone else. But how? I hoped you liked this chapter, it's all kicking off. Logan's POV. It had been 24 hours since they had taken my mate and beta and I was going out of my mind. I refused to sleep and only ate when my mother forced me to, my sole focus was on getting everyone back. I should have known that Eleanor would pull something like this. Ever since she told me about the ultimatum that stranger gave her, I could see it in her eyes that she wanted to hand herself in. I was just too consumed in problem solving more to notice. Any updates from Bennett, Logan? My parents asked as they walked into the office. I couldn't imagine what they were going though. Not only was their Luna and future daughter-in-law taken, but also their son and practically adopted son as well. No, sorry, I sighed as I ran my fingers through my hair again. They must have him tied up with silver somewhere, either that or they are injecting him with wolfsbane. That's the only logical reason as to why he hasn't contacted me, the only reason I can bring myself to think about that as I sighed. Well, I'm sure something will come up soon, my dad tried to reassure me as he came over and clapped me on the back, showing as much moral support as he could. I'm just so angry, I growled. After Eleanor had her dream walk thing, she said she knew where they were and if I had just shut up long enough to let her finish we wouldn't even be having this issue. We could be out there, rescuing them right now. You can't blame yourself, honey, you were worried for the sake of your pack and the sake of your Luna, my mum tried to soothe me as she came and perched on my desk. An alpha can't cloud his mind with worry though, mum, otherwise things like this happen, I sighed, sounding more defeated than I thought I ever could. I had only been acting alpha for a few years, and look what I had achieved. My mum smiled a sad smile before stroking my cheek. She was a Luna herself after all, it's in her nature to care about everyone. You can't expect yourself to never have feelings of anger or worry, Logan, if you didn't you wouldn't be the amazing boy that I raised. I stayed silent as I stared blankly at the map in front of me. I had been staring at it for so long I wasn't even sure if it made sense to me anymore. Go and take a nap, at least an hour to give your brain and body time to recharge. You're no use to anyone if you're so tired you can't even keep your head up, she smiled. I sighed as I looked up at my mum, knowing she was right but couldn't bring myself to leave. What if there was a new development whilst I was away and I missed it? How about you take a nap on the sofa over there and me and your father will carry on working, that way if something comes up we can easily wake you. I thought about it for a second before slightly nodding and making my way over to the sofa on the other side of my office. I bought it for this exact reason. I sometimes ended up working so late in here that when I finished I didn't even have enough energy to walk to my bedroom. I settled down into the leather, and as I drifted, I prayed that Mom and Dad would spot something that I had somehow missed. I was walking through the woods, way past the boundary of my territory, when I heard a twig snap on my right. Where was I? How did I get here when I was only just asleep in my office? I couldn't be sleepwalking because I knew Mom and Dad wouldn't have let me get this far out into rogue territory. I heard another twig snap and my wolf growled in my head. We were on another person's land, and that spelt danger for anyone, even an alpha. I turned towards the sound of footsteps that was making their way towards me, but frowned at the sound of them. They were noisy, like the person wasn't concerned about being found or trying to conceal their position. I hid behind a tree, hoping that the element of surprise would be enough for me to get out of here unscathed. As the footsteps got closer, I readied myself to pounce. 3, 2, 1. Now. The person I jumped as they screamed, and it wasn't until I was on top of them with their hands pinned either side of their head that I realized who it was. Eleanor? I couldn't believe it, she was here. Oh my God, Logan, you scared the hell out of me. Eleanor. I yelled as I wrapped her up tightly in my arms. How are you here? How did you get away? I haven't Logan, this is a dream walk. The goddess must have somehow linked our minds together whilst we were both sleeping, she explained. Both Bennett and I are bound in silver, so there's no way you could link us. You're bound in silver? I knew how much that could hurt. It was like having hot iron wrapped around your wrists that didn't let up or cool down no matter how much time passed. Not only was it the pain you had to deal with the smell of your own flesh burning. Are you okay? She shrugged as we got up off the floor. We're both as okay as we can be in this type of situation. I nodded in understanding before I brought her in my arms again. It's so good to see you, my little mate. She relaxed in my arms as she breathed in my scent. It's good to see you too, Logan. We stayed like that for a moment, just enjoying each other's company after being forcefully separated for so long. Listen, Logan, I know where we are. I know, I'm so sorry I didn't let you finish the other day. I was just so concerned about you and wanting to make sure you were okay, I completely forgot to. You're doing it again, Logan. Eleanor giggles, and I smiled as the sound of her laugh reached my ears. She didn't laugh often, but when she did it was heavenly. Sorry, where are you then? I asked as I caressed her jaw with my fingertips. We are in Alpha Whitaker's territory, slap bang in the middle and somewhere underground. That son of a bitch, I'm going to kill him for what he's doing, I growled. Logan, listen, they aren't going to release your brother or the others like they promised. I need you to come find me so that everyone can be back safe. I'm going to delay him as much as I can, but I don't think I can do it for very long. It seems this pack hates the goddess as much as we hate them, she sighed. The strange guy I told you about, the one that smells like Alpha Whitaker, said my family and the pack members held hostage were no longer needed, so please find them soon. I will, baby, don't you worry, I reassured her as the edges of my vision started to wobble and blur slightly. I'm being woken up, so this won't last much longer, she rushed out as she looked at me. They all wear a certain type of perfume to mask their scent, so follow that and use it to help you find us. I just nodded as I took one last look at her beautiful face. Be safe, she whispered as she suddenly disappeared from my arms. I woke up with a start, scaring the people in my office. Are you okay, honey? My mom asked, worry written all over her face. I nodded as I stood up and made my way over to the map. I was with Eleanor, she brought me into her dream walk. Is that even possible? My dad mutters as he looked at me with a frown. I chuckled as I shrugged my shoulders. Is anything she can do possible? My dad just shrugged with a small smile as he walked over to my mom and took her hand. What did she tell you? She said they were in Alpha Whitaker's territory, somewhere underground, I muttered as I started studying the map closer, looking for anything that could help us. There. My dad almost yelled as he pointed to something on the map. That's an old air raid shelter. I used to go there as a kid with some friends before Alpha Whitaker claimed the area. It doesn't look like much, but I'm sure with some modifications they could have easily made it into a dungeon. It's the perfect place to hide someone. Big enough to fit a whole cell block down there? I questioned, skeptical that it could actually be this easy. Most definitely. Okay, I sighed, feeling the constant weight I had been feeling over the last 24 hours slowly lift. We have the where, now all we need is the how. Anyway. I hope you like this little chapter as much as I enjoyed writing it. Eleanor's POV. I had no idea how much time had passed since the stranger had given me the ultimatum. We were both starving by now and were in desperate need of a glass of water, but we unfortunately hadn't been offered any, not that I was surprised. At the rate we were retreating, I wasn't sure how much longer we would survive in this place. Not only were we suffering from starvation and dehydration, we were also having to deal with our injuries and the silver cuffs. Our wolves were working overtime to try and heal us as much as they could, but to do that they needed sustenance and they used that up long ago. Bennett has tried to be as supportive and positive as he could, but I could tell he was also struggling, not only with the lack of food and water but also with his injuries. That last beating he took was a pretty harsh one, and with the silver going into his system he wasn't healing properly. I couldn't wait for Logan for much longer. If I wanted to save everyone I had to do what the scent double said, but how could I say the words that would forever rip me from Logan? "Oh little Eleanor," I heard someone sing from the other side of the door and I immediately tensed up, knowing who it was and what they were here for. The door suddenly swung open after it had been unlocked, hitting the wall with a thud as crumbs of brick fell to the floor at the impact. I shrunk back as the fluorescent light came flooding into our nearly pitch-black cell, burning my eyes. "It's time to make your decision, little Eleanor," the scent double smirked as he came and crouched in front of me. "What is it to be, death for everyone you know and love, or sever your ties with your precious little mate and save everyone?" I stuttered as I looked up into his eyes. They were pure black with a ring of red around the pupil and they terrified me to my very core. I've never seen eyes like them. I am, was all I could manage to get out as I sat frozen in my spot on the cold wet ground. The man before me sighed before dropping his head slightly in exasperation. "Grant!" he suddenly shouted, making me jump out of my skin at the invasion of the silence I had grown so accustomed to. "Guard the door," he demanded towards the bulky man that now stood behind him. "Me and little Ellie here are going to go on a little field trip," he smirked. I frowned, confused by his words. Where the hell could we be going? The scent double pulled a pair of what looked like heavy-duty gloves out of his pocket and slipped them over his hands as he reached over to the wall above me, pulling the chains that were connected to me out of the wall. Dust and debris flew everywhere and I covered my face with my arms as a little squeak escaped my lips. Without warning, he pulled me to my feet by the chains and started dragging me towards the door and past Grant. I took one last look behind me at a now passed out Bennett before turning back and looking where I was going. "Where are we going?" I whispered, afraid to make noise in the almost silent stone corridor, my voice echoing as we continued to wherever we were heading to. The scent double chuckled but didn't answer me as he continued to drag me down the hallway. I sighed when I realized he wasn't going to answer and just focused on trying to not trip up on my own feet instead as I tried to keep up with him. "What is your name, by the way?" I asked. If I was going to be killed by him I at least wanted to know his name. That way on my headstone it wouldn't have to read "Death by Scent Double." The scent double chuckled again but this time did answer me with a simple "Adrian." Who? So the scent double's name was Adrian. Well, at least now I didn't have to keep calling him the scent double anymore. Adrian carried on pulling me for a few more seconds before he suddenly stopped at a closed door and turned to face me with an evil glint in his eye. "I think it's time for a grand family reunion, don't you think so?" he chuckled. I didn't have time to think about what he said because before I could even blink I was thrown into a room, landing on my hands and knees with a thud as the skin split open. I thought it was time to finally come face to face with the two people who you've been longing to see since you were a little girl, Adrian said as he walked past me and proceeded to pull the hoods off of two figures that were tied up to chairs in front of me. They were bound and gagged with bruises, cuts and dirt covering them, but even if I hadn't recently seen them in a dream of mine I still would have recognized them anywhere. My parents. I sat there, frozen on the floor for a second, as I took them both in. They both looked similar to how I had last seen them in my dream, only this time they were even more beat and bruised than before. My mum's golden blonde hair was almost black with dried blood and grime as it stuck to her face and neck in large clumps around her head. Her eyes were both swollen and she had a split lip that looked like it stung every time she licked her lips to try and soothe the dry skin. My dad wasn't doing much better, although his hair was naturally much darker than my mum's. His too was ratty and covered in blood as sweat beaded across his forehead, making the roots look that much darker than the rest of it. It was obviously very rare for them to allow him to cut his hair or shave his beard off, so half of his face was covered in brown dreadlocks as they constantly fell into his eyes. I couldn't see much of his face, but I could tell that his nose had been broken and he was sporting a sizable cut that ran from his temple all the way down to where his dimple used to sit. I sat there as I stared at the state they were both in. I didn't know how to react to it all as a few tears rolled down my cheeks. I quickly recovered though when I saw them try to turn their heads towards me, and I quickly ran over to them, hoping I could help them in some way. I didn't make it very far though, as Adrian stood on the chains that were trailing behind me, making sure I couldn't reach them. I hissed at the pain of the silver digging into my skin as they yanked me back, but I ignored it as I looked over at my mum and dad. They were facing away from each other and about a foot apart so as not to be touching, but their heads were both turned in my direction, pain and desperation written clear as day in their facial expressions. "Mummy," I whispered in desperation as tears leaked out of my eyes. "Daddy?" "Ah, what a heart-wrenching moment, all the family back together again," Adrian said in a sickly sweet voice. He took the chains back into his hands before he dragged me to the other side of the room, away from my parents, and secured me to the wall. Adrian then proceeded to circle around my parents a few times before looking up at me from across the room with an evil glint in his eyes, the red more pronounced than I had even seen it before. "It would be a shame if someone were to ruin the moment," he chuckled, and before I could blink, he punched my dad square in the jaw, knocking his head back. I screamed as I watched him do this over and over again, but it only seemed to spur him on. He alternated between my mom and my dad, torturing them in ways I could never unsee. My voice had gone hoarse from the amount of screaming I had done, and tears had drenched my cheeks and the neckline of my shirt. "I'll do anything. Please just stop hurting them," I sobbed as my legs finally gave out on me and I crumbled to the floor, my arm still bound in front of me. Adrian suddenly stopped and made his way over to me, blood covering his knuckles as he forced my chin up so I could look him in the eyes. I cringed at the sight of them so close to me but stopped myself, not wanting to anger him further. "Reject your mate and announce me as your new chosen mate, then I will let them go," he growled, looking more feral than human. It seemed I took a second too long in answering him because he stood up and turned around to face my parents. I was worried that he was going to go back to torturing them again before I could scream at him to stop. He spun around and brought his closed fist down against my cheek, effectively splitting my lip open and bruising my cheek in the process. I let out a whimper at the pain but managed to keep most of it in. I had gone through much more pain than this at the Hargroves, and if I learned anything from them it was that the abusers loved to hear their victims scream. "Oh, okay," I whispered as I collapsed back onto the ground, all the fight I had left in me now gone. "I'll do it. I hope you enjoyed it." Logan's POV. Since Eleanor visited me in my dreams, things here have been moving at lightning speed. Once we knew where they were being kept, it was just a matter of how we were going to pull this off. Alpha Whitaker's territory was well guarded, with patrols going around the perimeter constantly every half hour, checking for intruders. Even though I was desperate to get my mate back, I didn't want to endanger my pack members' lives in the process of doing so, and with that in mind my dad and I went to find reinforcements. Ringing the neighboring packs obviously hadn't worked. None of them were interested in getting involved with the Rising Dawn pack over a few missing pack members. My hope now though was that because the Luna and the Beta of my pack had also been taken, it would spur them on and help me. After all, a pack without its rightful Luna and Beta was sure to crumble in just weeks, attracting rogues and other unwanted wolves to the area. We first visited a pack a few hours south from us. We had helped him out a few years ago with a rogue problem, and my hope was that they would now help us and return the favor. Alpha Marcus was a loyal alpha and believed someone's word was binding. If he said he owed us a favor, I knew he would help. Once we got the agreement that he would help us out, we went further afield. If we were going to win with as few casualties as possible, we would need numbers, and numbers meant packs. Within 36 hours we had managed to gather 4 separate packs together, not including our own, and were ready to attack. Alpha Marcus and Alpha Coleman would go through the south of Alpha Whitaker's territory with their respective packs, causing as much chaos as possible to draw their pack warriors to them, whilst Alpha Daniel and Alpha Lucas would go through the north end secretly, surrounding the warriors of Alpha Whitaker's pack and trapping them so they are unable to reach the bunker. My pack would filter in through the east, a few at a time so as not to rouse suspicion. Then when the time came, me and a few other trusted pack warriors would head towards the bunker and rescue Eleanor, Ethan, Bennett, and the others 3 trackers. I just hoped that it worked. I haven't had a proper night's sleep since Eleanor was taken almost 3 days ago, and I was so ready to just curl up with her in my arms and sleep for a week. The one thing I worry most about all this though is her reverting back to her old self, back to the person that was scared to talk, scared to be touched, scared to even breath. The thought of that makes my heart break. She had been through so much throughout her life and the bad stuff just keeps on coming. "Alpha Logan, we're all ready to go," Alpha Marcus informed me as he walked into my office. Alpha Marcus was a big guy, standing at 6'6" with the muscle mass to match it. Anyone in their right mind would be wary of him, but put him in the near vicinity of his mate and he turns into a soppy puppy, not that I would say that to his face of course. I nod in his direction before closing my laptop and following him out the door. My wolf was on edge, eager to get on with the rescue and get his mate and pack back. I had to hold him back though. Someone with the powers of an alpha cannot loose themselves to their emotions, especially at times like this. The consequences could be catastrophic. I walk out the front door and was met with hundreds of warriors, all saying goodbye to their families as they prepared themselves for a battle. I was instantly overcome with pride for my people and what they are willing to sacrifice for the pack and for each other. Everyone! I yell, gaining the attention of every person in the area. Today we fight, side by side, not only for the safety of my pack but for the safety of wolves everywhere. Today we will be sending a clear message to anyone who is thinking of crossing us that we will not lay down and roll over, we will rally together, and we will fight, for our packs and for our friends. I look around the crowd as I take in the faces of each and every person in front of me. I then look to my left to see the other alphas standing next to me, their chests puffed out in pride as they too take in the sheer strength and determination of their own packs. Today we will show Alpha Whitaker, and we will show everyone, that we are not to be messed with, I yelled, my voice gaining in volume with every word. Now let us show them what we are capable of, let us bring back our trackers, our Beta, and our Luna. I yell and am met with hundreds of voices cheering as we started making our way off towards Alpha Whitaker. He is not going to know what hit him. To all those amazing people who are enjoying this story. I love you. Eleanor SPOV. I could hear the weak protests of my parents through their gags but they fell on deaf ears. I couldn't watch one more second of anyone getting hurt because of me, I just couldn't. I looked into the eyes of Adrian as he grinned down at me. Now was that so hard to say? He mocked. I glared at him from my spot on the floor. I had never hated anyone as much as I hated him right now, and coming from me and what I have been through, that was saying something. TSK Adrian tooted at me sarcastically. Is that any way to treat your new mate an alpha? He questioned with his eyebrows raised. My glare turned into confusion as my brain registered what he had just said. Alpha? I thought Whitaker was the alpha of your pack. Adrian shrugged. That sorry excuse of a wolf was not fit to be an alpha. I frowned, my confusion only deepening with his explanation. That little pup had such small dreams when it came to dealing with you. Do you know what he wanted to do? He stayed silent for a moment, maybe waiting to see if I would answer his rhetorical question, but when I didn't offer anything up he sighed before carrying on. His big plan was to kill you, just kill you, and that was it. I mean, how small-minded is that? It's a good job I challenged him and killed him when I did, otherwise this thing between you and me wouldn't be happening right now, he laughed. But why take me and stick me with the Hargroves if he was just going to kill me anyway? That doesn't make sense, I questioned, my last attempt at stalling him. He sighed as he took an old rag from out of his pocket and started to mop the blood off from his knuckles. He said that he was going to wait until you were 21 so that the goddess was most aware of your presence in this world, or something like that anyway. Then he was going to kill you and your mother in front of her during a blue moon, he sighed as he rolled his eyes. Have you ever heard the saying, attacking a village from the outside and will weaken it but not destroy it, but attacking the village from the inside out will make it implode? He asked as he looked down at me. I shook my head but remained silent, hoping that he would talk long enough for Logan to get here. He shrugged, seemingly unfazed with my lack of knowledge. I heard it in a film once and have never looked back. You see, killing you and your mother in front of the goddess would weaken her for sure, but give her enough time and she will find some random distant relative of yours and pass the gift on to instead. Now my plan means that she will have to withdraw her touch from your family line altogether, and that's something that she definitely survive, he chuckled. So you not only want to destroy my life and kill everyone I love, but you also want to kill the moon goddess herself? All because you think she sees you as weak? I questioned, not believing my ears. Bingo, he smiled. Never did I think that there would be a time that I missed Alpha Whitaker and his plans. Getting killed sounded so much better than having to reject Logan and live my life mated to this monster. Now, we're going to have to start planning the ceremony soon. Don't want you getting any ideas and getting away from me now, do we? Adrian stated as he started walking towards the door, where my chains were buried into the stone. I knew I wouldn't be seeing my parents anytime soon, so I managed to whisper a quick I love you both to them in their semi-conscious state before I was dragged out of the room by my silver chains in Adrian's hands. Sorry, Alpha. Adrian's hands. I was dragged through the tunnel of the underground cell block, to where I presumed I was going back to my cell, but when we walked past the door with Grant outside I frowned. Where were we going? My confusion only grew as Alpha Adrian led me to a set of stairs that lead up. The more steps we took the lighter the corridor got, and I felt a moment of happiness at the thought of seeing sunlight again. It was short-lived though, as Alpha Adrian swiftly tugged on my chains, obviously not liking the fact that I was dawdling. You will be staying in my house tonight, fully guarded before you get any ideas. If we are to be mated, I can't have you looking like that, he said as he looked back at me, disgust at my appearance clear as day on his face. I stayed silent, not knowing how to respond. Of course I was a state, that's kind of what happens when you keep someone captive in a room for God knows how long without so much as a shower or even a toilet. I sighed as we finally made it into the open. Fresh air. I took in as much of it as I could, my lungs feeling as if they were starved of oxygen the whole time I was down there. Up here the air smelt clean and fresh, not like the stuff down in the cellars that smelled like damp and blood. Once I was satisfied with my intake of fresh air, I started to take in my surroundings. At first I thought it looked like any other pack, people were walking around the territory, getting what they needed done. It was only when I looked closer that you realized that everything wasn't as happy as it appeared. Everyone that was outside and doing their daily chores were walking around with their heads downcast, with not so much as a morning greeting passed between two friends. There was no sign of affection between the mated couple, walking around town with their hands at their sides, and even the children weren't laughing and playing like normal kids would be. It was like someone had sucked the life out of everyone living here. It was then that it dawned on me, these people who were under the command of Alpha Adrian were as much of a prisoner here as I was. I wonder what happened here that made them so lifeless. When we arrive you are to get straight into my shower and wash that filth off of your skin, he demanded. I will then send someone in to help you get ready. You are to be ready by 12 o'clock, where someone will collect you and bring you out to the front of the house where we will perform the ceremony. Do you understand? He questioned, his tone leaving no room for questions or objections. I looked up at Alpha Adrian and took in the fire that was blazing in his eyes. He was not messing around. I gave a subtle nod, not wanting to anger him in any way, before walking the last few steps towards his house. I don't know what I was expecting when I walked in, maybe some form of dungeon with red and black being the key color scheme, but what I actually saw surprised me. The space was light and open, with the fireplace roaring in the center of the open-plan living room and the counters in the kitchen so clean they shone like a second sun. I usually have some of the women come in and clean my house, but now I have my maid. I don't think they LLB needed any more, Adrian commented as he quickly dragged me through the house, barely giving me a second to take in my surroundings. It is your job to make sure this place is cleaned from top to bottom every single day. If you miss something there will be consequences. Understood? Adrian finished his little speech as he rounded on me and looked me straight in the eye. The intensity of his eyes unnerved me, and so I looked away before nodding my head in understanding again. It was just like being at the Hargrove house all over again. Good, now when we have company over you are to remain silent and invisible. Unless I call on you you're to stay out of my way, understood? It really was like being back at the Hargrove house. Well, at least I've had years of practice. I nodded my head again, making sure not to use my voice and potentially angering him. When Alpha Adrian was satisfying with my compliance, we walked through a door that was on the second floor of the building, me trailing behind him with the chain still wrapped tight around my wrists. The bathroom is through there, he said as he pointed to a door on the far side of the room. Make sure you shower properly. I don't want you embarrassing me by smelling like that during our ceremony, he sneered as he looked at me up and down again, his nose turned up at the mirror though of my stench. I could only nod again, not knowing how else to respond. We stayed in silent for a few moments as Adrian stared at me in an uncomfortable way. In a few hours' time, Eleanor, you will be my mate, he growled as he stalked towards me. I cowered back, in fear for what he would do to me, but sighed in relief as he unlocked the silver chains that were clasped around my wrists. The skin was blistered and bruised, with blood oozing out of the many welts that had popped, but even through all that pain, it was still sweet relief when they were finally off. Get in the shower, you have 20 minutes, were the last words he spoke to me as he stalked out the door, leaving me by myself in this unfamiliar room. When I stepped out of the bathroom after a much-needed shower, I startled as I saw a woman in her late 40s or early 50s standing in the corner of the room, patiently waiting for me. She didn't utter a word as I stepped out of the cloud of steam, she just stood there with her head bowed and her hands clasped in front of her. Hi? I muttered uncomfortably as I waved an awkward wave in her direction. She again ignored me and instead wandered over to the vanity that was sat on one side of the room and gestured for me to sit down. I did so gingerly, not really knowing how to react to the woman who refused to speak to me or even look me in the eye. Was this how I acted when I first escaped the Hargroves? If it was, I pitied the woman for going through whatever she has gone through to make her act the way she did around people. I tried to make her feel a little more comfortable, even though I was pretty terrified of this whole situation myself, by introducing myself. Maybe if she knew who I was she'd feel a bit more at ease around me. I'm Eleanor. I waited for a response as I came and sat down in front of her, but I still got no response. All the woman did was pick up a hairbrush and gestured for me to turn my head around so that she could brush my hair. Giving up trying to talk to her, I did what she asked and turned my head around so that she could brush my hair. As we sat there in silence, my mind started to drift. I pictured Logan and my parents and Bennett and all of the rest of my new pack, all sitting around and having a picnic with smiles on their face and the sun bouncing off their sun-cream-covered skin. I prayed that Logan would get to me in time, that he would come charging in with the rest of the pack and save the day, but if he didn't, I still would change the decision I made. Sure, I was going to miss them, more than anything, but I was doing this for them, so that they could live a life free of torture and constant fear that Alpha Adrian would be right round the corner at every turn, waiting for me. I tear up as I continued to think about what I was losing, but mentally scold myself. I couldn't have second thoughts about this plan now. I was feeling so much better than I was half an hour ago. A good shower and being away from Silver did wonders for both myself and my wolf. She was finally free now. The Silver was off us and she was working overtime to try and fix everything. I frowned as I felt something stirred in my brain, something I had never really felt before. It was like someone was poking my head from the inside, trying to tell me something. I frowned and closed my eyes, trying to relax my brain so that I could figure out what was going on. After several minutes of frustration, I finally had a breakthrough as a conscience slipped into my head. I tentatively reached out to it but jerked back in surprise when I felt the foreign conscience respond by reaching back. What the? Eleanor SPOV. Eleanor? The voice whispered to me, a voice that sounded oddly like Logan's voice, a little gruff, but still like Logan. Logan? I felt like an idiot basically talking to myself in my own hair. But when I felt shock and relief that weren't my own emotions, flood through my brain, I knew I wasn't going crazy. Oh my God, Eleanor. You're alive. Oh, you had me so worried. I never thought I was going to see you again. I started to smile at how cute he was being, but I held it in. I didn't want anyone to know that I could now mind link and was communicating with Logan. Logan, hi. How is this possible? I don't know, baby, but I am so happy to hear from you. We aren't too far away. We're coming to get you, baby. I gasped out loud and froze as I realized I had made a noise. I pretended to cringe as the woman carried on pinning pins into my hair, making it look like she had pulled my hair. How are you nearly here? How did you even know where I was? It was fairly easy once you told us where you were. Alpha Whitaker hadn't had that land for very long, so my dad could guess fairly easily where you were, he explained. I paused to absorb that information as the woman moved on to making up my face. Logan. Alpha Whitaker's dead. A wolf named Adrian challenged him for his title and won. Who's Adrian? Do you recognize him at all? I shook my head but paused as I took in the woman's face in front of me, pausing what she was doing on my face until I remained still again. Sorry, just trying to get comfy, I lied. I don't think she believed it, but she carried on anyway. No, I don't recognize him. He's younger than Whitaker, maybe a little bit older than you. Okay, well that doesn't change our plan at all, just who we have to kill. I paused our conversation as I debated telling him about Alpha Adrian's plans and mating with me. I probably should, but I didn't want him distracted as he ran into a dangerous situation to save me. In the end though, my conscience won and I told him. Logan? Adrian killed Alpha Whitaker because he didn't like his plan for me. I could feel Logan's confusion through the bond we had. What do you mean? Well, apparently Whitaker's plan was to lure me here and just, well, kill me. Logan growled at that in my head, but I ignored it and carried on. But Alpha Adrian thought that was too small-minded. Logan, he plans to sever our mate bond in the eyes of the moon goddess and form a new bond between the two of us. He says once he does that the goddess will abandon me and therefore her people. Logan was silent for a while, so silent I thought I had lost my mind link with him. But all of a sudden my mind was filled with unbridled anger. So much anger that even I started to shake with rage, my eyes starting to swirl a different color as I spotted them in the mirror. He plans to what? Sever our mate bond and create our own. I didn't even know that was possible. It's not, he growled as I still felt the anger rippling through our bond. To break a bond and form a new one you need the help of a witch, a powerful witch, and even then it's not 100% effective. It is a very painful experience and against pack law to perform that ceremony under any circumstance. I whimpered as Logan explained the ceremony to me as the woman gestured for me to stand up so that she could fit me into the floor-length white maxi dress I was being forced to wear. Don't worry baby, I won't let that happen to you. I am going to get you out of this if it's the last thing I do. I was currently standing outside of Alpha Adrian's house, in a flimsy white maxi dress, in front of hundreds of people. It looks like his whole pack was summoned here to witness this. After the woman was finished getting me ready, she simply led me out of the front door and then blended into the crowd, leaving me to stand on the porch by the front door with no idea what to do next. I had the sudden urge to run, but I knew that I wouldn't get far. Alpha Adrian and his men weren't too far away. I wrapped my arms around myself as I felt a strong breeze, causing goosebumps to form on my skin and my dress to billow around my bare feet. Could they not have at least given me a jacket? Or a pair of shoes? Just as I was about to give up on standing here, I saw the sea of people part, revealing Alpha Adrian with a woman walking beside him. I didn't recognize her, but I instantly knew she was the witch that was going to be performing the ceremony. She had jet black hair tied into a top knot on the top of her head with bits hanging down framing her face, a black dress covered her thin body and a velvet cape hung across her shoulders. I internally rolled my eyes at her look. Could she be any more cliché? They both made their way onto the front porch, neither one of them acknowledging my presence as they turned to face their pack. Fellow pack members, I have gathered you all here today to witness the joining of your Alpha and Luna. It is a rare and special moment in history when two wolves decide to go against the moon goddess wishes, and it should be celebrated for all to see, Alpha Adrian said, projecting his voice for all his pack to hear. I frowned at him, confused. I thought Logan said it was against pack law to perform this kind of ceremony? If that was common knowledge, then why wasn't anyone doing anything to help me? I look amongst the sea of faces, hoping to find one friendly face in the crowd, but deflated in defeat as I noticed not one set of eyes turned towards me. They were all solely focused on Adrian. Victoria will have the honor of performing the ritual. Adrian shouted to the crowd as he turned to his left and took the witch, who I'm guessing is called Victoria, by the hand. She bowed before Adrian as she reached into her cloak and produced a dagger. I had a moment of relief as I thought she intended to use the dagger on Adrian, but that relief was short-lived as I watched her eyes fall on me. She took confident strides towards me, like a predator whose eyes were locked onto its helpless prey. My entire body was screaming at me to run, to fight this, but I knew that I couldn't. If I did, then everyone that I loved would die. I had to remain brave for the sake of my pack and for the sake of my family. Logan was coming for us, I just had to hold out as long as I could. The witch extended her hand out to me and I copied her, placing my hand in hers, and she proceeded to drag me forward until I stood in front of Alpha Adrian. My hands were shaking, both from the cold and the adrenaline as it pimped through my veins, but I refused to let it show as I looking into the eyes of evil. He smirked at me, as if he knew what I was thinking, and I couldn't stop the lone tear that escaped my eyelashes as trickled down my cheek. Hurry, Logan! I screamed in my head as I looked back into the red-ringed eyes of Alpha Adrian. Ah, tears of joy on our special day, how sweet, Adrian sneered as he snatched my hand in his and squeezed until I lost blood flow, my bones crunching together at the grip he had on me. Remember why you're doing this, little Ellie, for your beloved little Logan and for your family, he mocked. Another tear escaped, but I quickly wiped it from my cheek. This sorry excuse of a man didn't deserve my fear. Logan is going to find you, he is going to find you, and he is going to kill you in the most painful and brutal way he can think of, I growled at him, as I felt my wolf start to come through. Little Ellie, careful what you say to me, he chuckled, wouldn't you want your little beta to suffer for your mouth now, would you? Adrian smirked. I frowned at him as he signaled with a nod of his head for me to look to my right. At first, I couldn't see what he was talking about, but quickly spotted it as a gasp escaped my lips. Then it was being held up by two men, both of their knuckles covered in his blood, as one held a knife to his throat whilst the other held his head back. Don't you dare hurt him, I growled again, feeling anger bubble away inside me at the way he was treating my pack, my friend. Go through with the ceremony and I won, he growled back, red shining bright though his irises. I ground my teeth together to stop the choice words I desperately wanted to say to him from coming out and just gave him a small nod, not trusting myself to confirm verbally. The witch suddenly stepped up to us and moved our palms to where she wanted them to be, face up next to each other. As we stood there, the wind blowing my hair around my shoulders and my dress around my feet, she started to mutter some incantation in a language. I couldn't make out what she was saying, but before I could even blink she drew the dagger up and slashed mine and Adrian's palms in one flick of her wrist. I hissed in pain and tried to bring my hand away, but my body wouldn't let me, like my hand had a mind of its own and wanted to stay rooted next to Alpha Adrian. It's no use trying to resist, princess, you're in it for the long haul now. Adrian grinned at me from across our blood-stained palms. Our blood merging into one another as it pooled and trickled across our palms. I glared at him in disgust for what he was making me do, hating him for getting me into this situation and forcing me to leave a life I had barely begun to live. The witch sprinkled some form of herbs across our open palms, causing the opening in our flesh to burn and smoke. We stayed like that for a second as I watched on in horror as my blood bubbled away before the witch gripped both of our wrists in each of her hands and brought our hands flat against each other and between us, so that the cuts were touching. She started muttering more sounds in that unknown dialect of hers as she proceeded to tie a blood-red silk sash around our wrists, the knots so tight it was impossible to move our hands apart even if we didn't have the spell holding us together. The pain was intensifying by the second, as if someone was pouring acid onto my hand, and no amount of tugging I did would let me release my hand from Alpha Adrian and away from this pain. I could feel the burning sensation slowly making its way up my arm as the witch continued to mutter to herself, as if the spell was weaving its way through my bloodstream. I tried to slow my heart rate down in the hopes that it would cause the spell to work slower, but it didn't work, it just continued its ascent up and past my elbow. Tears were dripping from my chin as I mourned what I was losing as well as the physical pain that I was currently going through. To anyone else looking in on this situation, you would think that we were perfectly content, as if standing here and going through this process was the most relaxing experience of my existence. I knew differently though, and one look into Adrian's eyes I could see that he was going through just as much pain as I was in this moment. Well, at least this situation had a small silver lining, any form of pain Alpha Adrian was in was good to me. I suddenly heard a roar off in the distance and my heart immediately spiked as my body reacted to the sound. It was Logan, and he was pissed. I just had to hold out a little bit longer, just long enough for him and everyone else to get here, and then I could be free from this hell and free from Alpha Adrian. Logan, hurry! I screamed through our mind link, but again I didn't get a response, just static. I looked back at Alpha Adrian and for the first time I saw doubt and fear flash through his eyes, but it was only for a second before the witch proceeded to mutter more words, her voice increasing in volume with every syllable, and stabbed us with the dagger in our hand. I screamed in pain, this time my body allowing me to move, as I looked at both our hands, joined together by the dagger the witch had recently been holding. It went right through our skin, with the hilt of the handle touching the back of my hand and the tip sticking out of Adrian. The next thing I knew my brain burst alive as I felt electricity and fire burn through every vein and cell in my body. What was happening to me? Before I knew it, both myself and Adrian collapsed to the floor, our hands still connected by the dagger, as blackness consumed me. Logan's POV. We were all in position. We were just lying in wait on the border of Alpha Adrian's territory for the signal from one of our guys so that we could finally put our plan into action. My skin was itching to shift, to run and find my Eleanor, but I knew that if I did that then I would be putting everyone's life in danger. The plan we had would work, I just had to be patient and hope that I wasn't too late. Finally, after what felt like hours, we got the signal that we could move in. We had decided to stay in human form until the last possible second. Not only will it save our energy for when it really counted, it would also give us the element of surprise we desperately needed. When we shifted into our wolf form, our scent was 10 times stronger. It was used for when we went on hunting trips so that we could find each other more easily. It could also be used for defense though. As a pack we would be able to smell and attack a lot easier when the enemy was in their wolf form. It was a great advantage when we were on the defense, but now that we were on the attack we needed to make sure we weren't easily spotted. We stalked forward through the forest, on high alert for any form of noise that seemed out of the ordinary, but as we made our way forward and we still heard nothing I started to become suspicious. Surely, we would have seen at least one wolf on patrol by now. Oh, and what do you think of the situation? Call me crazy, but the lack of border patrol is putting me on edge. I mind-linked one of my warriors who's standing not too far from me. He glanced over at me as for a second, acknowledging my concerns, but that was enough for me to get my answer. He wasn't liking this either. Just as I was about to break out of the tree and take another step closer to the bunker and to the heart of the pack, I felt a splitting pain erupted in my brain, like someone was trying to forcibly rip something from there. I staggered backwards at the pain as my legs started to give out. What the hell was going on? I forced my lips to remain sealed so as not to give our position away, but if anything that just made the pain worse. Alpha, are you okay? Owen asked as he ran over to me in concern, thoughts of stealth going out the window as he ran the short distance towards me through the tree. I don't. I tried to respond but couldn't as I felt the pack link started to shatter. All of a sudden I had a small moment of clarity as I thought about what Eleanor had told me. Adrian had been planning to performing the breaking and mating ceremony on her. My wolf was on full alert now, the pain being pushed to the back of my mind, as I jumped into gear. We would not let some little alpha pup steal what was rightfully ours. I let out a ferocious roar, intending it to reach each and every person who was in this territory. Not only did I want to let the other alphas know that I was going in for the kill, I wanted Adrian to know that I was coming for him. I shifted into my wolf form in a flash as I began running towards the bunker where Eleanor has said she was being held. It was as if I had tunnel vision, my mind becoming solely focused on the slightly raised bit on land in front of me, the door to the bunker hidden in the shadows as the grass grew over the archway. I suddenly stumbled in my advance on the bunker, along with everyone else in my pack, as I heard Eleanor's cry for help. Though the bond. I was frozen for a second as I marveled at the sheer strength it would have taken her and her wolf to project a message through the pack link, especially when she hadn't been fully integrated into it yet. I'm coming, baby, just hold on for me, I tried to tell her as I made it to the bunker, skidding to a stop just outside the door leading down into the cells. I began to descend the concrete staircase but froze when I didn't smell her scent. She was no longer here. Owen, check the bunker out, I ordered as I turned and started to follow where her scent led. I paused as I saw out of the corner of my eye Owen and a few of my other warriors fighting with the guards who had obviously heard us coming. I stalled in my departure, waiting to see if they would need my help in handling the situation, but sighed when I saw that they were quickly dealt with. They would be fine without me. I focused back onto the task at hand as I ran with my nose close to the ground, trying to pick up any traces of Eleanor's scent that I could find. It wasn't her normal scent that I was following, more a combination of her natural smell mixed in with different people's blood and urine. It was clear that they hadn't been looking after them whilst they had been here, even refusing to give them the basic decency of using a toilet when they needed it. I'm not even that cruel when we capture rogues on the rare occasions when we need to get more information out of someone. Her scent of vanilla and strawberries was also mixed with another, someone I faintly recognized as fake pine and burnt plastic, and I growled at whoever was so close to her that their scents had merged together on their walk over from the bunker to their new location. I had a feeling that this particular smell belonged to a certain Alpha Adrian, even though half of his pack took it upon themselves to disguise themselves. I guessed that he wouldn't let anyone else deal with Eleanor, just in case she got away. I growled as his stench filled my nostrils, and I took comfort in the fact that this was going to be the stench I would be smelling as I watched the life drain from his eyes as I slowly killed him for harming my mate and pack. I slowed when I heard a loud scream coming from a few hundred yards in front of me, and I sprinted through the tree line to try and determine where exactly it had come from. There wasn't a shadow of a doubt in my mind that scream belonged to my Eleanor, and I was determined to get to her before they could take her away from me for good. Eleanor! I screamed in my head as I continued to sprint forward, gaining momentum with every step that I took towards her, as if the closer she was to me the stronger my wolf became. Eleanor's in trouble, I yelled through the link as I pounced on an unsuspecting guard before carrying on. Attack now! I yelled as I jumped over a small hedge and came face to face with a crowd of people, all staring at the porch of a house with 3 people on it. One of them been my Eleanor. My little Eleanor had been stabbed in the hand, forcing her to join with another male whom I'm guessing was Alpha Adrian as they lay passed out on the wooden porch. Her body was battered and bruised all over with the appearance of makeup covering her skin to try and hide the trauma it had been through unsuccessfully, might I add. Her feet and lips were an alarming blue, indicating that she was ice cold, and the white sleeveless dress she had been forced to wear was smeared in red as her hand dripped blood, staining the fabric. I made a move to go and help her off the floor, wanting desperately to feel her warm skin against mine to reassure myself that she was still alive, but tripped in my stride towards her. The blinding pain in my head reappeared. This time though it was 10 times worse, as I watched my Eleanor convulse on the floor slightly as the bond tried to be ripped apart from within our minds. No! I screamed in my head as I tried desperately to grip onto the bond that I shared with Eleanor. It was kind of like an elastic band being stretched so much it had snapped, and I was stuck in the middle of it, trying to hold the two parts together with sheer will. My brain snapped back into gear when the bond had momentarily mended itself, like it had slapped a plaster on the issue so that I could refocus on the task at hand and get to my Eleanor before she retreated any further. The ceremony that she had been forced to partake in was dangerous. It had never been performed enough in our history to get any specific statistics on it, but the survival rate of the wolves who took part in it were slim to none. The mating bond formed by the moon goddess between two werewolves was a complicated one. Not only was it between two individuals in our human form, it was also formed between two wolves. The spell causing the bond to break could sometimes only break one and not the other, or our wolves could simply not let go of their mate and be ripped from our minds entirely. Both complications were fairly common, and all resulted in death for one of both of the mated pair. It was as if our brain was split in two with the indecisiveness of what to do. I shook my head to try and refocus my brain before locking eyes on the male who was, with the help of a dagger, attached to my mate. I growled in anger as I ran towards Alpha Adrian at a full sprint, ready for any attack from the crowd surrounding him that would come my way. To my surprise, though, nothing happened. They just watched me pass with glazed-over eyes as they took in the sight of me running up to their alpha. Some of them didn't even bother to get out of my way as I ran through them. I ended up having to actively try and dodge them as I kept my focus on the three figures still there on the porch steps. The witch was leaning over both of their passed-out forms as she sprinkled something over their still joined hands and muttered some form of incantation, her mouth moving too fast for me to figure out what she was saying. The wind whipped around her feet as she suddenly lifted her hands up to the heavens, the power of her voice gaining with every syllable she muttered. The bond wobbled again as the witch continued her spell but held strong against her as she frowned down at my mate in confusion, wondering why her spell wasn't working. I had to think fast as I paused and took in the situation around me. My pack, along with our allies, were easily taking care of Adrian's warriors fairly easily, quickly understanding that the only ones that we needed to worry about were the ones that smelled of plastic. The rest were quickly forgotten about as they just continued to stare ahead with an inhuman blankness in their eyes. The only real threat that remained was the witch herself, who was alternating between continuing the spell and checking her surroundings, her eyes like a snake as she took everything in. As if she felt my eyes on her, she suddenly looked up from what she was doing and stared in my direction, eyes as black as the night looking deep into my soul. I shuddered as a cold chill surrounded me, feeling as if her cold, bony fingers were crawling up my spine. I shook it off though, telling myself that it was all in my head as I started stalking towards her, keeping my body low and wound tight just in case she decided to try anything. As I crept my way closer, I could just about make out my Eleanor's heartbeat as I flicked my eyes between focusing on her and my opponent in front of me. The knowledge that she was, in fact, alive made me relax enough for me to focus on this witch in front of me. She was alive. I hadn't failed yet. "Hello, pup," the witch sneered at me as she bent down and placed her hand on the hilt of the dagger currently resting in between the bones of my little mate's hand. "Come to join the celebrations?" I growled as she slowly started to remove the dagger from Eleanor's skin, worryingly though she didn't even bat an eyelid, as the slightly ridged blade tore through her skin. Blood continued to drip out of her wound as it pooling around her and onto the wooden floor, her once white dress now turning red with every second that passed. I wish I could speak, asked her why she was doing this to us, but seeing as she wasn't pack and I was currently in wolf form, I didn't have a hope of communicating with her. "You're wondering why aren't you?" she asked, amusement lacing in her tone as she stared deep into my eyes, her dagger held at waist height as she pointed it in my direction. I just carried on staring at her, waiting for the moment where her attention was distracted enough so that I could strike without fear of the blade digging into my underbelly. The battle was still going on around us, cries of pain and sounds of ripping flesh could be heard throughout the clearing as our packs made light work of Adrian's loyal followers. Most of them had been rogues, judging by their physical appearance and lack of personal hygiene, so there wasn't much love lost as I heard them one by one being taken down. "Well, it's fairly simple really," she sighed as she smirked over at me, drawing my focus back on her. "I wanted to destroy your little moon goddess as much as Adrian here did," she laughed as she kicked Adrian in the arm with the toe of her boot. "With her out of the picture, your species would inevitably crumble, leaving us witches with more land and resources than we would know what to do with. Just like how it was back in the good old days when your filthy little species didn't exist," she sneered, her voice hissing as she delivered her words. I squinted my eyes at her as I tried to refrain from portraying the shock that I was currently feeling. If she was telling the truth, then she was alive before werewolves even existed. She must be at least 1 or maybe even 2,000 years old. Well, I have to admit she was looking good for her age, passing for someone in their mid-30s. I pushed that through from my mind though and refocused on the witch. She was more than likely trying to distract me so that she could catch me off guard and make me vulnerable. I took a step towards her, testing the waters to see what she would do if I did decide to advance on her, but the witch just laughed at my tentative move and took a step in my direction. The gap between us was now only a few short steps, making it extremely easy for the other to lunge in our direction and make contact before the other person could even blink. I wouldn't do that if I were you, pup, the witch smirked, amused at my defensive stance that I'd taken. I've been on this world a lot longer than you could even imagine, and I could take you out of it just as easily as I have done with hundreds of others of your filthy kind. I growled at the threat as I crouched down, ready for an attack. She had this gleam in her eye which told me that not only was she telling the truth about killing hundreds of my people, she also enjoyed doing it. I continued to growl as I stared her down. If this was my time, I was going to go down fighting. Oh pup, you have no idea, do you? The witch sighed with an almost condescending tone to her voice, as if she was talking to a child, before she tightened her grip on the dagger's handle and pounced on me. Let me know what you think. Eleanor's POV. What happened? Was my first thought as I groggily sat up and rubbed my forehead with the heel of my hand, trying to ease the pounding behind my eyes that was threatening to slit my head open. How had I managed to get here? I was currently sitting cross-legged in a field, with more fields attached to this on, stretching out as far as the eye could see, and the sound of a river rushing not too far in the distance. Wildflowers bloomed everywhere, breaking up the sea of rolling green hills with splashes of red, yellow, and violet. The place was almost picturesque, peaceful, and I instantly knew I was no longer in Alpha Adrian's territory. Granted, I hadn't had the privilege of seeing much of his land during my imprisonment, but the feeling I had, the feeling of utter relaxation, was something I knew I would never feel when in his near vicinity. Hello, my child, a soft voice spoke behind me, breaking the silence of the scene around me. I jumped, not realizing that I wasn't alone in this tranquil paradise, before turning around with wide eyes, coming face to face with a woman who was standing a few feet behind me. I couldn't stop myself from staring at her beauty. She didn't have one particular face that she stuck to, instead it was as if she shifted from one body to another, constantly changing her appearance from face to face. The one thing that did remain constant though were her eyes, glowing bright with a translucent quality to them as they stared into my own. She wore a white maxi dress, similar to the one I had been forced to wear for the ceremony, and she had a soft aura about her that just made me instantly relax when in her presence. I knew exactly who she was without her having to tell me. Only a goddess could look the way she did. How am I? Where am I? How did you? I whispered as I continued to stare at her in awe. I was unable to finish the first question before the next one came tumbling out of my mouth. The moon goddess chuckled slightly, obviously amused at my fumbling words as I continued to stare wide-eyed at her. Relax, she soothed as she held her hand up. One question at a time, she softly spoke as she leant down before making herself comfortable on the ground, amongst the wildflowers and the tall grass. She looked completely at home here, as if she was at one with the nature around her, and I frowned at the slight pang of jealousy I felt towards her. She looked so relaxed and at peace with herself, even when everything around her was in the midst of being destroyed with just a simple spell from an old witch. Where am I? I whispered, darting my head from left to right to see if I could find any landmarks to clue me in on where she had taken me. We are in your head, my child, the link that you and I share make it possible for me to appear when necessary, she explained. I nodded my head, frowning slightly as I started fiddling with the grass beneath my feet. There was so much I wanted to ask her, so many questions that I wanted to demand an answer for. Like, how could she leave me in a house like the Hargroves when she knew where I was and what I was being forced to go through? How could she leave my parents to fend for themselves against Alpha Whitaker when she was the reason why they were taken and held captive in the first place? But most importantly, why, out of everyone in the world, did she choose my family and me in particular to be her messenger? I was, after all, damaged goods. I chose your family line because I could see the type of characteristics you all held and knew the type of people you'd all become. Your mother, grandmother, and even great-grandmother were all extremely kind-hearted people who would not take the power bestowed upon them for granted. They were also very strong-willed, just like you, and I knew that you and your family would not crumble under the extreme pressures of becoming my messenger. That kind of combination, being so strong and yet so kind, is extremely rare in a wolf. It is a combination that should be worshipped and cared for. I stared at her in bewilderment, at both the words she had uttered and the fact that she had answered a question that I had never openly spoken. We are in your head, my dear, of course I can hear what you're thinking. All your thoughts and feelings are broadcasted to me as if you had said them aloud, she explained. Pink tinged my cheeks as I thought about the other questions that had racing through my mind. The goddess face turned somber, understanding my embarrassment as to why I had all of a sudden turned shy. I am deeply sorry that you had to experience everything that you have gone through, dear one, she said as she placed her hand on mine, a warm glow making its way up my arm at the contact. Interfering with people's will is something that I cannot do, as much as I would sometimes like to, she explained. What Alpha Whitaker and Alpha Adrian did, as awful as it was something that I could not stop. It takes a considerable amount of energy, on both my part and my host's, to interfere in someone else's life. It was a type of energy that neither you nor your mother possessed because of the mistreatment you had endured at the hands of others. If I were to interfere back, then the likelihood of your survival would have been slim to none, she said, a sad look in her translucent eyes. I thought about her words and her reasons as to why she could not get involved with my life and sighed. As much as I would have loved to get angry at her for not helping me, it was neither her job nor her responsibility to help me every time I got into trouble. What I had gone through was painful and something I would never bestow on another, but it was something that made me who I was. I was a firm believer in everything happening for a reason, so if me having to live most of my life in an abusive home was what brought me to my family and my mate, then I would gladly go through it all again in a heartbeat. I sighed as a sudden weight was lifted from my shoulders, the realization that I had finally accepted what had happened to me and was no longer feeling anger or hurt from my time at the Hargroves. Am I dead? I suddenly whispered, suddenly feeling like the revelation I'd just had was something you'd only feel when in the blissful state of nothingness. No, you are not dead, my child, she chuckled. I have placed you into a deep sleep so that we could have our little conversation. Do not worry, your mate is protecting your body for now, but we mustn't take much long, the witch very is strong. My heart rate quickened at the thought of Logan being in trouble and I instantly tensed up. There was no way I was allowing Logan to get hurt because of me. He had done so much for me in the short time that we had known each other. I feel like it was now my turn to do the same for him. So what did you want to talk to me about? The ceremony that witch performed on you, she explained as she continued to stare into my eyes, her gaze unwavering as she stared into my own. My heart rate increased, if that was even possible, as she brought up my possible broken bond with Logan. Was it gone? Was I now destined to be Adrian's mate for the rest of my life? What about it? I stuttered, struggling to get the question out for fear of the answer I would get. As if sensing my nerves, the moon goddess smiled at me, a kind smile, before her glow instantly increased, making me feel more relaxed. Do you wish for me to break your new bond for you? She asked. Just as I was about to scream yes at her, questioning why she was even asking me that question, she held her hand up to silence me. Please be clear with all the options I am offering you, my child. Yes, I can break your bond with Alpha Adrian, if you would like me to, and I can fix your mate bond with Alpha Logan, but I could also simply sever both mate bonds for you entirely. I looked at her in shock, not understanding why I wouldn't want her to mend my bond with Logan. He was the most amazing person I had ever met and he deserved to be happy with his mate, the person he has been waiting his whole life for. I will happily form a new mate bond for Logan with a different wolf if you wish to remain mateless, the moon goddess explained. I was just about to tell her to fix my mate bond with Logan, not being able to even stomach the thought of watching him being happy with someone else, when my brain finally clicked. Now I understood what she was asking me. I would never be left alone. If word got out that I had a direct line to the moon goddess, that I was her messenger, people would never leave us alone. There would always be an Adrian or a Whitaker waiting in the wings to ruin everything that we had spent so long trying to build. Could I put Logan through all of that? The pain of losing your mate and having them kidnapped over and over again? And what about his family and pack? Wouldn't they get fed up of rescuing me? I already nearly cost them their beta. Could I really ask them to live in constant fear of losing their Luna? My parents' faces then flashed through my mind. That could very well be us in the future. Could I live with myself if I knew that I was the reason for Logan's pain for all those years in capture? All these thoughts came flooding through my mind, but then one face popped out amongst the chaos, a face that instantly made my choice 10 times easier. Okay, I whispered as I looked the moon goddess in the eye, I've made my decision. Yay, another one done. Eleanor SPOV. It had been a week since everything went down with Alpha Whitaker and Alpha Adrian, and things were slowly starting to get back to normal. The packs that had come to help Logan out had all gone their separate ways, minus the odd few people who had found their mates amongst the mass gathering of wolves. It was actually a really good idea to get loads of packs together into one territory. It helped solidify trust and treaties between each other and also expanded our social circles, helping us find our mates more easily. I think it's something I might bring up with Logan, something that we could do each year that everyone was welcome to, no matter what pack you belong to. My parents had decided to come back with us and stay with me in Logan's territory, which I was beyond happy about. It was weird at first, the idea of having that parental figure who would look after you, but I quickly got used to it. It was something I had craved for most of my life, and I was finally lucky enough to experience it. Mom was trying to help me get to grips with this moon goddess link I had, but she said she honestly didn't know too much herself. She was only the messenger for a few years before she was taken and held captive, giving her no time to research her gifts and practice them. Apparently it was the choice of the moon goddess when to pass down the responsibility onto the next generation. The only catch was the chosen one had to have found their mate to withstand the amount of strain the link could take on their wolf. Hence why I didn't become messenger until after I had met Logan. Once I had met him, the goddess shifted the gift as fast as she could over to me, wanting my mom to not have the burden of the link when she was in such a terrible situation. The elders had arrived a day after we had all gotten home and sorted, although I had been asleep the whole time due to the strain my body had been under from hosting the goddess in my body. They had originally been angered by the fact that Logan had gone against their word and not waited for them to arrive before he formed his attack. They quickly cooled off though when Logan finished explaining to them what would have happened had they waited another day for them to get here. The one thing I wish I was awake for though was when they took Adrian away. After he had come to from the ceremony, he had found himself in Logan's cells, under the same conditions he had forced upon me and the rest of the pack that he had captured and imprisoned. He wouldn't stop screaming and shouting every time he moved, causing the silver to shift on his skin and burn his flesh. Logan handed him over to the elders as soon as they arrived, stating that he couldn't stand the sound of his screams anymore. I had originally asked him why he had handing Adrian over to the elders in the first place, convinced he would wanted to conduct his own form of cruel punishment which would have no doubt resulted in his death. His reply though was only a small smile with an evil glint in his eye. I had later learned from Sophie that being in the elders' prisons was a fate worse than death, something that prisoners feared more than anything else. Things with me and Logan are going amazingly. He is as caring and as devoted to me as when I first stumbled into his life. If I was being honest, I kind of wished he wouldn't treat me so delicately. He acted as if I was a snowflake and the world was a giant flame ready to melt me at any second. As much as I loved him, it did get tiring sometimes. I'm hoping today was going to be the day that things start to progress in our relationship. It was the Luna ceremony today, the day I will officially be welcomed into the pack and given the honor of becoming their Luna. To say that I was a mixture of both excitement and nervous would be an understatement. I stared at myself in the mirror as I watched my mom put the last finishing touches to my hair, placing delicate white flowers into my long, curly blonde locks. "You look stunning, honey," my mom smiled at me through the reflection of the mirror, her eyes glazing over with tears as she looked me over. "I never thought I'd get a chance to see you again, let alone be there for the day you performed the Luna ceremony with your new mate and pack." I smiled back at her as she kissed the top of my head, my voice too thick with emotion to even try to voice the words I wanted to describe just how happy it makes me that my parents were here for this. "I love you, Mom," I whispered as I tried to hold back my own tears, not wanting to ruin the makeup Sophie had spent all morning doing. No, none of that," Sophie ordered as she fluttered around the room, making sure we had everything we needed before going down the stairs. She had taken one look at me and instantly started fretting about my mascara, claiming that it wasn't waterproof and wouldn't be able to withstand even the smallest droplet of water. "We don't have time to redo your makeup, Ellie, please don't cry otherwise we'll be late," she begged. I rolled my eyes at her as a smile slipped onto my face. This was my life now. I had people who actually cared about me and I couldn't be happier with how my life had turned out. I'd go through the hell I went through at the Hargrove house 10 times over if it meant I could have this waiting at the end for me. Come on, it's time to get going. I've got your shoes, your mom has your garland for around your neck and you have, well so come on," she yelled, bouncing on her toes in excitement. I laughed at Sophie's enthusiasm before taking her hand in mine as she led me out of mine and Logan's room and down the stairs, towards the garden where the ceremony was taking place. My heart started to race as my eyes locked onto the closed back door. I knew that on the other side of that door hundreds of people were sitting and waiting to catch a glimpse of me and bestow their trust and faith onto me as their new Luna. No pressure or anything. Just as I started to feel my hands clam up and a cold sweat begin to break out across the nape of my neck, I felt a presence behind me that instantly calmed my nerves. Logan. I could feel his heat radiating through the back of my dress, and I quickly turned around in his arms and held on to him for dear life. He was my comfort and my safe place in all of this mayhem, and right now I needed that comfort. You look absolutely beautiful, my little maid. I really did get lucky when the moon goddess gave me to you, he whispered as he breathed into my hair. His scent was surrounding me as he held me in his arms, and I couldn't help but bury myself further into his chest. I think I'm the lucky one in this pairing, Logan. No way would I have been able to survive any of this without you, I managed to get out, seeing as my face was smushed into his chest. I smiled as I felt his deep chuckle vibrate in his chest. Well then, I think on this occasion we may just have to agree to disagree. Agreed? I laughed quietly with him before nodding my head. Agreed. Right, 2 minutes, lovebirds. We heard Sophie shout from outside through the open window. I think she's more excited about this than we are, I laughed, observing through the open window Sophie running back and forth, making sure everything was exactly where it should be for the ceremony to begin. Logan laughed too before taking my face in my hands and tilting my face up so I could look into his eyes. Nobody is more excited than I am for this moment, my little mate, to finally call you my own. I love you with all my heart and with everything that I have, and I can't wait to tell the whole world that you are mine and I am yours, forever. I stood there stunned. It wasn't just his words that made me tear up in that moment, it was the look he was giving me as we stared into each other's eyes. Like I was the air he breathed, the sun in his universe, like I was the one thing in his life that he truly couldn't live without. I don't know if it was his words, or his expression, or the situation we were in, but before I could overthink it too much, I reached up onto my tiptoes and pressed my lips to his. He froze for a second, taken completely off guard by my actions, and I panicked, thinking I had done something wrong, but I instantly relaxed as I felt him wrap his arms around my waist and drew me in close. Our bodies were flushed together, fitting perfectly, and I couldn't have imagined a more perfect place or person to share my first kiss with. The end. Oh my god guys, I can't believe it is all finished with. Thank you to each and every one of you. Without you I would definitely not have finished this story. Much love to everyone, and I hope to see you in the sequel and my other stories. P.S. Please go and review this book on Goodreads. It helps other people find my book. Logan SPOV. The witch was strong. Somewhere between the fight I had managed to switch sides with her, having me now standing next to Eleanor and on slightly higher ground. I was standing between her and my mate, who was still laying lifeless on the patio floor, without showing a single sign of waking anytime soon. I could feel the body heat coming from her, confirming that she was still alive, but it did little to calm my nerves down. Just give up, Wolf, the witch hissed at me, her black eyes piercing into my soul as she observed my stance. There is no way you can beat me, you can barely stand as it is, she laughed as she flicked the dagger's blade in my direction again, acting almost casual in the action. Unfortunately, the witch was right, I was starting to struggle. Although we had both caused some damage to the other, I had seriously underestimated her speed and healing capabilities. On 2 separate occasions I had managed to clip a claw or a tooth on one of her key arteries, but on both occasions there just seemed to flow this black ooze which quickly disappeared as her body healed the wound. She had gotten one good hit on me with the blade's edge, tearing at my underside, causing blood to flow freely out of the wound and cause my coat to mat in clumps. Thankfully my black coat was able to camouflage most of the blood, but I think she knew, even without the quantity of blood on show, that she had caused me fatal damage. But I wasn't going to give up, not for anyone. Eleanor was my mate and under my protection. If anyone was going to defend her, it was going to be me. I drew strength from deep within me, my wolf helping out, and I coiled for another attack from the witch. Just when I was about to spring, intending to slash at her throat in the hopes that her body would be unable to heal from a more deadly wound, the witch's facial expression changed. Gone was her fearless and ruthless expression as she zoned in on me for her kill. She was now looking at something behind me, panic evident in her features. She dropped the dagger she had been desperately clinging on to throughout our whole fight, letting it drop to the floor beneath her as it clanged against the paved floor. I frowned, confused by her sudden change in arrogance, before shifting my head slightly to the right so that I could see what had caught her attention without taking my eyes from her. The last thing I needed was for this to be some kind of trick and for her to suddenly jump back into the fight without me being ready. I looked out of the corner of my eye, skeptical about there being anything there, but when I saw a blinding light I couldn't help but turn fully around so that I could take the whole scene in. My mate, who was only moments was virtually lifeless on the floor, was now floating slightly above the ground. Her eyes shone a translucent moonstone color and her skin was radiating a golden glow reminding me of the sun on a warm summer's day. Her hair was being whipped in all directions around her face, like it had a mind of its own, and she was staring at the witch with unadulterated rage. What the? Sorceress Victoria, you have been found guilty of violating multiple of the Coven's 7 sacred vows and is hereby called upon by the High Courts of Witchcraft for punishment and execution, she stated. Eleanor didn't sound like herself at all. There was a slight edge to her tone of voice, making me think that the person inside my little mate's body right now wasn't my little mate at all. She lifted her hand up from where it was resting at her side and raised it high, the earlier knife wound that was there now vanishing with every passing second. Just then figures made from dust and fog emerged from the ground around us, advancing on Sorceress Victoria who started screaming and begging for mercy. The figures though reacted little to her cries and pleas for help as they all grabbed onto a part of her clothing or body and swarmed her. Within seconds she was surrounded, so much so that I couldn't even make out her figure anymore amongst the debris and mist, and within a blink of an eye, she was gone. I stood there for a second, taking in the empty space the witch had previously occupied, before I turned back to face whoever was currently inside my Eleanor. My hackles raised as I growled at her, how dare they possess my mate? Calm yourself Alpha Logan, for I mean your mate no harm, the woman inside Eleanor's body reassured me and a sudden calmness settled around me. I frowned at her for a second, confused at my own body's reactions, before having a moment of clarity and quickly bowed to the floor, showing the moon goddess the respect she deserved. I can't believe I just growled at our goddess. Rise Alpha Logan, I do not wish for your submission. I purely came here for an answer to a question that desperately needs answering, she reassured me as I slowly got back to my feet. I frowned at her as I cocked my head to the side in confusion. How could I give her an answer to something when I didn't know the question? I couldn't shift yet because of the wound that was slowly leaking blood on my underside. If I shifted it would split open and potentially become 10 times worse. As if she could somehow sense my confusion and frustration, my mate, I mean the moon goddess, smiled down at me before walking forward and placing her hand on my forehead. At first nothing happened, I just felt the comforting touch of a warm hand on my skin, but then all of a sudden, the cuts and grazes that littered my body began to rise in temperature and become increasingly itchy. I panicked as I realized I couldn't get away from the hand that was touching me, causing all these uncomfortable and slightly painful sensations. After a minute or two of the most unbearable itching sensation, my injuries started to emit their own golden glow, just like the aura Eleanor's body was giving off, before they magically started healing closed. I stared in amazement as she retracted her hand from my skin, taking the warm glow-like feeling with her as I did a mental check of my body. I shifted from foot to foot, testing my strength, and when I felt no uncomfortable tug, I looked up at her in shock. I was healed. I instantly started to shift back into my human form, needing to be able to speak so that I could get some answers as to what was going on with my mate. I felt a presence behind me, and I turned around to find Ethan with a pair of shorts in his hands held out to me. He looked like crap, with more bruises and cuts on his body than I could count. His usual dirty blonde hair almost looked brown with the amount of debris he had stuck to his strands, and his limbs were swollen due to the amount of silver poisoning he had. Through all that though, he still looked like my younger brother, the calm and collected soul who preferred to sit in the corner and read whilst everyone else would rather play video games. I smiled at him in thanks, hoping that he knew it wasn't just the shorts I was thanking him for, but for lending a hand in finding Eleanor, just generally staying alive. I slipped into the shorts quickly before bringing him into a tight hug. I felt him flinch slightly at the sudden contact, obviously finding my hug a little painful. He didn't pull away from me though, instead wrapping his arms around me before slapping me on the back. It's good to see you, brother, I whispered before releasing him with a smile. My brother though, being a man of very few words, just nodded in response with a smile, his way of saying he was glad to be back. I looked behind him and suddenly noticed that we had a very large audience. Everyone that was involved with the rescue had made their way into the clearing and were staring at us with shock clear as day in their eyes. The most shocked people though were the people in Alpha Adrian's pack. Gone were their blank stares, they were now looking at everything around them, confused as to what was going on and why they were out here with several other packs surrounding them. It was clear that the witch had been influencing them in some way, making them blindly follow first Whitaker and then Adrian with whatever they needed so that she could execute her plan of destroying us all. But with the witch now gone, her spell was lifted, leaving the residents none the wiser that they had basically been controlled by a witch and a few mentally unstable alpha S and their rogues for God knows how long. I looked back at my mate, taking in her appearance as she continued to float about a foot off the ground. Her cuts and bruises had all been healed, but the blood that had stained her skin and clothes had remained. Even still, she was still the most beautiful thing I had ever laid my eyes on. "What answer are you wanting?" I questioned her, noticing she was still staring at me. She smiled down at me, as a caring mother would smile at her child. "Are you willing for me to reform your mate bond to Eleanor? Think about your decision before you state it." What kind of idiotic question was that? Of course I wanted to be mated with Eleanor. She was the most beautiful person I had ever met, both inside and out. Even if she wasn't my mate, I would have still appreciated her beauty. "Yes," I stated in a strong voice, trying not to growl at her as the anger of her question ran through my veins. "Are you sure, Alpha Logan?" She pressed. "Once I reform the bond, it cannot be undone. Look, by some miracle you paired me with this amazing person and I intend to be with her for the rest of my life. I will fight for her, kill for her, die for her. I acknowledge that this won't be the last time we experience trouble because of who she and what she shares with you, but there is no way you are taking away the best thing that has ever happened to me," I growled as my fists clenched beside me. "Just give me back my Eleanor and I will do anything you ask. Just give me back the mate and the person that I fell in love with the moment I laid eyes on her." My voice cracked slightly towards the end of my speech, but I cleared my throat, trying to hide the emotion I was feeling. The moon goddess assessed me through Eleanor's translucent eyes, before finally offering me one swift nod. As fast as I could, I quickly ran over to my Eleanor as she started to come crashing down to the blood-stained wood beneath her, the moon goddess presence finally leaving her. I caught her and wrapped her securely in my arms. She was finally back where she belonged. "I love you too," I heard her whisper before she passed out in my arms, feeling the telling tingles of the reformed mate bond running through my veins. So what has everyone's thought on the chapter? Let me know. I love to hear from each and every one of you. Eleanor's POV. It had been a week since everything went down with Alpha Whitaker and Alpha Adrian, and things were slowly starting to get back to normal. The packs that had come to help Logan out had all gone their separate ways, minus the odd few people who had found their mates amongst the mass gathering of wolves. It was actually a really good idea to get loads of packs together into one territory. It helped solidify trust and treaties between each other and also expanded our social circles, helping us find our mates more easily. I think it's something I might bring up with Logan, something that we could do each year that everyone was welcome to, no matter what pack you belong to. My parents had decided to come back with us and stay with me in Logan's territory, which I was beyond happy about. It was weird at first, the idea of having that parental figure who would look after you, but I quickly got used to it. It was something I had craved for most of my life, and I was finally lucky enough to experience it. Mom was trying to help me get to grips with this moon goddess link I had, but she said she honestly didn't know too much herself. She was only the messenger for a few years before she was taken and held captive, giving her no time to research her gifts and practice them. Apparently it was the choice of the moon goddess when to pass down the responsibility onto the next generation. The only catch was the chosen one had to have found their mate to withstand the amount of strain the link could take on their wolf. Hence why I didn't become messenger until after I had met Logan. Once I had met him, the goddess shifted the gift as fast as she could over to me, wanting my mom to not have the burden of the link when she was in such a terrible situation. The elders had arrived a day after we had all gotten home and sorted, although I had been asleep the whole time due to the strain my body had been under from hosting the goddess in my body. They had originally been angered by the fact that Logan had gone against their word and not waited for them to arrive before he formed his attack. They quickly cooled off though when Logan finished explaining to them what would have happened had they waited another day for them to get here. The one thing I wish I was awake for though was when they took Adrian away. After he had come to from the ceremony, he had found himself in Logan's cells, under the same conditions he had forced upon me and the rest of the pack that he had captured and imprisoned. He wouldn't stop screaming and shouting every time he moved, causing the silver to shift on his skin and burn his flesh. Logan handed him over to the elders as soon as they arrived, stating that he couldn't stand the sound of his screams anymore. I had originally asked him why he had handing Adrian over to the elders in the first place, convinced he would wanted to conduct his own form of cruel punishment which would have no doubt resulted in his death. His reply though was only a small smile with an evil glint in his eye. I had later learned from Sophie that being in the elders' prisons was a fate worse than death, something that prisoners feared more than anything else. Things with me and Logan are going amazingly. He is as caring and as devoted to me as when I first stumbled into his life. If I was being honest, I kind of wished he wouldn't treat me so delicately. He acted as if I was a snowflake and the world was a giant flame ready to melt me at any second. As much as I loved him, it did get tiring sometimes. I'm hoping today was going to be the day that things start to progress in our relationship. It was the Luna ceremony today, the day I will officially be welcomed into the pack and given the honor of becoming their Luna. To say that I was a mixture of both excitement and nervous would be an understatement. I stared at myself in the mirror as I watched my mum put the last finishing touches to my hair, placing delicate white flowers into my long, curly blonde locks. "You look stunning, honey," my mum smiled at me through the reflection of the mirror, her eyes glazing over with tears as she looked me over. "I never thought I'd get a chance to see you again, let alone be there for the day you performed the Luna ceremony with your new maid and pack." I smiled back at her as she kissed the top of my head, my voice too thick with emotion to even try to voice the words I wanted to describe just how happy it makes me that my parents were here for this. "I love you, Mum," I whispered as I tried to hold back my own tears, not wanting to ruin the makeup Sophie had spent all morning doing. "No, none of that," Sophie ordered as she fluttered around the room, making sure we had everything we needed before going down the stairs. She had taken one look at me and instantly started fretting about my mascara, claiming that it wasn't waterproof and wouldn't be able to withstand even the smallest droplet of water. "We don't have time to redo your makeup, Ellie. Please don't cry, otherwise we'll be late," she begged. I rolled my eyes at her as a smile slipped onto my face. This was my life now. I had people who actually cared about me and I couldn't be happier with how my life had turned out. I'd go through the hell I went through at the Hargrove house 10 times over if it meant I could have this waiting at the end for me. Come on, it's time to get going. I've got your shoes, your mum has your garland for around your neck and you have, well you, so come on," she yelled, bouncing on her toes in excitement. I laughed at Sophie's enthusiasm before taking her hand in mine as she led me out of mine and Logan's room and down the stairs, towards the garden where the ceremony was taking place. My heart started to race as my eyes locked onto the closed back door. I knew that on the other side of that door hundreds of people were sitting and waiting to catch a glimpse of me and bestow their trust and faith onto me as their new Luna. No pressure or anything. Just as I started to feel my hands clam up and a cold sweat begin to break out across the nape of my neck, I felt a presence behind me that instantly calmed my nerves. Logan. I could feel his heat radiating through the back of my dress and I quickly turned around in his arms and held on to him for dear life. He was my comfort and my safe place in all of this mayhem, and right now I needed that comfort. "You look absolutely beautiful, my little maid. I really did get lucky when the moon goddess gave me to you," he whispered as he breathed into my hair. His scent was surrounding me as he held me in his arms, and I couldn't help but bury myself further into his chest. "I think I'm the lucky one in this pairing, Logan. No way would I have been able to survive any of this without you," I managed to get out, seeing as my face was smushed into his chest. I smiled as I felt his deep chuckle vibrate in his chest. "Well then, I think on this occasion we may just have to agree to disagree. Agreed?" I laughed quietly with him before nodding my head. "Agreed." "Right, 2 minutes, lovebirds," we heard Sophie shout from outside through the open window. "I think she is more excited about this than we are," I laughed, observing through the open window Sophie running back and forth, making sure everything was exactly where it should be for the ceremony to begin. Logan laughed too before taking my face in my hands and tilting my face up so I could look into his eyes. "Nobody is more excited than I am for this moment, my little mate, to finally call you my own. I love you with all my heart and with everything that I have, and I can't wait to tell the whole world that you are mine and I am yours, forever." I stood there stunned. It wasn't just his words that made me tear up in that moment, it was the look he was giving me as we stared into each other's eyes. Like I was the air he breathed, the sun in his universe, like I was the one thing in his life that he truly couldn't live without. I don't know if it was his words, or his expression, or the situation we were in, but before I could overthink it too much, I reached up onto my tiptoes and pressed my lips to his. He froze for a second, taken completely off guard by my actions, and I panicked, thinking I had done something wrong, but I instantly relaxed as I felt him wrap his arms around my waist and drew me in close. Our bodies were flushed together, fitting perfectly, and I couldn't have imagined a more perfect place or person to share my first kiss with.